You are watching the Vodka stream.
Oh, is everything working now? I think so. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's just been that kind of week when it comes to technology, I tell you. And right, I was setting everything up, bumped something on the camera, and then StreamYard was like, I can't find your camera, buddy. Fucking StreamYard, man. I tell you, sometimes StreamYard just annoys the absolute beast out of me. An absolute beast. So what can you do? What can you do? But anyways, guys, I'm here. Hopefully you guys aren't freezing your asses off over back in, there's the Arctic boobs that are coming down. I don't know if you guys saw like the little weather system, but it looked like people are making fun of the fact that it looks like boobs, and it's just sending that Arctic whatever, just wind from that apocalypse down. I'm not being affected, of course, over here in California. But we have a storm. We're getting a little bit. Actually, I think we are getting a little affected because we do have a storm rolling in. It's going to be some rain over here, and it was cloudy all day, and I think it actually kind of rained last night, but it's supposed to rain today into tomorrow. So that'll be kind of nice to, after we get done with the stream, if there's a nice little rain coming down, I could fall asleep to as I pass out drunk. All right. Put on some mood music right here. All right, let's get started. We got plenty to talk about tonight. Welcome to the Vodka stream, everybody. Thank you for joining. Subscribe, hit that like, thumbs up, comment, do all the things, subscribe to all the things, follow all the things. And if you, we'll do a little, obviously a little opening, see what you guys are talking about. And then, of course, I'll do my little opening rant. Well, a little bit of a rant. And then, of course, when it comes to Mercy, I'll give my full review, and then the panel will come on. And if you guys have any questions, like I said, super chats are welcome, and super chats definitely get answered during the panel discussion. Cheers, guys. Have a good one tonight. All right. Glad to see you. Let's see you guys. All right. So we got Clone Avenger. Absolutely love the Lobo teaser today. We got Miss Grace saying that it may be too comic accurate. Well, yeah. What a time to be alive, brother. A hardcore Lobo fan, I'm hyped. Yeah, that's good. We'll be talking about that. Also, people are absolutely crazy to be losing it over the he, him. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm going to be talking about as well. So, what the hell? Film Junkie's even talking right here. What the hell? Postpone, yeah. Well, luckily, it wasn't too much of a postpone. I thought I was going to have to reboot my whole computer. So, yeah. What's going on, Ghoul? Currently experiencing 30-degree weather. Well, it's like, Minnesota, Minnesota's like negative 30 right now. It's like all crazy. Dell, what is happening, sir? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Game City, He-Man looks way better than anything James Gunn made or ever. Of course, Game City is going to say something like this. Anybody shocked that Game City is saying something like this? He's like that kid that you, in class that when other people like certain things, he had to be like the weird strange kid that fucking would lick the sticky stuff off the table or whatever the hell in the cafeteria, and you'd have to push back against it and stuff like that. Good to see you, Game City Savior. Yes, but it's funny though, because if a lot of people were going, wow, this feels like Guardians of the Galaxy, and then it's and then I even thought, oh yeah, when people were commenting about, especially people were liking Skeletor, and I'm going, oh yeah, this person, if this was a James Gunn movie, or if James Gunn had any involvement, they would think it's pure ass because of that James Gunn derangement syndrome. And that's exactly what Game City has. Well, good to see you, Game City. I'm sure you're gonna enlighten us with some great comments tonight. Hopefully you'll make fun of, some more appearances of females. Fucking weirdo. Taladia Plays, what's going on, buddy? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. EDN in Mother Russia, camera. There you go. I love that right there. I love that. Tony Movie Chappie, Neil Blomkamp fan. Dave, explain what really happened in the production of Birds of Prey to where Margot Robbie took over and replaced. I don't know. I just heard when I was talking with somebody who was telling me that Warner Brothers, again, the people, the execs, They weren't liking certain things, and Margot Robbie wasn't liking certain things when it came to action. It was just the action sequences that she was having problems with. They were having problems with. That's why they brought in Chad Stahelski. But what I heard was that Margot Robbie, she was basically trying to steer it in the right direction, and she was actually trying to direct it. But again, she is not part of the DGA, so you can actually get in trouble for that. That's what I heard. I don't know. Like I said, take it with a grain of salt. But I think it was not so much the story and like dialogue and characters and stuff like that. It was more of like just the action. They weren't happy with the action sequences. Indiana Jake, my thoughts. Lobo looks perfect. Man of Tomorrow. Masters of the Universe. So almost the same acronym. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Maul looks bad. Oh, you don't like? Okay. We got Tsunami right here. It says, free Palestine. All right, cool. I don't have the ability to do that. I'm sorry, So sorry, I can't do that. Dave, I have that Punisher design and hoodie. Hot Topic? No, I ordered this on Amazon. This is Amazon right here. So didn't get it at Hot Topic. Got it on Amazon. I was like, you know what? I need an updated Punisher shirt. I wanted like a black one that looked, different. So. Who else we got? Live in Detroit. Oh, yeah, I know you do. Yeah, that's right. I forgot that you live in the Michigan area. Yeah, so you're going to... Good evening. We got Mr. Chris Balga right here, I guess. Having slightly funny take on Masters of the Universe, and He-Man got a little too real for the diehards. I appreciated the balance of meta and honoring the franchise. Cool. We'll be talking about that, of course. Let's see. We got Antonio. What's happening? Good to see you. Dell, also great to see you, of course, my friend. Let's see. The action was being criticized, not the writing. Yeah, there you go. See, it's like right there. So, and we got Olivia right here. Questionable. I'm not even going to try to attempt to say that. I am half Mexican, but sadly, I wasn't taught Spanish. I did take Spanish. So I can't exactly full on. So I can't full on, but I was going to make an attempt to read that, but hey, good to see you. Definitely good to see you for sure. So anyways, all right. I just bought a Sinners t-shirt. That would be cool. No, they have Sinners t-shirts at Hot Topic. Okay. There is a mall the next town over. A little small. It's a really small mall. They have a Hot Topic, which is crazy. So might have to get that because I love that movie. And I know a lot of people, of course, oh man, this is what's gonna this is where I'm going to talk a little bit about the He-Man trailer, of course, the Masters of the Universe trailer, because of the fact that there was and the thing is we got so people have got so anti-woke and push back against that now it's like the anti-woke are getting offended by things, and it's just obviously there was Sinners got nominated for 16. The only reason why it's doing that is because it's a black cast and everything. It's a black black director, black and all this kind of stuff, and I'm just kind of going see, here we go. We got so anti woke. Which I get, the woke stuff got too crazy at times. But then now the pendulum has swung so far that now when Sinners gets nominated for so many things, and I love Sinners, I love that movie, then now people are like, oh yeah, the only reason why it is because, and it's like, oh God, so sad. And then of course, I'm going to talk about that certain thing that happened in the He-Man trailer too. So it's all just crazy. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. What's going on, Lane? Hey, Dave, hope all was great. I'll ask Jose. He could teach you Spanish since he's... Yeah. Well, no, it's I know a little bit, but I wasn't going to make an attempt to do that right now. I wasn't going to try to make an attempt. It's I know a little bit. I did take 2 Spanish classes. So that makes more sense because this was Cassian's first... Yeah, and I think maybe she just didn't know how to do the action too well. So that's why all that was going on. What's going on, Droga? Good to see you, bud. All right. And yeah, we got a lot of, I mean, Twitter is just popping, man. Hoping to send you a message. Okay. So we got somebody, I don't know, somebody was hitting me up. There's some things. Yeah. Man, so I don't know. For some reason, yeah. Twitter's been popping lately. I don't know. The algorithm, I know they've been doing stuff when it comes to the algorithm on Twitter. But man, stuff's been popping on there. Just like He-Man stuff was big time popping on there. And then of course I posted about Lobo and everything, the Lobo stuff. So that's all popping. So I'm getting like a lot of responses when it comes to a lot of things. Man, yeah, it's been pretty crazy. So yeah, Twitter's just been nutties, man. Just absolutely nutties. Absolute nutties. I am Batwall. The He-Man thing is literally something, I know. Exactly. You know, that's what I was going to talk about. Trust me. I'm like, I don't understand how people just didn't understand the joke. What's going on for you, Jason? Always great to see you. What's happening? The reaction to Lobo is mostly positive, but some people have been poo-pooing it. What are your thoughts? Yep. I mean, okay. Well, all right. Let's just start diving into the topics here. Right, meow. And first off, let me make sure that I was, like I said, I'm worried. Like, technology has just not been my friend this week. I tell you what. To get my Mercy full review out of the way. So Mercy, saw that last night. Hopefully you guys watched my first reaction review. I much appreciate it if you guys check it out, of course. Well, it wasn't a first reaction. It was a delayed reaction because I saw it with a group of people. So didn't do the normal driving away from the movie theater and giving my thoughts. But, I got home and then I recorded a video. But, yeah, I mean, it is discount AI Minority Report. 100%. I love Minority Report. One of my favorite Steven Spielberg movies. Movie's excellent. Obviously, based off a Philip K. Dick book, I believe, right? And yeah, I think we talked about that last week or a couple weeks ago, or I talked about it with Scott. Whoever wrote, and I don't even know who wrote who wrote Mercy, but yeah, it was definitely inspired by Minority Report, but of course different because it's not, obviously we don't have the precogs and we don't have somebody predicting the future. But you have somebody in law enforcement that is accused of a murder, and he has to prove his innocence. And it's like futuristic technology, and then you're doing all this and trying to piece everything together. And I'm not going to go into detail, but there are certain beats within the story that does very much feel like, oh yeah, this kind of follows into what Minority Report kind of was. And even especially when you get the certain ending of it too. And it was like, oh yeah, that is pretty Minority Report. I remember I even said that to my dad when we were walking out. I'm like, yeah, it felt a little Minority Report like. He goes, yeah, it did. So yeah, it's kind of like that. It's Minority Report adjacent, I guess you could say. I don't know, but and it's just sad that I say discounts because nowadays, like when you go watch a movie in the movie theater that is made by Amazon, made by Netflix, it's kind of interesting that we now feel, you can kind of feel, because when I was watching it, I'm going, yeah, this feels like a streaming movie. That's like a thing. That's like a thing that people are saying now. I even saw people when they were reviewing it, when reviews were coming out for this movie, there's now a thing where people are going, yeah, this feels like a streaming movie. And I even felt that too when I was watching. I'm like, yeah, this feels like something I'd watch on Amazon Prime that is an Amazon exclusive, or it's on Hulu or something, or on Netflix. It's starting to feel like, and even going back to The Rip that came out last weekend, as much as I would have loved to see that on the big screen, I felt like the third act, the final act, and even like the ending felt very, oh, this feels like a streaming movie. And that's what's kind of interesting, that we're going to have that sense where, when you go to the movie theater, there's going to be some times where you go, wow, this movie feels like I should be streaming this at home. And I just hope that doesn't end up dominating movies and cinema doesn't die because of that, because there are movies that don't feel like that at all, for sure. Like when I saw Marty Supreme, I was like, this feels like a fucking movie. This is cinema. This is cinema. But, you know, there are movies that are just going to feel like, oh, yeah, this feels like I should have been watching this at home. And Mercy felt like that. It's still an entertaining movie, and I still would say recommend it, but I'm not saying rush out to the movie theater. I'm really not. But I would say if you want something, you know, a little interesting, and if, like I said, it's discount AI Minority Report. So there you go. There you go. Cheers, guys. All right. So got that out of the way. All right. Let's, you know what? Let's dive into the Lobo stuff. So we got two things. When it came to Lobo. We got two different things. And it was kind of interesting because it was like, oh, okay. First off, there was like this whole thing of like, oh, wow, finally, we're getting this promo. And this is smart. This is smart on DC Studios, James Gunn and everything, because, you know, Supergirl is going to need all the help it can. I mean, any superhero movie is going to need all the help it can, unless the movie is Batman, Spider-Man, or Avengers. You need fucking help when it comes to nowadays. That's where we're at when it comes to the genre. Or you just have to have a low budget and good word of mouth, which I think that's what Clayface will hopefully be. So when it comes to this, let's see here. That's it. So the first thing, of course, we got, well, let me put my background. Totally. I knew it. I was like, did I forget the background? Of course, I forgot the background. So, of course, the first thing we got was this right here.
Do you have any comments about playing Lobo?
Finally. He's got the teeth in, too. They had that at first. And then shortly after, they're like, hey, how about a full-on, you know, just a Supergirl promo that incorporates Lobo? And then they drop this right here. I like how the logo dropped like that.
Does not look like this is going to end well for you guys.
What was it like to lose everything in a day?
Kurton didn't die in a day. Gods are not that kind.
Gods are not that kind. There he is.
Oh, he's such a...
Looking out, people. You see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? Crypto without his cape. What's going on with no cape? Well, we know that he's probably going to get, you know, he's going to get hurt. If they're following some certain concepts from the book, he's going to get hurt. He's going to get hurt. So, yeah, you got some crypto without the cape. Some naked crypto right there. Divert your eyes, guys. It's a naked crypto. So, you know, the first thing that I thought about, and it's going to be a little bit of a criticism. There is something that's going on with the lighting and color palette of these movies. This can actually also be, you know, when it comes to the He-Man trailer too. I don't know what's going on with sometimes when movies is like, why? Again, going back to even my review on Mercy, sometimes when some things don't feel as cinematic as they should, it's, I don't know, there's something that's kind of weird. It's happening with modern day movies. And you know, I'm saying like not all shots, but you know, the Lobo shots, I'm like, can we have better lighting? What's going on with the lighting? I used in my thumbnail, David Perez, he like sharpened the image of Lobo and he posted it. So I used that, and other people were doing that too. But I'm just like going like, man, can we have some better lighting here? I mean, there should a little better lighting. I mean, like you could still keep it dark and gritty, but it's like make better lighting, but but adjust the color palette too. And I think with sometimes with modern day movies, man, it's just, it's suffering a little bit. That kind of thing is kind of suffering just slightly. It's not full taking me out, but it's just, That's just something I've been noticing with modern day. I mean, this is both with DC, this is both with, and Marvel. Fantastic Four felt like that. I mean, the stuff we've seen from Avengers Doomsday, and this is the Russo brothers, I'm actually surprised that it looks pretty good from what we've seen. I was like, oh yeah, this is actually looking sharper than, Civil War. I mean, the color palette in Civil War was fucking ass. But yeah, certain things, but overall, Momoa looks fantastic, ripped out of the comic books. I know some people are like, fucking cosplay. I love when people say cosplay. I'm like, hey, newsflash, it's all cosplay. I don't know if you know this, but the actors are actually cosplaying. They're just more professional cosplay. I hate that argument. Cosplay looks like cosplay. I don't know how many times I've seen some cosplay that looks fucking legit. Looks legit. So stop saying that. Because yes, it is in fact costume play. It is an actor getting in makeup and costume. That is cosplay. That is not a good criticism. That just shows that you're fucking stupid and you can't have proper criticism when it comes to this. Just like when people are like, it looks like CW. It's like, you can't come up with something better. You can't have like some good criticism. Nobody can have good criticism anymore. Like me right here, I was like literally going, what is going on with lighting, with modern day blockbusters? What's going on with that? What's going on with color palettes? What's going on with that? No, but you just resort to the same stupid bullshit of, it looks like CW, it looks like cosplay. It's like, and I don't even want to, I don't even care anymore with stuff like, my God. Anyways, so there was that. And then of course, they released some promo art, and here's like a little poster right here. So you get like the full costume of Momoa's Lobo. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. We got some of that right there. But again, I must say, I'm like, cool, we get the whole thing. But I'm like, can we get something better? I mean, and this is like something that's in the DC shop. This is something they released in the DC shop. And I'm just like going, you couldn't get a professional photographer to like shoot like a cool image. I mean, this is where, and I'm going to bring up Zack Snyder, guys, prepare yourself. But this is where Zack shined when it came to revealing the heroes, because he is a photographer and he had Clay Anos, who's also a professional photographer. And I think with also modern day blockbusters, especially when it comes to IPs, and again, this could go to like even with He-Man, with Marvel and all stuff like that. We need to have reveals look a little better. I don't mind that. I don't mind that poster. But let's show like a cool, like fucking professional shot first. That's all I ask. When we get like something like that, it's like, oh, okay, that's cool. We get to see the whole get up. He's wearing a grenade around his goddamn necklace, which is cool. But I just wish we would just have something just a little bit better as the first image. We've been crying about this for a while. Ever since like, the Shazam days and stuff like that. It's like, hey, if you're going to show the actor in the full-on costume or the get-up, whatever the hell, at first, do something super professional. Have a professional image that just looks really crisp and good as the first official image of that. And I think that's been lost. I think that's been lost a little bit. That's my opinion. But I still think he looks great. I think it's just he's ripped right out of the comic book. And it's going to be cool to see him in action. Oh, man. I'm choking on my own spit right now. Yeah. Don't you hate when that happens? Especially when you're trying to do a freaking live stream. Jesus. You swallow wrong, and it's your own freaking saliva. Jeez. I always wonder, like the man upstairs, if he was making if he was like constructing the human, why would you make us actually choke on our own spit and cough and everything? Come on. Anyways, cheers. All right. So now let's go on to the He-Man stuff. Let me go off on a little rant about the He-Man things. Let's see if I could. Let me find. All right. Oh, Jesus Christ! Come on, Twitter. All right. So again, we got so anti-woke. People got so anti-woke that they can't even recognize gags. And I've actually been saying this. I actually had a big argument with somebody probably a year ago who's pretty conservative. And I'm not one of those people that, I can't stand it when people are like, I can't, when they can't have friends on the other, when they're fully conservative or fully liberal. I've always said I'm in the middle, I try to be as middle as possible about a lot of things. And I remember I had like a dispute with somebody who was very conservative, not very conservative, but pretty conservative. And I said, you know what's happening? I told this person, I said, you know what's happening? There is something now called a woke right. Woke was always on the left. Wokeism and everything like that was always coming from the left. And we got a heavy dosage of that, from like pretty much, for the last decade, we got a heavy dosage. But then the pendulum always swings back and forth. And the pendulum started swinging back this way, where where there was so much pushback on that stuff. Now, when you joke about it, when you put things out there that it's like a joke or there's things, now all of a sudden you get people that were pushing back on it or people over here on this side. Now they're the ones getting offended. They're the ones going, wait, what the hell, man? No. They're the ones going, what the hell? They're the ones being offended, which is kind of crazy. So when it came to the He-Man Masters of the Universe trailer, I remember when I did my trailer reaction, and of course, it was very much, we saw, of course, we saw this right here. Adam, Glenn, he, him, showing the pronouns and everything. And I was like, oh, he, him. And then I immediately, when I was reacted to it, I even thought, oh, I get what they were doing right there, because it's He-Man. He-Man. So they're kind of doing something with that, and it's a gag. So naturally, seeing on my timeline, and then of course seeing like certain things, even this, when I posted this tweet yesterday, last night or whatever, I had somebody in my mentions who was losing their mind about it. And it's funny because he goes by the name I Draw Retards. Yeah, that's what his name is. That's what his name is. He's losing his mind because everybody's just like, you believe that someone like a company like Amazon would actually not put woke stuff in there? Look what they did. Idris Elba. Look at Tila. They race. They started going crazy and started bringing up the other stuff like the race swapping. I'm like, all right, the race swapping aside, this right here is an obvious gag because he's He-Man. He's He-Man. So they put that in there, and he's in a cubicle, miserable. In a cubicle. So they're emphasizing the misery because he's all man. He's He-Man. So naturally they were going to do something like that. And it's a gag making fun of the whole pronoun thing. It's making fun of it. And I got that right away. And so did people that I was like talking to about it. Like, yeah, we got the joke. But there are people. And like I said, this individual, what was really funny about it, he was losing his mind in my mentions. And then he, like, when I posted this, he came back at me, and then he did the Grok thing. Hey, Grok, is this a joke? Is this like this, that, and that? And what did Grok say? What did Grok, Elon Musk's AI, respond with? With the fucking thing that I said. It's a gag because his name is He-Man. And what happened from this individual? He deleted his tweet. What? Yeah, he deleted it because he got caught and he didn't respond. I even responded to him. He didn't want to respond. And like I said, this individual goes by I Draw Retards. And I just went, just draw yourself, dude. It was like, geez. It's a gag. It's an obvious gag. But again, I saw when people were like, well, what about the race swap? Okay, that's a whole other argument. This is a gag. I mean, when it comes to the race swapping thing, I get it because people get tired of that too. But then I'm like, well, it's Idris Elba. I can't, Man at Arms, Idris Elba. I mean, it's Idris Elba. I mean, I like Idris Elba a lot. Anytime he's in something, I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch it because it's Idris Elba. So I can't be complaining about that. So anyways, that's about it. All right. But yeah, funny stuff. It's been funny seeing reactions to things because, like I said, something happened in Twitter when it came to like the algorithm and then just posting stuff like that. I was like, oh wow, I'm getting a lot of traction on some of these posts, and I'm like, cool. I want that because then I like doing commentary on this kind of stuff. It's pop culture, it's movies. I like getting the response where I get it directly sent at me, and of course I get people send ridiculous shit to me too and call me names. I got thick skin. I'm perfectly okay with that, and I'll respond every now and again too to people. I mean, there are people that just don't get the gag. I mean, that try to make jokes and it just doesn't work. I think Axel, if you're still here, I mean he was like, this is He-Man, and then of course he made fun of the palette and lighting, which I totally agree with him at. But it was like the first thing he said, this is He-Man, and I responded with, no, it's they person. I was like, it's not He-Man, it's they person. If you want to be totally politically correct, it'd be they person. It wouldn't be He-Man, it'd be they person. And people saw the response to that and they got a kick out of that because it's a funny joke. It's a joke. We can all have jokes now. But again, I think the pendulum has just been swinging. It swings so far back and forth between all this. This is why I like being like in the center of a lot of things, because I hate subscribing to one side about all things, because then you don't enjoy things and then you're just rah on your team side, rah. It's like, no, you don't have to be rah about everything on your team. You don't have to do that. Whether it's politically or fandom or something like that. I mean, you guys know I'm a diehard Snyder fan, but then I get disappointed by certain Snyder fans. I support what Gunn is doing, but then I get disappointed by diehard Gunn fans and go, and I've commented on the snobbery of the fandoms, like when all that happens, when it's like, oh yeah, things get very snobbery. And I can't stand that. I don't know. You know how it is, guys. But, it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun, guys. It really is. That's all we got to do. And that's the main thing. When people just want to just like shit on, other people's fun, I can't stand when people want to do that. I don't understand that whole thing where it's like, oh yeah, I don't like this, so you must not like this. I must convince you. It's like, no, you're not going to convince anyone. You're not going to convince me to not like something. I'm not going to be part of your tribe. So, let's see. What are you guys talking about? I mean, you're partially right. What I hope with Supergirl, Antonio, and you're partially right, they have to lean heavily. They're going to be leaning a lot on Momoa because there's a lot of moms out there. There's a lot, the ladies, especially if you're trying to get the ladies to Supergirl, it helps to have the big hunking, big teddy bear that the ladies like, especially the older ladies. I've noticed that, it helps. It helps. So that was smart to do a promo like that. That's why I don't think he's just going to be there for one scene. I think he's going to be there for a couple scenes. But at the same time, they're trying to sell this for everybody. It's like you got Kara, who's not just your traditional female superhero. She's getting drunk. She's like, I remember I was listening to KLOS for Heidi and Frank in the morning, and they were talking about that. And Frank, they drink on the morning show. It's great. I love it. I've been listening to them for years, and they have they stream their show, and I subscribe to it and I watch it every morning. So they'll even drink. And like Frank, who is mainly the one that's, he'll like pour some whiskey, take shots, drink a beer in the morning, which is fucking funny. He's my kind of guy. He even said like, oh yeah, I saw the trailer. She's all getting drunk, stuff like that. He's like, that's my kind of superhero. That's my kind of girl right there. And I'm like, see, it's like stuff like that. It's like, this is not going to be your traditional type of superhero, not your traditional type. So, but at the same time, Jason Momoa is he's a bigger name. People don't know who Millie Alcock is. He's a bigger name. So he's going to be heavily in the promotion, So what they posted today, super smart, especially since this is his dream role. Super smart, super freaking smart. So no collar either. The Krypton not dying is a day. The gods aren't that kind is a direct line. Yes, that is also a direct line. Yeah, I remember when I think we were discussing the trailer that Vodka stream. We talked about how her talking about that was pulled straight from the book, which I was like, it's a good line. It's a good fucking line right there. And I was glad that they pulled that line from there. And I'm sure there's going to be other things. And like I said, it's not going to be a direct adaptation, which if anybody thought it was going to be, come on. Use, like fucking Johnny Lawrence says, use this. So when they had people like when James Gunn said, oh yeah, it's not a direct, adaptation, a lot of us went, yeah, we know. But then there was other people going, what the hell? I'm like, it would have to be a mini series. I mean, the story, they go on a freaking travel. They go on a different planets and deal with different civilizations. It's not going to be all covered in 2 hours. There's no way. It's going to just take like little things here and there. Lobo going to take off flying and that space bike looked like, I'm kind of wondering what needle drops. Momoa is a big time Pantera fan. He's also a big time Metallica fan. I'm hoping for some Metallica. I don't mind if it's Pantera, fine too. I like it. I'm a big fan of Pantera as well. Momoa, I remember, I didn't go to that. I went to the second show when Metallica played 2 years ago in Inglewood at SoFi. I went to the Sunday show. They played Friday and then they played Sunday. And this is what I love about Metallica. Why they're one of my favorite bands. Well, I mean, first off, they're fucking in their 60s and they still kick ass. But they played two different set lists. And Momoa, I think he only went to one show, but he was like in the mosh pit. Can you imagine being in a mosh pit and all of a sudden Jason Momoa is pushing people around in the mosh pit? He was in the mosh pit. But yeah, he's a big fan. So I'm like going, there's got to be, there should be like Pantera or a Metallica song. Gotta be. And I can't wait to hear that. I hope they better did. Yeah. I think you're talking about the lighting and the color palette. Yeah. Space Harley Davidson. Yeah, it looks pretty sweet, man. Batman's got to be more Iron Man and fun. Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. It's just like the lighting. Same with Superman. Superman had some good shots. Like some of the visual, like the Pocket Universe shots look gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. But there's some shots, outside shots, I don't know. Sometimes it's just off. It's just off, man. And it's weird because, again, I watch a movie like Marty Supreme and the color palette, perfect. Lighting, perfect. Cinematography, perfect. Everything just looks so pristine. Even like when I watch Mercy, there's certain times where I'm like, yeah, I just worry about that kind of stuff. What's going on, Hank? Daisy, what's happening, sir? Good to see you. Avatar looks great. Oh yeah, Avatar. It's James Cameron. You can't. That guy just. He's literally an artist. He knows how to draw. He knows how to do everything. And what he does with those. That's why you see it. That's the only movies I want to see in IMAX 3D. That's the only ones you want to see. You can see Mercy in IMAX 3D. Yeah, and I can see why, because there's a lot of hologram stuff. So it all started with Cap. Yeah, it almost seems. Yeah. Oh, it's all pretty crazy. Let's see what else we got. They have a hoodie that's $70 plus tax. It's sweet. Oh, it's a Lobo one. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, but we couldn't release like a crisp, awesome looking shot of him, standing in front of like a backlight or a background or something like that. I mean, some people were passing around. Well, remember when Jason Momoa when he got revealed as Aquaman? Yeah, it was black and white. He's holding the freaking trident or quindent or whatever the hell. It's not really a trident, but and goddamn that, and it was Cleanos. And it's like, yeah, get a professional photographer to start just making like stuff like that. And do those as the first reveal, like first release that, and then I don't know. It just seems like, oh no, just release some footage and then promo art goes out. And promo art just doesn't look as good. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry, I got my mentions, and of course they auto update, and I got a GIF quote tweet from my how we feeling about Lobo design, and someone named Samantha put a GIF of a girl dropping to her knees and says, "I want him to decimate me where I stand." There you go. All right. That's why we put him in the marketing. That stuff like that. Yeah. Anyways, that Shazam costume I hated. I like the first Shazam costume better than the second. That's for damn sure. All right. What else you guys talking about here? I think it's Crypto Tube says, oh, yeah, Crypto. Yeah. Why do so many people hate on Christina Hodson? She's a good. Yeah, I think it's just because of her track record. But, like I said in my video, and then I was talking about this with Scott on DC Fanimated, and he even said right off the bat, he goes, let her write something that doesn't get fucked with, essentially. And that's the thing. Bumblebee, she had free range, and it was popular. Rotten Tomatoes, huge. And people love that movie. I was like iffy on it. I got to revisit it. I was iffy on it because I was like, it was fine. I should revisit it because I only watched it that one time. I think just one time. But yeah, it's like I should revisit it. But that was like her movie where she, it blew up. It blew up because that was the first Transformers movie that wasn't like, it wasn't a Michael Bay movie. It was a prequel movie, and it worked, and people loved it, and it did very well. And then she got put on the board, and then she got thrown into the DC world. But she got thrown into the DC world while it was just in shambles. It was in shambles. So when it came to, Birds of Prey and Flash, things just, and Batgirl, everything was just got fucked over. So we really haven't seen, so I'm just like going like, now she's in DC Studios. She's part of the writer's room, that brain trust. They aren't going to screw her over and do all that kind of stuff. They're just going to, and again, what I said in my video, I'm like, don't think that she's not getting notes from James Gunn. She's not getting notes from maybe, I don't know if Tom King's going to be saying some stuff, but like Drew Goddard, there's going to be other people that are going to be like reading the script and be like, oh, well, what about this? Or they're going to like, she's going to have some notes, but they're not going to be like, no, they're not going to like, the movie is that once they approve the script and then the movie gets made, they're not going to just start, cutting it all up and rearranging it and reshooting and stuff like that. They're not going to be doing that this time like they did with those. I mean, she just got screwed over. So it's like, give her a chance. But I understand why people are like, I understand. Because there's some choices that she made in Birds of Prey where I was like, what is going on with Cassandra Cain? What are you doing? What was that? You made choices, and that wasn't. Anyways, all right. Go ahead and change the glasses. Start bringing some people on. Oof. All right. Turn off the music. God, StreamYard, where's all your stuff here? All right, there it is. All right, turn off that. All right, let's go ahead and start bringing some people on. First off, we're going to bring on... Scott! Hello, Scott.
Hello, Dave. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
I just got back from a movie, so I'm in an excellent mood right now.
See, yes, and I know which movie you're talking about.
Yep.
You saw Mercy.
I did see Mercy, and I saw it in IMAX 3D.
How was that in IMAX 3D?
Very immersive.
Yeah.
So
I was while I was watching, I saw it on a decent sized screen, but we didn't see it in 3D. And I remember like, oh yeah, we could have, but I was like, I don't want to. But I was like, oh yeah, I can imagine what this would look like because there's a lot of things. Because Chris Pratt is sitting in a chair for like 90% of the movie.
95% of the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, but okay. It was funny. I logged on to the stream just in time for you to start going, kind of felt like Minority Report. I went, damn it, Dave, you read my mind. Like, I got the Minority Report vibes too, because once again, I'm still finishing up A Scanner Darkly. So I've got Philip K. Dick on the brain right now. So I completely agree with you on that. My brain went there too. But I will say, watching it in IMAX 3D, I completely, at least from my experience, completely disagreed with your. This feels like a streaming movie.
Okay.
I didn't feel that at all.
Okay.
Because in the IMAX plus adding on the 3D,
that's going to add another level to it.
That adds another level to it.
Yeah. Okay.
So I didn't feel that way at all with that regard.
Okay. That makes sense.
What I will say, because I've already published my review on Letterboxd, so Scott Mullen, that's Scott DC27 on Letterboxd, and
Hall of Film Junkie.
Yep. And then also you can find it on my X account. It's Scott DC27. The pace was like a streaming movie.
Definitely was.
But the cool thing about it, though, is that if you actually watched, the movie is in real time.
Oh yeah, it totally. That's what I appreciated, because there is a countdown, because you have to prove your innocence in 90 minutes, and it's 90 minutes.
I mean, the movie's an hour 40.
Yeah,
and
because you have to get a little introduction at first,
right?
And then there's a little bit at the end too.
By the way, I loved the in-universe explanation for like the cliche exposition montage that you get in these movies, but they found, in my opinion, a cute, clever way to incorporate it into the movie and not just be here's the expositional montage you need in a sci-fi movie. I like the way they did that. I like the way
and then, like, since we're like comparing it to Minority Report, I mean, Minority Report, obviously, it's just, I think it's one of my favorite Spielberg movies. But obviously, the approach with that wasn't just, I mean, with this one, it was like, introduce the technology and how it works right off the bat. With Minority Report, it was show a case, have it be very intense and down to the wire. And then once they, save the victims, all of a sudden, what does it do? It goes right into explaining the precogs and explaining all the tech and stuff like that, which that worked for that. I think I agree with you that introducing like what this technology is in 2029, which is like, wow, it's like not 3 years from now. It's like, geez.
But see, I like that it was a near future.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like
those are always
kind of thing.
Yeah. Those are always fun for me, because it's always like, it makes it creepier in a way when you sometimes get that sci-fi commentary. It's like, we're not too far off from this.
No, we're not. And then, of course, I was like, I would like to have my Rebecca Ferguson AI assistant, if I could have that, please.
I always love how you find that gif of her doing the
lip bite. The lip bite.
Yeah.
Oh God, damn. I know. It's just like, I mean, that woman is just so freaking beautiful. Just
Dr. Sleep is still for me like the like if you want to talk about, you know how every actress that you ever have a crush on, there's like that one film that you go, this is the holy grail of when you were.
I agree.
And for me, it's Dr. Sleep, because also she was pregnant at the time, so but it was like at the early, so she was filled out in a way, because she also wore all that.
Good.
Yeah, she looked really good. But going back to the movie, I also enjoyed because it's genres that I enjoy.
Yes.
Even if you take the sci-fi element out, it was cool where it was like the courtroom drama and the murder mystery, but at the same time.
Yeah.
Like it's happened, like, because of the way the sci-fi system works and the fact you've got a cop on trial.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting how, yes, it's a courtroom drama in a way, but it's a procedural, but it's not like one leads into the other. It's like they're happening simultaneously. And it's entertaining. And
no. And I love the fact
really fun to go see.
Because there's even like a I mean, it was like there was even like a Judge Dredd vibe too, where it's like they're like, oh yeah, it's like judge, jury, and executioner.
Yeah.
So it was like there was like a little vibe when it came to that, and I'm like going, it was cool because you literally, it's like, hey, now you got to prove, and once I started getting into things, and I really enjoyed. I mean, that middle part was so freaking.
The middle part is the best part of the movie.
It's totally when he starts like doing his cop stuff and he's trying to figure things out, and they're doing the calling thing, and it's like people can be like, oh, this is kind of gimmicky, and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, that part really, I mean, it really works. I mean, I started kind of piecing certain things together when I was like, oh, that's going to come back. Oh.
But
and then,
that's the point of a murder mystery is that if it's
that's the fun of it.
If it's written well enough,
yeah,
it should give you clues that you as the audience can start, you should be able to start piecing the puzzle together.
Yeah.
And
that's always fun. Totally fun.
So it's a good, but I will say, because if you see it in IMAX, it does take up the entire screen. Because of the VR AI elements of the courtroom scenes, the 3D did exactly. We talked about it on Fanimated in our little movie talk the little movie talk epilogue we always do. The 3D played out exactly the way I thought it was going to. Whenever the holographic stuff or the screens popped up, that was when. But the way the camera worked, because there is also sort of like a enemy of the state feel with like the surveillance state going on. And the use of different kinds of cameras and all the ways that could mean. And also what I liked about it is that because of the fast pace, it moved, but it never felt choppy. But the camera work and sometimes the editing, it kept a brisk pace. But once again, because you're dealing with an idea of he's got 90 minutes for this trial, and that's exactly how long the movie is.
Yeah,
and I had a good time with the movie.
No, I enjoyed it. It's like I said, it's entertaining. And I'm sure. Yeah, I probably would have enjoyed it more and probably in IMAX. Now that I think about it, but yeah. It's a very entertaining movie, but like I said, I called it Discount AI Minority Report because you could tell that there's inspirations from it. Even when it comes to like certain twists, I was like, okay. And I was like, okay, there's definitely some, but there's nothing wrong with that. Like I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. Minority Report is a fantastic,
it's an amazing movie. It's an amazing
movie. It's one of my favorite Spielberg movies. And so it's not like, that's not a dig on it, calling it Discount AI Minority Report. If anything, that's a compliment.
It's a compliment. It's like, hey, if you, because once again, it's science fiction. The same ideas have been used over and over again. It's just like, what do you do with them? I think this one, it's kind of funny. I expected more from the AI part.
Mm-hmm.
But but the movie ended up leaning more into the surveillance. It was more surveillance than it was AI, or you could say how AI could access everything that it needs in a perpetually online world.
Mm-hmm.
It was. So, which is different than the precogs and Minority Report, which the whole point about that was the predictive crime. The idea of we're going to judge you before you've actually done something.
Yeah, which is always like the moral thing of like, is this right or wrong kind of thing. Yeah, which is always an interesting thing. We got some other peeps coming in. We got Ronan. We got Taladia. What's happening, guys?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing amazing. Thank you for asking. Hi, Scott. You mentioning about Mercy makes me want to go and see it. Like,
yay! Well, like even my Letterboxd review, I gave it 3.5. But once again, 3.5 is never an insult for me. 3.5 is like, I had a good time. You know, it's not gonna shake your world or anything. But I do say, if you can see it in IMAX or some sort of larger premium screen, it is going to enhance your experience of watching the movie. So
yeah, I mean, I'll definitely try and go and see it in IMAX, because from what you're saying, it's like Minority Report, similar, like for like type of thing. I'll give it a chance and go check it out and do a review on it, like on Twitter or something.
Yay!
Yeah, go. Yeah,
my work here is done. Good night. This is.
I mean, as of right now, let's see. Well, probably I did like the Rip a little bit better, but I was like going.
I still need to watch. The Rip.
I'm trying
Dave and I discussed on Fanimated, my week has been a little.
It's been a little crazy.
Sweet.
I'm trying to think of, like, I've seen 4 movies now. What was it? Greenland, and what the hell was the other one I saw? I can't even remember. What's the first movie I saw? I can't even remember what the hell that was. I should look at my Letterboxd or my first reactions. Jesus Christ. What was? Oh yeah, Bone Temple. Duh.
Bone Temple.
That probably is the best one. Yeah. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, or at least when it comes to entertainment value, like in like that flows where it's like, yeah, I mean, Mercy is it's a good sci-fi flick. It's a good sci-fi
flick. Yes. I did. By the way, Dave, following up from our Fanimated discussion. I did. Now, whether I get to see it or not, I don't know, but I did pick up a ticket for The Testament of Ann Lee. So
that's the one with
Amanda Seyfried.
Yeah. That's cool. And what I can't wait for is next week is Send Help with the Sam Raimi one. And the reviews came out and people are raving about it. I'm like, yep, Sam Raimi, baby. You can't freaking go wrong with that guy. Especially that premise. And apparently, like, the guys who wrote the script, they've been trying to pitch this thing for so long.
For years.
Yeah, I saw that. They were like, they were posting from like a big billboard or something like that.
It's an AMC at the Burbank where I used to go when I go back home. Yeah.
I've been to that one.
I'm like, wait a minute, I've been there.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, that's cool, because they've been shopping that script around for a bit, and to have Sam Raimi finally, and they were like, come on, this is right up your alley. And I'm like, you want somebody like Sam Raimi to do something like that. I mean, Jesus Christ, that guy just has such a unique style. I love it too. Like, it was funny because even like in front of Mercy last night, they showed that trailer. My dad wants to see it, which I'm like, cool. So we're gonna go see it next week. I was like, this is next week, and he goes, oh yeah, this is Send Help, because he already saw the trailer. He's like, yeah, I want to see this. I'm like, cool. But it's funny because obviously they always do that thing where it's like from Sam Raimi, and then of course they have to say which movies. It's just kind of interesting that they don't say Spider-Man, even though that's like what he's maybe best known for. But then they do say Evil Dead, and maybe
but it's a horror movie, so they're going to lean on the horror and the thriller.
Yeah.
So,
but I always just kind of wonder, like, yeah, I was like, well, what if they did say, oh, the director of Spy? Well, and then of course he did 3 of them, so maybe that's another thing too. But I always wonder, like, because I always think that it's kind of ridiculous that they have to do that, but at the same time I get why they do that. But yeah, it says from the director of The Evil Dead, and I'm like going, do people know, like, that was like fucking 1979? I was like 1980, whatever the hell it was, which is my favorite horror movie of all time because I just love that.
But it's name recognition, which is what matters, because
they also say Drag Me to Hell, which is like his other like big time horror movie that
modern,
ending still freaks the crap.
Dude, that ending in Drag Me to Hell was like, what the fuck? Like, when you thought everything's okay. No, not in a Sam Raimi movie.
Not a Sam Raimi movie, no.
Sam Raimi does not like happy endings. He even did that with Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. I'm like, he totally fucking Evil Deaded that ending, which was great. It was like absolutely an Evil Dead type of ending. when it came to that. But we got some other people backstage.
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
Preparing for a winter ice storm of epic proportions.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I'm just getting cold rain. But you know what? The job is done. People came and bought their groceries.
Yeah.
My time card was insane this week.
Oh, I bet.
My paycheck next week is going to be
nice. I know. Yeah, you guys back east. I mean, we're getting like just like a little bit of like, hey, here's a little splash over here in California. We're getting like a tiny little bit of rain. It's not that cold. It's cooler than it has been, but yeah, we're not getting anything. But I saw like the map, and of course people are making fun of it because it looked like boobs that were like coming down. I don't know if you guys saw what I posted. I was like, is that
late
an actual
week
thing? Yeah, I was like, because it just like the thing. It was like, wow, that's just. And of course everybody's making a comment on it, so I did, because I'm weird like that. But it's like you got this Arctic. I don't know what they're calling it. It's just like an Arctic kind of blast. That's
apparently
just
it has
down.
a name. It's Winter Storm Fern.
Is that what it is? Okay.
We just like to name things because why not?
Why not? Yes.
Fern. That's crazy. But yeah, it's just kind of just. I mean, man, I like I said, we know Travis who's in Canada, but he's on the west side, like so he doesn't fully get. I mean, he gets cold, but not. There's that center part right there, and a buddy of mine, his wife is from Canada. When they were, first got together, they met in Vegas, and then it was like a thing where like he went to Canada or she came here for like 2 or 3 years, and he was like, the first time he said he went to Canada during winter, he was like, it's ridiculous how fucking cold it gets up there. I mean, they tell people don't run, or your lungs might freeze because you're breathing so much, and you can get some water in your lungs and it could freeze because it's so goddamn cold. And I'm like, no, I'm a California kid. I can't. I mean, we're pussies over here, man. I mean, it drops down to 60 degrees and all of a sudden people start breaking out in their freaking hoodies and they're bundling up. Of course, you always get those, the dudes that are still wearing shorts and flip-flops when it's like 40 degrees and raining. They're just like, what? Whatever.
Those are called middle schoolers. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, I don't do good with the cold. So yeah, power
I prefer
to
the cold. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
prefer the cold. Yeah.
I hate the cold. We just had snow like 2 weeks ago, and it was like mad. And then I was like, no, I'm not going out in the snow because it was really deep as well. Deep snow we had.
Deep snow. Yeah.
My whole family prefers the heat, and I'm the only one like that prefers the cold. And I'm like, great.
You're in California, right, Ronnie?
I was born in it, but right now I'm in Arizona. So
that's right, you're in Arizona. That's right. Oh wow, you prefer the cold, and you're in Arizona.
But here's the thing: when it's hot, and then when it gets cold, it's fucking cold. Like
that's true because you're in that desert, freaking.
Yeah. I was supposed to go to Texas today, dude, and like my family was like, "Dude, don't even bother. We're gonna lose the light here, and more sure enough, you're gonna probably like your flight's gonna be canceled. Like, just stay there. Like, just
Texas doesn't do what. Texas is so big, their grid just can't handle that shit.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah, like the last time they had the crazy winter, like the grid just could not freaking handle all that stuff. So it's like, yeah, don't even bother. But yeah, you're in that. Yeah, Arizona is like full on, pretty much desert, where it's like it gets hotter than it does get here, and then it gets colder than it does here too. So like the desert air, just like those cold nights drop down, but then you get that fucking heat. Speaking of desert, we got somebody from Nevada.
Currently in Nevada. Try the Middle East desert. That you want to see some cold, some bone chilling cold. The Arabian Peninsula. This time it gets super cold, and the ice on the sand. It sucks. Try driving through that. But yeah, Vegas here. It was 40 something degrees. It rained a little bit somewhere in Vegas, but not here, which I'm grateful for.
Well, William, as they say, whatever happened in Vegas stays in Vegas, right?
There you go. Keep it over there.
Try when the barrels start coming to the top when there's no water.
It's supposed to rain overnight here. It's supposed to start raining at midnight here.
Same
just
here,
a little bit. Not like anything too bad, but how's it going besides that, William? Everything good?
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah. Nothing too wild this week. I mean,
no crazy trailers that were.
Listen, I loathe that character with all my heart.
Okay, we'll get into it. We'll get into it. All right.
William, just out of curiosity, because I was gonna go to the shop today, and there was this big like hoopla of like X-Men Apocalypse, and like there's this cover with Rogue and Magneto, and I was like, okay.
You're talking about the ratio one or the one that was actually available for humans? There's one I never had a chance at. So if you're talking about that one, I've heard about that one. The only alternate I got for that series, actually no, that was for the Rogue series, was the Sentinel head. But everything else, when it comes to ratios, you got to order a specific amount. And with Marvel, I hate to say it, I don't like ordering a lot of Marvel to get a ratios because those books for me don't move as fast as like DC's moving right now. For like an absolute ratio, for an absolute ratio, I have no problem ordering what I need for that because I know I'm going to move the books. But Marvel for me right now is not on stable footing as far as papers and staples goes. So when it goes to the ratio, I'll get them second market if I really need them.
I was only going to get it because the cover looked cool. I'm like, all right, that's an interesting one. And then I heard the price. I was like,
I think I know which one you're talking about. And every time I see things with inflation, like somebody's selling, Batman, Absolute Batman #1 for $174. And I'm not going to criticize how people do their business, but a lot of new collectors are coming in because of the Absolute line. And I would rather see them get for that money, get everything, get everything and come back. I mean, 180. If you're an average Joe, I might not see you for another 6 months.
Yeah,
you just put your power money and your alimony money on that. That
alimony money.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that goes into that. But yeah, that was a ratio. I know which one you're talking about. I had no chance at it. So.
Yeah, I was like, man, it'd be nice. I'm like, what? I'll just download the GPG. It's fine. I don't have to pay no $25 for that.
I mean, if
I had money, I'd get it.
You can still read the book. I mean, but it's just with those alternate covers.
Specific one.
Yeah, especially version covers and then third printing. Now there's an 8th printing of Batman, Absolute Batman that's going up, and it's an 8th printing, not the first printing.
Crazy.
It's going up. I saw people charging $20-$30 for it. Because it was a variant cover that's what they're doing. They're adding variant covers to the second printings so that the entire line doesn't lose its value. So if you missed out on the $200 comic, now you can get a $30 comic. So I'm okay with that. I'm just like, I mean, the gouging is just getting crazy.
And then you get those dumb blind bags, that gimmick. Get it, but yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna do ultimate. I think one of the ultimate in game. I think the last issue is gonna be a blind variant, which is bittersweet because they're ending the ultimate line, which is like stealing from me. That's literally nobody has a good answer for why they're doing that. Even Hickman doesn't even have a
Marvel be dumb.
Of course.
Can they count? Listen. Stupid people can count. Some of the dumbest people I know.
Not, though.
If I give the dumbest person I know the wrong change back, trust me, that person's a scholar in 2 seconds.
Well, not at Marvel.
I can't believe what they're doing. I'm waiting for the email that says we're leading into this or something is segueing into this and we're not really doing this. But I haven't seen anything that I want to be made a fool and say you missed that. You missed that email. You missed that salute. And I'm like, okay, I missed it because the ultimate line is doing really well. It's
keep it going.
They're all doing well, and they're going to end at 24. So there you go.
You know how it is. That's just the way they are. And we got another person joining in right now.
Ben.
What's up? Oh, shit. No. There you are, Ben.
Oh, he's out there.
Well, he's old.
You know what's
a little bit longer to come into the studio.
Yeah, yes. Well, he's got the quickest little drop. With everybody else is it's got at least 3 second. Yours is so freaking quick. I'm like, click. So anyway. What's up, man?
What's going on, guys?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. Listening to everybody prepping for the storm. Whoever's in the East Coast.
Oh yeah. How are you? Are you getting some?
I'm getting the worst of it.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. I'm getting 19 inches. Pause.
Oh, well, I did say
of snow or ice? Which one or both?
It's snow.
Snow. I wish I was getting snow.
No, it's no. It's no.
I'm just getting
no, Ben, your wife is
rain,
getting-
so it doesn't really
I'm
matter.
when I heard Scott saying that he's just getting rain, I'm like, fuck. I should move south.
Hey, the weather's nice depending on what hour of the day. So as we always like to say, don't like the weather, wait an hour.
Yeah, but I take rain or bad freaking rain or heat over snow. It's just because the snow is just like lingers. Like it snowed like 2 weeks ago, and still like my backyard and my garage is full of snow.
Oh, that is so funny because I'm lucky if the snow makes it to the afternoon.
Yeah, in certain
Most
spots.
you rub it in, bro.
You know what's crazy is like when it comes to rain, rain. As soon as it stops raining, it's nice. It's like, oh, the sun's out, and then obviously it evaporates. Everything's good. Yeah, snow. Even though like if you're out in the rain, it sucks, and especially when you're out in like icy rain or slush, it sucks. But when you're out in regular snow, it's fun. It's not even. There's even like a nice little like sound to it, where it's just.
Yeah.
But then it lingers on, and then it's so fucking cold, and I could understand what you're saying, Ben, is like, yeah, it just kind of just sticks around. It's cold, and then it's like it's still there. It's fun when you're out in it, but then when it just stays around, it's just like can just go away.
Can this thing melt away?
Yeah. And then of course when like people have their like they have to like scrape the snow off their cars or shovel their driveways and shit like that. You don't have to deal with that when it comes to rain. But rain sucks to be in. Snow is fun to be in, but yet snow is a pain in the ass because it can cause all kinds of problems. It could build up on power lines and knock down power lines.
I've got ice, and that's the worst thing right now. Like,
ice.
That's the worst.
We've got
That's
like
far
between.
worse.
Wait, are you in Minneapolis? I'm sorry.
We've got like
Wow,
a quarter of an
dude,
inch
that was
to
dark, man.
half an inch.
Lord.
I mean, it's got like -9, I think, right now. Could be wrong, but like
we're gonna be like
some
6
people out
degrees
there.
on Tuesday. Oof.
I saw a video today of like somebody posted I think it was in Minnesota where like its teacher posted like it was like -30 and
Minnesota gets like that.
Yeah, because it's right next to Canada.
Yep.
She posted like the pasta trick where like they had a bowl of pasta. It almost looked like it was AI. It probably was, but it was just like the pasta bowl was frozen with like the fork was like up and like the noodles were holding it up because they were frozen in place. She put a bowl right there and it just froze in place. It was crazy looking. I don't know if it was real. Again, we question everything nowadays, but I think it was real.
You can fry an egg out here in Vegas, so it's kind of the opposite thing.
Oh,
well, yeah,
good for you.
During and even in Arizona,
114, we throw it out there.
Yeah. You can fry, no, but I saw that video. I was like, geez, it was like -30 degrees. I was like, good God.
Yeah, I mean,
and then you know what's funny? Stephen Colbert, he posted something that I was like, oh, that's so true. He goes, once it reaches below 10 degrees, it just feels the same. Like you can't. There's no way of determining.
Cold.
It's just ridiculously cold, and you shouldn't be outside. Like, once it reaches like a certain amount, it's like, who cares what the temperature is?
It feels colder. Yeah, you're right. He's right.
Yeah.
Kudos to the Minneapolis people right now because they're like they're pushing through with what's happening over there, and I'm like, when that cold, I'm like, don't F with them, man.
Don't they have a curfew there that you're not supposed to be out anytime after?
No, not yet. They haven't declared martial law. Once they declare martial law, then it's a curfew. It's 8 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
But they haven't gotten to that point yet.
Well, I just want to stop giving like images and just like, holy shit, blocks.
Well, like I said,
they're accustomed to it. I couldn't do it out there. I'd be like, oh, we can't protest.
Troopers, man.
No, I
like the cold, by the way.
Huh?
I like the cold, by the way.
See, I'm not the only one.
Yeah.
Well, of course. I mean, there's people.
I don't like 6 degrees cold though, Ben.
No.
Yeah.
Like to me, the perfect cold is like 40 degrees.
Ben, you'd be happy to know that it's 38 right now. So I'm just telling you, there's a house right behind me that's for sale. I mean, I'm just saying, it's right there.
He's putting a chicken on there, Ben. Come on down.
In this market, that's a swindle, man. Like,
I'm sure it's probably pretty.
Those interest rates, so that'll kill you.
Yeah. It's currently 57 degrees. We're on.
Hey,
that right
all I'm saying is that as of this month, my big grown-up achievement right now is I have finally crested the hill on my mortgage payment.
Oh, nice.
High five.
This month's
That
payment,
is
it was like a buck something, but all I know is that it's downhill from here because this month is the first time that on my mortgage payment, more of the payment went to the principal than it did to the interest.
Do you do the
welcome
yearly
to
extra
adult talk
one?
on
Do you do one extra
Junkie
pay
Live.
every year?
And
On the
Vodka
podcast.
Well, not. You've got to remember, Ben, that when I left teaching,
you went through.
I've gone through some financial stuff that thankfully, if everyone hasn't heard, because I haven't actually none of you have heard except for Dave.
Yeah.
I'm getting promoted.
Congratulations.
Awesome. Congrats, buddy.
So I've been working on this for 2 years. This promotion has been 2 years in the works, and so
you deserve it, Scott.
Yeah.
Congrats.
You work in grocery, right?
Yes, I do.
So like a store manager.
Nice.
Assistant department manager.
Nice.
So I'm this is literally a manager job that qualifies me for bonuses and stuff. No, still hourly.
Oh, okay.
But 45 hours, but 45 hours a week standard. So it's just, let's put it this way. This job this position on average I've been with this company for just under 3 years. I'm already I can potentially be at or above what it took me 13 years as a teacher with a master's degree to get
Jesus Christ.
Isn't that
Wow.
crazy? Isn't
That
crazy?
is insane.
That's crazy.
You know, maybe that's a conversation for another day. But but I had a discussion with my son about going because he wants to go to college. He wants to get his RN license because he sees his mom is making like a lot of money. And I just got an associate's and I make as much as his mom's. and like I didn't want to steer him wrong. Like, don't go to college, nigga. Go do this.
No, that's okay. You're talking about a guy who was a teacher for 13 years.
See that?
And I'm telling you that's not steering them wrong because I've had managers who just graduated all they have is a high school diploma, but they're making six figures.
See that's
it's not like it was back then where you needed like these diplomas to get you in the room for this stuff. It's like everything's flipped now.
Or is that just the bill of goods that we were sold? Because I'm telling you, my generation, so those of us who were born in the early 80s, we're having a discussion amongst ourselves about what our parents' generation thought we needed and the advice that we were given. And now
that's why I'm afraid to tell him the wrong thing.
Yeah,
I get it. But we were told the idea was go to college, get the degree. And it's like that.
It's not the same anymore.
It's not that.
No,
I would tell my students where it's just like you don't have to go to college necessarily, or like a 4-year. You go to a 2-year. It's like, what do you want to do? Like, what is exactly do you want to?
Then when they say they want to be an influencer, you go, fuck.
No.
I was to be like, I can't help you then.
Yeah,
and also like I tell people now,
sorry, I can't help you.
I tell people now with college, specifically university, like
your competition, go away.
Be careful how much you're dropping because the main thing I would take away, and I got a little bit out of a community college, which like you go to college to like get new experiences and like learn new stuff that you did in high school. High school, you're in a bubble. College is supposed to like put you out and be like, oh, go travel, learn about this, learn about that. Yeah. That's the main thing. Besides just getting a certificate, being like, you want to be a lawyer for the next 30 years? Here you go. And off you go.
But even with college, like I would say, people like you just need that degree. If you're going to college, like nobody cares about your grades until after that first job. Nobody cares. You graduated. That's it. Nobody cares.
And me personally, and I know a lot of friends of mine too. Their success has been because of a referral.
Yes.
Most
who you know.
And like most of the best jobs that I got and even the one that I have now that I've been there for almost 15 years, it was because a friend of mine brought me in. Hey,
Same with my field, Ben.
See, it's not too separate from what I went to school for, but it's completely different. And I'm like, why did I even choose that?
I know, like
if
my
I was gonna end up
nephew.
here.
Yeah, my nephew who got, he graduated with like a mechanical engineering degree, which is great. It's great. But I was like, I was like, but also build up your resume. I told him, I was like, build up your resume because I didn't go to college and I'm in the telecom engineering space without that. And I got, just because I work well with others and I've always like opened myself to learn and I jumped around. So my resume is like big. So like the job I have now, like that was basically what did it. And then I knew exactly, like the guy who interviewed me when he was like, give me the elevator pitch. I was like, well, and I just totally just laid it out. I knew it was coming. I knew the whole, oh yeah, give me the elevator pitch. I'm like, I got you. Totally. And it was like, they offered me the job an hour later.
But you know what? And there's so much about careers that it really just boils down to, are you willing to bust your ass?
That's what it is.
That's pretty much it.
And
everybody that hires, they look at you and they say, can this guy fit in with a group that I have back here?
Yeah.
Pretty much it. And then everything else they can just teach you, and then you can just tag along and you grow.
And don't be one of those people that go, I'm not paid to do this. It's not what I'm paid to do. No, don't be that. Learn as much as you can, even if that's not your job, because that could benefit you somewhere later. I did that so many times where they were like, hey, would you want to learn this? I'm like, yeah, show me, teach me.
What was interesting, I was listening to podcast, I can't remember which one, it's one of the news ones that drops in my feed every morning, but there is a lawsuit being initiated against I can't remember which company it is, but like usually when you're trying to apply for a job just to get into it, like it's being screened out of your eye. Well, now there's a class action lawsuit because they're starting to pick up saying, well, wait a minute, I'm being screened out after 5 minutes. Like, I want to know why. I want to understand, like, why am I getting screened out for this if I've done this, that, and the other? So it's getting interesting because they're using AI and just people are trying to beat it. Because I mean, how many times have I seen like beat the AI by like doing this, and this just to get in the door? If he's like, it's getting crazy out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, that's the thing is like, and somebody brought that up in the chat. It's like AI is always like one of those things. I'm like, well, I mean, and then I would say like, especially if you got young people, especially, hey, what should I do? It's like get into a trade. Get into a trade. God, get into plumbing. Get into electrician. Get into that
welding.
Welding. Yes.
Oh yeah,
you can make six figures if you bust your ass. You can make 6 figures pretty quick.
Micro dirty jobs. If you want to understand how you can make,
listen to that guy.
Listen to that guy.
I listen to his podcast. I'm like, fuck, man.
He told me about community college. Like the first time I was like, wait, what? And like he's always advocating for like community college. I was like,
oh yeah,
wait.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with community college. It has some great untapped potential. My father-in-law was a welder for most of his career in Cargill. He warned them like about 2 years prior to his retirement saying, hey, you might want to start training someone. Did they? No. Well, he retired and they're like, oh shoot, we didn't do anything. We hired this new guy. And they said, well, I'll hire you back on under contract, and in making double what he was doing. He did it for a month and then quit. He said, no, I'm done. I even the amount of money he was making, like it was just like, no. And it's just they don't want to do it, and they don't want to make that hard work to do it.
I mean, AI is scary, even like we're like in my profession, I'm kind of wondering like how it's going to affect. It hasn't had an effect yet. But when it comes to trades, the robots, even though Elon Musk is like, oh yeah, everybody's going to have a robot. There's going to be more robots than humans. And I'm like, shut the fuck up.
That's.
But I'm like, it's still very, very far along. Let's face it, it's still very far along. So when you have
all those AI alarms, they're all full of shit.
Yeah,
it's a looming thing, but like it, and again, I at this point I don't trust us to be able to manage it and whatnot. Like again, if we're having so much issue with fucking social media, imagine when it's applied fully in other important fields.
That's why
day-to-day stuff.
Guys, go watch Mercy. Like,
this is like a great advertisement for the movie we just talked about. Oh, and Ben, by the way, to answer your question, luckily the year before my life decided to turn to shit, I did, over the course of the year, I incrementally did end up paying a full mortgage payment, but completely on the principal. So I know that on average that trims about. I know I'm a 30-year fixed, but that on average trims about 7 years off the mortgage, which is fine.
It does.
Because I'm on year 11, and but I'm of a 30-year, but I'm already at that point where I'm paying more principal than interest.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I'm looking forward to doing what God, I'm forgetting, I'm blanking the name. Who is that guy who was always about, don't do credit, always do cash? And
the bald guy, the older guy,
David Ramsey. Yeah, David Ramsey.
I almost said Ramsfield, but
But it was really funny is that I'm gonna probably do what he suggested, which is the day that I pay my mortgage off, I will walk out into my yard barefoot and just crinkle my toes in my yard, because that is the day when that is truly
your yard,
my yard.
Is it though?
Yeah,
if you miss your taxes,
it's partially.
Well,
the bank at least can't take it.
Well, the bank cannot take it, but the government can.
That's the government can come in and do that weird shit that they do. But anyways, this has been that portion of the Vox stream where we're talking about adulting.
Old people shit.
Welcome to the adult portion. Now to get into the nerdy and geek stuff.
Don't you I will say, to justify though, don't you wish somebody had just sat you down and actually talk to you about this?
Yes.
I remember taking government and economics in high school, and I was like, they did. There's some things that you learn certain things, but there needs to be like an overhaul when it comes to, just the way things are, and it just doesn't seem like it's like
it got so bad in where I'm at in North Carolina that they changed the whole structure of being a former social studies teacher, where one of the required classes now for seniors is personal finance.
Good.
And it used to be a CTE course that it was just an elective. Well, they took it, reframed it, and it's, is it going to tell you everything? No, but at least it puts them into a place in the, like, something that could get a senior's understanding, saying, hey, this is something that's going to be applicable to when you get out, no matter what you do.
Yep.
The basics.
Yeah. Learn how to live within your means. Learn how to hey, I know, right? I mean, it can be hard, but at the same time, it's like, that needs to be taught where it's, where you don't, I mean, it's so weird because, back in our day when we were obviously, you can go to Carl's Jr. or McDonald's and get something cheap on the cheap, but now it's not even like that anymore. Now it's like go make something at home, and then people are like, oh, I can't eat healthy because it's too expensive. It's like, no, there's actually ways to find healthy stuff where you could just and I appreciate some of the things that are coming out from the health department where they're kind of going hey, this is actually that, and it's like, and I'm going, I mean, it doesn't really, it doesn't take my, I mean, there's so many times where I'm like, gee, or I'll add it up. I'm like, I literally spent $12 on all the food I ate today. And, and I ate as whole foods as possible. It was healthy shit and stuff like that. I'm like, they make it seem like it's so hard to do. It's like, no, it's all about budgeting. It's all about, figuring that out. And just, I don't even get fast food anymore. If I Saturday mornings after one of these streams, especially if it goes 6 hours, I'm jonesing for a breakfast burrito. Yeah. That's really the only time that I go out and get something. There's an awesome Mexican restaurant. I get a chorizo and egg and cheese fucking breakfast burrito, and it's just, but it's $12. It's $12. It's it used to be $8, for a breakfast burrito somewhere. Now it's $12, and I'm like, shit. Now I'm like, fuck. All right. Now I kind of I don't try to do that as much, but I'll try to just make my own. But if I'm a little hungover, I'm like, nah, I'm just going through the drive-through. but it's gotten crazy. Anyways, enough of the adulting stuff. Let's start talking about some of the things that happened this week. Let's first, let's go in order here. Let's talk about this Masters of the Universe trailer.
I saw the trailer on the IMAX screen.
So,
in front
you
of
saw it
Mercy.
on IMAX? Yeah, I saw it before my screen. I knew it was because it's MGM.
It's an Amazon MGM movie. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I figured I was gonna see it. But yeah, I mean, it was like finally we're gonna be, you know, and it makes sense that they were like, I was like, oh yeah, they're releasing it with Mercy. That totally makes sense. But like I said, this was one of those, you know, there was rumors of the story. We saw all the behind the scenes, you know, Nicholas Glitzen. He posted a couple of things. We saw like a little teaser poster, which looked really cool. But then it was like, all right, when are we going to finally see, you know, things with this? And then we got the teaser of the trailer. And then, of course, we got the full-on trailer. And then, like I said, I wasn't like a huge He-Man fan. My brother was a big-time He-Man fan. I was Ghostbusters. He was He-Man. So he had the castle, you know, the Grayskull castle that opened up. He had all the figurines. I had all the Ghostbusters stuff. I had the firehouse and everything. So it was like, but, you know, we would, you know, obviously when we were kids, we would like, you know, when we would like, you know, play together, it would be like, you know, we do crossovers and shit like that. But so it was kind of interesting to get his perspective on it. I mean, I was like, oh, did you see? Oh, it's coming out. And then when we were going to the movies, it was like, did you watch it? He goes, yeah. And he said, yeah, it gave him goosebumps. So I was like, oh, that's good. Gave him goosebumps. But yeah, I had my mixed reactions to it because I was like, all right, the Earth stuff. I'm like, oh, that's kind of checks out to some of the rumors that were coming out. I'm like, all right, is it going to be that whole thing? Maybe not as entirely that. And I was kind of like, even like when he like, you see that shot in the trailer where he found his sword and then he finds it and he tries to pull it off. And then it's like, sure, you can't do that. And it was just like, that's a little cheesy. But the trailer got better as it went along, in my opinion. Like when they started talking, what's the planet? Eternia,
yeah.
When they started showing that stuff, and then they showed him, of course, they had to show him do the "I have the power," and that's a cool shot. And then, of course, Skeletor.
I was waiting for him to say it the whole trailer. Like, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I was
also no way that they were not going to include him saying that. Yeah.
My only question was going to be, were they going to include by the power, you know?
Yeah.
By the power
of Grayskull.
Power. Yeah.
My mom still can quote that, by the way, because I was a big... Between that and Thundercats, like that, those two.
Thundercats, were they? Because I was talking about that on my live stream. Thundercats, were they made by Mattel as well?
Yes, they were.
Mm-hmm.
So we could have a shared universe.
They could.
I mean, did you gather the whole idea of like not in a bad way, but they took the blueprint of what Barbie did and kind of put it as this one? It just it had some kind of not in a bad way. It's just like, okay, you took what Barbie did and kind of put it into this idea. Let's go with this.
You know what?
I didn't actually.
Maybe a little bit. Now that I think about it,
no, I didn't. It didn't occur to me when I saw the trailer.
Yeah,
I am curious about it though, because I was a He-Man fan, but also when you think about when He-Man came out, I was so young. I only have vague impressions of He-Man. It's not like I wasn't old enough for me to like remember specific episodes or any of that kind of stuff. I remember watching the cartoon. I remember having the toys. The one thing I remember, and I've talked about this before, which was the Christmas special where two kids from Earth teach Skeletor the meaning of Christmas. You know,
didn't we talk about that on DC Fanimated?
We did. We did talk about that. We did. Talk
I think I made a clip out of that because what was it? What were we comparing?
I don't even remember what brought it.
It was some kind of Christmas thing that we. Yeah, because you said it reminded that, and I thought that would have been I made that a short because I thought that was kind of funny. I'll have to go back and try to find that.
Yeah, you did. You made a short.
Yeah, I made a short out of that.
Found the clip I was talking about.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
A few kids they like did that. That's funny. Yeah,
but see, that's the one part of He-Man I really remember. I never saw the Dolph Lundgren movie. I still haven't.
I saw them movie theaters.
I still haven't seen that, but
watch it, please watch it.
I do. I want to. I really
Came out in '87, right?
Yeah, Courtney Cox, a young Courtney Cox.
Frank Langella as Skeletor.
Dolph Lundgren is
He-Man.
Yeah,
it's me and my brother used to watch that movie all. I mean, like I said, I wasn't. I used to watch the cartoon a little bit. He was more into it. But when the movie came out, because I just loved movies. I actually really enjoyed the movie, and of course it had what's his name, Mr. Strickland. He was in it. It was like, of course, they had to put him in it as well. But I mean, it's like it's ridiculous. It's so 80s, but it works to a point. I actually saw a YouTube video. It was kind of like a documentary.
I saw that too.
Yeah, you saw that too?
Yeah, it's supposed to be darker.
They talk about all kinds of things when it comes to that. And the budget, it went over budget. And the dude who played Skeletor, I forgot his name.
Frank Langella.
Yeah, Frank Langella. Like, he took that role so seriously.
Yeah.
Where, like, he was just, and you could tell, you watch that, his performance is like, it's Broadway type. He's over the top and just, he was all about it. Like, he took it so seriously, and and good on him. I mean, sadly, it was and ended up people were just like, look at this 80s trash.
Christopher Lee said this. He said, Christopher Lee once said, in your career, you will have to do terrible movies. The trick is not to be terrible in them.
That's true. That's good.
How many movies can we point to that say like the story was bad, but like, man, this person really did well with it?
I think somebody like Stanley Tucci takes it like that. I always go,
like when he did those string of movies where he openly admitted he took them for the paycheck to help pay for his mom and stuff and pay off some bad debts. It's like the point was, you do bad movies, but at least be good in them.
Everyone's got a mortgage to pay.
Everyone's gonna
exactly. And I appreciate that too. Like when an actor is phoning, when an actor is phoning it in, I hate that. Like when an actor is phoning it in, I just hate that. When you watch like a bad movie, but you see like that one performance, you're like, you know what? Look at that performance right there. That actually made me enjoy this movie a little bit more. This movie would be dog shit if it wasn't for that performance.
The cool thing about He-Man and Masters of the Universe, and I felt like this trailer did a really good job for today's audience, kind of reminding them, is how it really is this interesting fantasy sci-fi blend. Like I think when we think back as kids, we think mostly about the fantasy elements. But then we kind of sometimes can forget that, like, no, it's this whole science fiction thing going on there's magic and there's technology, which I think is an interesting genre blend that, I personally enjoy. I mean, it's what Star Wars is. It's fantasy sci-fi. That is a distinct genre where it's not one and it's not the other.
Yeah.
So
you're heavy metal, even like what Zach was trying to do with Rebel Moon. It's like combine those things right there. And I mean, like it's kind of funny because I actually really appreciated the teaser to the trailer because they were really leaning on the retro,
80s.
the nostalgia,
the 80s stuff.
The 80s stuff where it's like you're popping in like the game or you're popping, this cereal. This cereal was considered a healthy breakfast, which I've always made fun of that. Where I'm like, how the fuck did we grow up on eating that bullshit in the morning? Like our parents are like, just have some cereal, and we loved it. And we read the back of the box as we were fucking. That was our phone, back in the day. We're just looking at, they put a maze on the back of the box, or we're reading something, and we just every day we're just like, I'm just gonna read this again as I'm But I mean, it was so just like, we're literally eating, sugary fucking shapes of bullshit. It's like, it's so crazy like that was but I love that and that's what I appreciated about. I almost appreciated the teaser more than the trailer, because I was like, when I said it on my stream, it was on Wednesday, I was like, I actually appreciate that they're really selling this thing by the nostalgia. And I'm like, you have to do that. and seeing the reaction on Twitter, especially when I was like posting it and like some of the stuff took off and I was just seeing it in my mentions. I'm like, there are people that grew up with it. They're like, I saw both reactions, but I saw mainly a positive majority. You know?
What I can say is that from what I saw from the trailer, I'll go see the movie.
Of course,
like I'm gonna have a fun. It looks like I'm gonna have a fun time. I mean, the one He-Man thing I still haven't finished was I watched because you know how Netflix likes to do like here's volume 1, here's volume 2. I never finished after I watched volume 1 of the first season of Kevin Smith's He-Man cartoon.
Revelation. Yeah.
That I made it to that mid-season finale and I was enjoying it. But once again, life just happens and you know the delays in between volumes, you know, it's amazing how you can like anticipate that first. It's one of the Netflix release structure things that I sometimes it trips me up is like, if you're not going to give me the whole season, you give me half. It's really easy for me for life to get away from me and for me to miss that second drop.
And that first one was getting
it's definitely worth it when you get to it. It was good. I enjoyed it.
Like I said, I enjoyed the first. I enjoyed the first half, but once again, it's because it doesn't require you to have a lot of like you can be passingly familiar with He-Man, and it still works, which I think is one of the things that Kevin Smith can be really good at. Is like he knows enough that he can give you just enough, even if you don't know anything, that you can still watch it and be entertained.
Yeah. No, it's true. Like, and
or have some immediate hate for it and just be a normal like. You know,
that was wild. That was
wild. Of course it got As
I was like, do you want to watch the show, the whole show before you start? No, you're not. Okay, well, go rage away.
It's called the internet, Chris. I think
stupid me. What am I thinking?
But you know what would be interesting? For the movie side of things is if they spin off the He-Man film into She-Ra.
That cartoon also did well. I think people like that one as well.
That'd be really cool. I always forget that She-Ra is always like, you know, like a part of it, because it was funny because when the trailer came out, you know, one of my friends, she's like a big Jared Leto fan. And I sent her a picture. I know, right? No, she likes the band. She likes 30 Seconds to Mars.
I mean, why again?
Yeah, I know, right?
Ben, a lot of whys. Don't be a troll.
I know, don't be that. But I was like, so I sent her like the shot of Skeletor, and she was like, "Whoa, what the hell is that?" I'm like, "That's your boy. That's Leto." She's like, "Oh," and then she even said like, "Oh yeah, I didn't watch He-Man, but when I was growing up, I watched She-Ra." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." You know, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is successful. They would not. I think if this is successful, we're gonna see Thundercats. We're gonna see She-Ra. Yeah, we're gonna see that.
It's kind of like how on Cartoon Network they did that reboot Thundercats cartoon that only lasted one season. It was cut short. It was so good.
It was.
I think Notu did the same thing. There was like an early 2000s He-Man animated series that like people were.
Jay Oliva was part of that. Jay Oliva was.
Yeah, he was. Yes.
And the comic that was put up by DC wasn't bad at all. It was. They definitely captured, and it was a continuation of where the show left off. So it kind of wasn't like you didn't had to watch the show, but if you did, like it honored what it was.
It's a good follow up to it.
Yeah.
I'm Travis Knight is the thing that's selling me the most. Like that dude, I have faith between Kubo and Two Strings and then Bumblebee. I'm like, dude,
he's good.
I personally like him. I'm in. I'll give it a try.
He's solid. Yep.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. And, you know, but then of course,
what was the first movie? Because I caught Bumblebee, but I missed what the first movie.
Kubo and the Two Strings.
That's the second one.
Oh, okay.
He made that after Bumblebee.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
Because I knew him before. Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Well, what else did he do? Didn't he do something else?
Wasn't the Kubo and the Two Strings nominated also for an Oscar?
Yes.
Yes,
that's an animated. That's an animated movie, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Kubo was 2016 and Bumblebee was 2018.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. What else has he done? Has he done anything since?
Movies.
Let me see.
I want to say that he's done more because I knew there was, and it's kind of funny too with the news about Christina Hodson and then, doing the Batman script. And then people were like, well, Bumblebee. And it's like, oh, and then in the same week, we're talking about He-Man and people are like, there's a discourse out there. And then it's like, well, it's the same director of Bumblebee. It's like, whoa, it's like everything.
And we talked about this on Fanimated. I really enjoyed Bumblebee.
Yeah.
So, pass me with your Bumblebee hate. I mean, and my kids, and that's one that Bumblebee was also one that I could, even when my boys were younger, like it got them listening to 80s music because I would play the soundtrack in the car and, I will still appreciate the fact that when Bumblebee bumps the door on Haley Steinfeld to get her to talk to the boy and he starts playing You've Got the Touch, I was like,
there it is. We need to hear at least once.
That song should only be in a Transformers movie, by the way. It should never be played anywhere else but a Transformers movie.
Yeah.
That other place it was played is outright criminal. But,
So Travis Knight is the CEO of Leica. And he worked on some of the earlier stuff, but those have been the only 2 movies he's directed. It's Kubo and Bumblebee, which I'm like 2 for 2. That's not bad.
2 for 2. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
it's gonna be 3 for 3.
You gotta. I mean, it wasn't easy to. I mean, obviously coming off the Michael Bay stuff, where it was like, all right, we're kind of getting tired of this shit, man. And then they decided, all right, well, let's try to do something different. Bumblebee was big time successful, and then that animated movie, what was it called again?
Transformers something.
Transformers 1.
No. I'm talking about Travis Knight.
Kubo and the Two Strings. Yeah,
that got nominated, right?
Oh, yeah.
I remember hearing about it. So it seems like he's picking his projects carefully. So. I mean, even though like I was like, oh, yeah, the sword gag was like, okay, and the Earth stuff, okay. I mean, obviously when it came to the gag about he, him, relax everybody, it's a gag.
I just the funny thing, I hadn't even seen the trailer. I just saw the screenshot and I got the joke.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like I didn't even see the trailer. I literally did not see the trailer until tonight when I didn't watch it online. I don't like to watch the trailers online. I know that they're releasing it online. Probably some movie I'm about to see is going to, play it on the big screen. But yeah, I saw the screenshot and I went, okay.
I see what you did there.
I see And I talked to Dave and I DM'd Dave and I was like, I got the joke.
Yeah, I know, because I was like, because I was, my tweets about it were like, and I was seeing people going, oh yeah, they did the pronoun thing, and I'm like,
his name is He-Man.
Yeah, I'm like it's a joke on the fact that he's He-Man, which is literally 2 pronouns.
Derivative.
It's like, dude, it's like I get it. I mean, it's like you're pushing back on the woke stuff, but it's like you're still
being on Earth is not like
fulfilling.
It's not as great as being back in Eternia.
Somebody actually brought this up in my mentions. It's like Mr. Incredible being in the fucking cubicle
of the insurance company. Yes.
It's like that. It's like, so you're emphasizing that and because I don't know if there's any corporations out there that were literally putting the pronouns on their fucking plate on there. Usually it's always just
there were.
Oh, there were. Okay.
There
okay.
were.
But at the same time, I'm just like, I didn't see it when I was, but at the same time, I'm like, all right, so you introduced that, but at the same time, it's showing that he's miserable where he is and he knows he's meant for something grander.
However, you knock the sword gag a little bit, but I can also see it being a little bit of a Excalibur kind of like it's kind of
in the sword.
It's kind of a sword in the stone kind of deal.
Yeah, I can see that. I just it was like I could tell it was like very it was like
it was yes it was gaggy. It was gaggy. But once again, if you're thinking about the genre, I could see there being it's kind of a sword. It's kind of that sword in the stone.
Yeah, I get it. And I hope it plays better in the movie,
And you know what? And that's always where I come down on these things. It's like, because I've seen trailers that I thought were god awful that when I see the movie, I'm like, wow, you really failed this. That trailer really failed this movie because this movie is great.
Oh yeah, there's
Dungeons
sometimes
and Dragons.
I mean, most of the time,
Transformers 1, that trailer was.
That's the one I think of.
That same one,
Transformers 1 trailer was
yes.
dog shit, and that movie is incredible.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah, there's sometimes where the trailer, the trailer can be better. Obviously, it's like I think most of the time, sometimes the trailer is like, oh my god, blows people away, and then all of a sudden you watch the movie and like, oh fuck,
Cloverfield.
But
just now, if you're the gods.
yeah. I can
that
see
trailer was incredible.
Yeah, but then there's times where like, oh yeah, trailer was it was fine. Then you watch the movie, it's cool. But like I said, the trailer just does a good job of progressing to get better and better and better. And I was like, oh, okay. Oh, and then all of a sudden you see him do the I have the power, and then all of a sudden he's wielding the sword and just knocking out.
The only thing, and this is he is the actor. I'm sorry, I don't know his name. The actor who's playing He-Man, who's playing Adam.
Nicholas Galitzin.
Yeah. My only nitpick, and I'm glad it's like I'm nitpicking it, but it's also kind of healthier. But it's just because of the cartoon in my head. When he turns into He-Man,
it's just the same clothes.
Yeah, it's like
I
want him to be, but also I want him to be bigger.
Yeah.
Because Prince Adam he looked smaller.
Right. Even Prince Adam, like, the whole point is that when he becomes He-Man, there is an actual physical transformation from Prince Adam.
It's almost like Bruce Banner to Incredible
the Hulk.
Yes. But even, it was always an interesting thing when you got Prince Adam. I always see the two different sides. Like you got the kind of sickly looking one, or just like normal, and then you've got like, okay, he's a little bulky, but he's not totally like He-Man bulky. I've seen both, and I'm not sure. I kind of like the whole transformation, but it almost was like that whole. Really, you can't tell Prince Adam's He-Man? All right.
Wearing glasses.
Happens to have a cat. Happens to have a green tiger with him. The same.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain.
They did a good job with that with Revelations because they made him skinnier in that.
Yeah.
But when you watch the original cartoon, it was like, really, that's the secret identity. It's just He-Man in a fucking,
he just changes clothes.
Yeah, I'm like, that's not hiding it. He's got the same hair and everything, and it's like he doesn't even, it doesn't look like. But I thought they did a good job with that. I noticed that right off the bat. I'm like, oh, they made Prince Adam like skinnier. So then when he turns to He-Man, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Good job, Kevin Smith. You figured out something like, yeah, that's not right.
So like I said, but I don't mind the actor because there has gotten to a point in these kind of films where that's just ridiculous. Like that's just ridiculous. Like there's been this cartoonish size of people through juice and the fact that they can spend thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars.
You hear that, Chris Hemsworth? Come on. All right.
They'll do it.
There's ways to look like a cartoon that unfortunately have damaged society in like what is achievable and expected. So there's that element that I'm working against, but there's also just the fact that, well, you're He-Man. I do kind of expect you to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Conan the Barbarian. Yeah, that's the way Arnold looks in Conan is what a quote unquote accurate He-Man would look like.
You know what's funny? You know what that statue where he's getting the sword from?
Mm-hmm.
That's the original design of what He-Man is supposed to look like.
Yeah.
And if you look at the design, it looks very
they're
much
doing
like
a meta
Conan.
thing. They're definitely
And,
doing
it's a very meta thing. So they had to rework his design not to look like Conan.
Arnold.
But it's funny too because like even like with when I posted on Twitter, I mean, I saw there was a couple people, or a few guys that were like, "You should be bigger." I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you unless they were gonna do CGI or just load them up with steroids, man. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he could have been already taking some things too because they all do it. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, I don't know what you want. I mean, there's only so much a human body before you're just like gonna risk things,
Yeah. I think someone put a photo of the actor who I think was in Wicked, and he was
bulked
skinnier,
up.
and like you see him now, he bulked up, and I would think that I'm like, why didn't you guys just film his Prince Adam shit the way he looked in Wicked, and then when he's bulked up, then you do his E-Man shit, and then
they wanted to go cartoon accurate because
they could have but they could have done
it was just a big guy, and then he just grabbed the sword, and he's just the same guy with different clothes.
Yeah, so, maybe they wanted to do that to represent that. They could have did the Chris Evans Captain America
Steve Rogers thing. Yeah.
They could have just put Chris Evans' head on, or Nicholas Galitzin's head on like a smaller body. They could have done that, but they probably were like, no, the cartoon was just kind of like him in, different clothing, and then
he was in peasant he was in medieval garb, and then he was in a loincloth.
Yeah. I know,
but they want to be faithful to the 80s cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing.
That's their audience.
I think they're trying to really capture that nostalgia. They're really
they want to capture that nostalgia.
But when it comes to Skeletor, I mean that was like the big thing, and of course they knew they're like, oh, everybody's going to be anticipating Skeletor, so they saved that to the end of the trailer, which I was like, smart. And when they show him, it was like, oh shit. They went
there. The design. The
design is fucking good.
But I would we're so fucking lucky because we live in an age where we are going to comic book, cartoon accurate designs as far as the aesthetics of these characters whenever we get them on the big screen.
Yeah, I think that's where you have to go now. I mean, with everything, again, going back to the 80s one, I mean, they did a good job, and I think that Skeletor prosthetic makeup was really good. I mean, again, and then because it was amplified by the performance of what's his name,
Franklin
Jello.
How many times you
really good? I'm bad. I'm bad, Scott.
I think the problem is that we keep on saying the name, but we're not making Dave repeat it. Only if Dave repeats it will
he'll remember it.
You remember
Franklin. I'm just gonna say Franklin. Yeah, there you go. I can say his first name. No, but at the same time, it was amplified by that. So now that you have this, and but then everybody's going. I mean, I saw a lot of people when I posted. I was like, "What do you think about when I did a poll I did on Twitter? I was like, what do you think about design?" Everybody was loving the design, most people, and then they're going, "I got to hear the laugh and the voice," and I'm like, going,
him running away after he says something clearly, and he just
and just lifting his arm when he laughs.
See you next time.
Yeah. We weren't mentally ready to do that though. Like back in the 80s, like when you see Dolph Lundgren, and it's funny because Dolph Lundgren played two characters. He-Man sort of looked like He-Man, but not cartoonish, and then he played Punisher. Our mentality towards these IPs have changed from 2000 up. The only characters that could actually look like they were supposed to look were Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, the iconic characters that were ingrained into your mind from pre-birth. But everything else, like when you see like a TV movie like Daredevil in the 80s or Thor on Incredible Hulk, and they look ridiculous. Now you see it's more accurate because we've grown accustomed, and now our expectations are the X-Men that first appeared in 2000 versus now Wolverine pulling his cowl down, looking like actual X-Men. We had to be conditioned.
And then James Marsden wearing the blue and yellow in the Doomsday teaser.
Don't forget that leg belt.
The leg belt.
Yeah, and his shoulder strap that served no purpose. Yeah,
it served no purpose whatsoever. Yeah. But you know what? I don't care. Jim,
cool.
That Jim Lee design is okay, cool.
No yellow trunks though.
Yeah, they were like, nah, I'm not gonna do the trunks.
That's a bridge too far for them.
Yeah.
He's like, nah, that's a DC thing.
Yeah.
I remember people said the thing about Wolverine during the big last battle with all the Deadpools. It's like, he's losing the shoulder pads. I'm like, hey man, we got it once already. I'm like, yeah, it'd been nice if we kept it, but I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. He's got
the cow was everything. Like I said, the cow.
Instead, you'll rage on Twitter about it. There you go.
That was a crowd cheering moment.
That was
because 2000 generational moment.
And the cool thing about Deadpool was that he actually comments on it, going, "Do you just bring that out for special occasions?"
Yes, and that's what Deadpool is supposed to do, which is so great. Yep. And it was funny too because I know people obviously with AI, there was people like, oh yeah, you can just watch like when Wolverine first shows up. Oh yeah, there's a video out there where he fully has the cowl on already, and I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. But at the same time, it's like the whole thing was that little dramatic in the third act of like him doing that. I mean,
it was the way it was structured because it was for all of us X-Men fans who were like,
oh, dude, my theater just lit the fuck up. As soon as he went like this, people were like, oh, yeah. I mean,
I yelled yes 3 times out loud. I was like, yes.
I just got goosebumps thinking about it. Yeah, exactly. So,
that was cool because X-Men, like I said, made that all possible.
Yeah, true. I mean, we talked about that last week, and
Blade.
What's funny too is like I actually saw
how did Blade make that possible.
Blade is the godfather of comic book movies.
Yeah, that's what
William,
I'm
about. Fucking disappointed in you, bro.
No, okay, hold on, and then I'll make this. The only reason Blade even gets made is because Wesley Snipes was at the top of his game.
So what?
You can't say that movie ushered in anything when almost everybody in the theater that I didn't even know it was a comic book character.
Right, but the point was, it made a movie based on a comic book property that was just.
Okay, we had those kind of movies. We had seen
which one? Who else we had?
X-Men.
Howard the Duck.
Hollywood executives that you could start world building.
What else did we have? I think you used to be a contrarian.
Hold on. Let me be a moderator right here because when I even talked about it on my show, I was like, because I even ran a poll. I was like, all right, what movies like set up where we are now? I think Blade laid the foundation, put the cement down. It put the cement down, but at the same time, it was like people did not know. And I agree with William because even when I went and saw that movie with my dad when I was visiting him in Alabama, we went and saw that movie. What was it, 98? Yeah. And I had no idea. I had no idea until like after when I was like talking with friends. I was like, oh, because I wasn't in I was a DC kid. I didn't know Marvel stuff. I did not know that was a comic book character at first. And it didn't do world building. It didn't, even though they tried, because there is a deleted scene
Morbius was supposed to be at the end.
Does show up at the end, and they shot that scene and you could find it online. So but it's still, when people found out about it, and this is like before social media and stuff like that. So this is where I agree with William. We're like, nobody knew, but people found out. So it did lay the foundation. It put the cement down. It put the concrete down. But then when it came to X-Men, that's where the flag. It flattened out that foundation and started putting out the pillars.
And then to Tom Hiddleston's point, when you get the Spider-Man.
Yes, that's where the building started.
That was the neon sign.
Well, no, because Spider-Man was the one that's like, no, we're putting him in the fucking costume, and everything is going to be like we're going to go comic book. We're going to go comic book. That's what Sam Raimi did.
Yeah.
And that's why
three movies are pivotal to where we're at right now.
Yes.
Like Blade, yes. And this is where I agree with William. Nobody knew that he was a Marvel character.
I didn't. I grew up in that. Yeah.
And the only reason I did was because the Spider-Man cartoon.
Exactly.
Eventually I found out. I was like, oh, that's where that's from.
I completely forgot about that until I remember I was talking to one of my friends. It was like, oh yeah, Blade's like a Marvel character. I'm like, he was in the Spider-Man. And I was like, what? And then of course you can't, back in 1998, I couldn't just be like, oh, there it is. No, it was like
you couldn't go in QuickTime. You couldn't go in QuickTime and wait for 30 minutes to.
Yeah, dude. As a kid, it was like I knew who the X-Men were. Even before I saw the movie, I knew who the X-Men were.
That's why that one was more pivotal. Blade just Blade.
It was a 90s movie for me.
Blade was a vampire movie back then. It wasn't really a comic movie.
But once again, because it to that point though, it played into its genre. It was like, no, let's just make a badass
vampire movie.
Blood, Raiden Count. That was a real cool movie. When I say it's the X-Men is most important, I mean to the people who make these movies that we watch today.
Everybody was involved.
Yeah.
I guess then you can go back to the animated X-Men 97 because X-Men 97 was a precursor to.
That's the reason why that movie got pushed was because people like that cartoon and whatnot, and the bankruptcy of Marvel.
they purchased the rights in '96. Purchased the rights in '96 because Marvel was selling them for pennies. But that movie, the reason why I say it's the most, not the best, the most important one, is because the ensemble cast, the world building went from now, which you see what we're in right now, both DC and Marvel. It let everybody in Hollywood know that you could do this on this scale. And a lot of the people, a lot of the names and faces you see in those early X-Men movies are people who are in higher positions now and that have gone on a place and done things. Even with Batman 89 was huge. It was one of the first movies to go 200 million like that. But we knew we could take a single superhero. We knew we could take an obscure superhero. The Crows, you can't get any more obscure than the Crow. I knew who he was, but most people didn't even know what the Crow was until Brandon Lee died. So we could have an obscure single superhero, and we could have a big name one. But the world building, the ensemble, having multiple people and branching out like they did, that's what makes that the most important comic book movie ever. Not the best. Not the best.
Yeah. But like I said, but like I said, Blade, I mean, once you found out that, oh, wow, that was that's where, again, it backed up the fucking, cement truck and laid that foundation. And then X-Men started solidified it, flatten it out, started building the pillars, started shaping the first floor, and then Spider-Man was just totally built that whole thing. So those three movies are very pivotal because it was every 2 years, 1998, 2000, 2002. So it was just like bam, 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 bam. So I mean,
and I go back to the fact that I kind of missed the day. I do kind of miss the days when we only got these movies once every 2 years.
Every few years.
I know, right?
These movies came out
in 4 years
when the prequels were coming out. So people have to end the Lord of the Rings films. So imagine that storm of 3 different franchises.
And Lord of the Rings, because Jackson filmed them all at the same time. Then it was the fact that you knew, for me, it was Christmas break 3 years in a row. Because they released on the same weekend, 2001, 2002, 2003. It was that same. It's kind of like now with the Hunger Games, they always get that November Thanksgiving weekend, and that kind of becomes fun when a franchise is kind of identified. This is the weekend we release.
Yeah.
That's Star Wars doing the same thing around Christmas.
Yeah, Star Wars originally
May or June.
May. Yeah. I mean, even in the 2000s, right? You had the Harry Potter franchise started kicking off as well because that came out in 2001, and it's 25 years since that came out.
Yeah. So
that's a bit.
Yeah, Star Wars was in May because now they coined it May the 4th. That's the main holiday for Star Wars.
By the way, that's May the 4th. We do a lot of stuff here for that, but May 27th, May 28th. You can split hairs, but it's still fun. You can make money.
My wife hates it.
Of course she does.
What, she hates May 4th?
I know you got to take off.
No, May the 4th is her birthday.
Okay.
Lucky her.
No, not.
You should get her. You should have lightsaber duelers doing out with the front of a birthday cake and the whole thing, man.
Right. If I want to die, that's great. I've survived 16 and a half years of marriage. I'd like to see 17. Thank you very much.
I'd like to see more of those years. But Talati, I know you got to take off. Thank you for joining, of course, and promote.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah.
Yep. Take care, everyone.
All right. Have a good weekend.
Yeah. You too, man. Take care. All right. Bye.
See ya. And then Chris, you have something.
I do. I've got to be a Scott for a minute.
Yes. Yeah, Chris is going to be a Scott today.
You're going to pull
Chris texted me about this.
Oh, I thought
no, I didn't text you about this. No, this is something different.
Ooh. Are you gonna do the Blazing Saddles? Let me whip this one out.
Look at that.
Ooh.
So
look at what he's got.
Where is Zero?
This is
Death of Superman.
The direct market edition of the recently released Absolute Edition of the Death of Superman. This is one of 1,993.
Oh, you make me so proud, Chris.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I know. So, Scott's gonna be so proud of you right now.
So the tomb opens up.
Ooh. Look at that. Oh.
What's that?
Death of Superman.
That comic that's worth it.
Is the omnibus in there?
No, it's just Death of Super. It's the absolute edition of Death of Superman.
Yeah. So.
Open it up. Look at that.
So this is the actual book itself.
Oh, that little thing over. Oh, look at that! Look at that logo. Oh,
go slower though. Go slower.
Slower. No, you gotta do it. You gotta do it in the voice from what was it? Future Lies. No, slower.
Yeah, slower.
Oh, look at oh, there it is.
Oh, Will. Oh, Chris.
Oh, Ben is at 38% right now.
I'm
at 80, actually.
Oh man. Oh, slide it off. There it is.
Yeah, that's right, you dirty bitch. Open it up slowly.
You got a little save for Lois.
Oh, save for Lois. Chief, I love that.
So inside.
Open it up.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Let it out.
God damn
Let it out slowly.
I didn't forget. The book came in this. They did a real good job. The book came in this.
Ooh.
Okay.
For those that are in the know, way back when, those poly bags.
Oh yeah, we remember that.
We know.
Yeah.
Oh, we remember that.
Slowly.
Slide it right out.
Oh my god.
ASMR.
Oh, yeah. You gotta have an orgasm.
Bring it closer to the mic.
Chris was like chewing on a taco right now or something.
I hope nobody's listening to this shit, bro.
It's gonna be clipped out. This is getting clipped out.
Right,
the
prototype trading card.
Nice.
The armband.
The armband.
Yes.
Always wanted to.
How it came in.
Man.
That's the original.
Get little stickers.
Go back to the armband. Is it the original? Like,
I think it's a little more classier than that.
That one's bigger. That one's bigger.
Yeah, it is.
That came with the comic was really small.
Yeah.
It was more like a rubber
stickers.
Stickers, of course. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
I've got the death certificate.
Oh, you got a death certificate of Superman. That's so cool. I love that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
The service.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Man, they went all out.
They did.
Wow.
Jeez.
Program, yeah.
That's little memorandum from the funeral. That's cool.
The obituary.
Obituary, yeah, there you go.
There he goes. There's obituary, yeah.
Gotta love the smiling picture, you know.
That was the promo they handed out in comic book stores. That was the free promos you get. That was what they had stacked up on the counter when you came.
I wouldn't take this out, but there's a poster of the funeral for a friend. This is what that is.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Nice. The News Time magazine.
Look
I
at
remember
That's
that.
beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's some of the
that.
extras that was just for Lois. Apparently, save for Lois. Now this one I was not expecting how they did the actual book.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's
the
beautiful.
dust jacket is the cape.
That's
the
the
cape.
Yeah.
The torn up cape.
That is so cool. That's
really
the rib
cool. I
cage.
like that.
Yeah, the rib cage
Yeah.
from.
Yeah.
So
That's
what
really
made
cool.
this kind of limited, besides just 1993, that was why the number came out. It's 93, but within it, this is the original design that Dan Jurgens did for Doomsday, and this is I got number 736 out of 1993, signed by Dan Jurgens.
Look at that thing.
Sweet.
Oh my gosh.
So
That's
cool.
Chris, I'm crying. I'm so proud of you.
I know.
I'm not jealous at all.
Like,
I'm not jealous.
God.
But it's absolute editions. You get it for the pristine. But I mean, let's see if I can get to the splash page.
That's right. Spread it open.
What the hell? Show us that splash page, Chris. Show us that splash page.
Let's see.
Let me see what's
Nobody
inside.
watches this without the
We got to
video.
get that money shot. Okay.
Oh,
there it is.
oh.
Look at that. Jeez.
Mm.
God damn, that's
It's
sweet.
so big.
And it does have the fold out of the death. They did do that, but they have kind of black and whites of A lot of
lineup. Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Sweet.
Interviews, toy
all the good
lines,
stuff that Absolute Editions
the entire trading card collections in here, photographed. Just the whole concept from beginning to end.
That's pretty sweet.
Here's a good one.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh yeah,
ooh, that is some great content.
Damn great.
So,
yeah.
But yeah, glad you were on, Scott. I was going to pull a Scott tonight.
You did pull a Scott. I pulled something similar on Fanimated this week. So
yeah, he did. Yeah. He showed off his Dark Knight Returns that we'll see in a video, right, Scott?
Yes, when I eventually get around to unboxing
it full on. Yeah,
you got
to
leave it in the box. Leave it in the box.
No, Hot Toys. It's
hard.
The thing about Hot Toys is they don't actually look good in the box. Like
no,
I hold on to the boxes because the boxes are always like pretty and also whenever I display them, I never use all the you can't actually use all the accessories at one time. So I keep the accessories I'm not using in the box, but I treat a Hot Toy like a statue almost, except for it is posable. But I will pick the pose and then the rest of it stays in the box, and the box will go into a closet somewhere. They don't go in the attic with the other boxes. But
Scott, when did you order that, and when did you order your BVS Armored Batman?
Okay,
go ahead, say it.
I ordered the Armored Batman a year to the day almost, before I ordered the Dark Knight Returns Hot Toy. And then the Dark Knight Returns Hot Toy arrived this past Wednesday. And the day my Dark Knight Returns Hot Toy arrived, I got the email saying, your Armored Batman will be in the warehouse in 6 days.
Oh,
going
a year. It's so
a
crazy.
year before, and I still get the Dark Knight Returns before. It's interesting. I will say that I think Film Force Cody was commenting about how long you've been waiting for his Corn Sweat Superman hot toy, because apparently those took a while too. And there are some of these hobbies that you just go, you do realize that you're paying for it, and then you're waiting 2 to 3 years before you actually
how long
the
the dark side statue, how long did that take?
Oh dude, how long did because I ordered that in 2020. Oh, let's do it. No, that was 2021, and then we did it. Finally arrived fall, October of 2022. So that only ended up being
a year, over a year, maybe?
just over a year.
Yeah.
And then it took another year for Heather to even find it. So,
She finally found it, yeah.
Did she ask you how much you pay for it?
No. Oh, Ben, have you not heard this story?
No.
Oh my God. We for the Squadcast Patreon, because we did that whole series of Scott as a Dead Man.
Oh, I love that. The updates are what was great.
We did an epilogue that we recorded after Heather found it. Because it was in the year that we were converting my office into Liam's bedroom.
Okay.
And the office was where I kept it, because that was actually, if you go and watch the Vodka stream where I unboxed it, my office is the room that I did the unboxing. I moved the computer from here into that room. She walked into that room, saw the statue, and then that night or later that week just went, yeah, can we move that? I think she even called it Thanos. I don't know. And
oh God, you must have died at that moment.
I died a little inside. I want to give Heather credit. I think she knew it was Darkseid. But all she knows is that statue, that was really creepy looking. I don't ever want to see it again. And that was the end. That is all she has ever said. She never asked me how much it cost. She just saw it, said it was creepy looking, and she never wanted to see it again. And then that was the end of the conversation. It took her 300, and I even counted. It was 328 days to even discover it was in the house after it arrived.
Okay.
And now I have it displayed right here on my coffee table as a centerpiece in my man cave. She never said another thing. Ray, all he said on that Scott's a Dead Man episode was, "You son of a bitch, you got away with it."
So she never asked you, "Hey, how much you pay for this? Looks expensive."
Because she did exactly what I told all of y'all, and no one ever believed me. When you collect like I do, it's just another piece of geek shit to her.
Oh,
that's a big piece of shit.
And in plain sight.
That thing was huge.
Sneaky. And lucky for him that when he showed up at home and in that big ass box, it was like in front of his garage. He was like, he saw it, he got it in there, and yeah. So
yeah, because Dave has seen the tour of my man cave. He can tell you I have a lot of shit down here,
dude. It's a place. Like I said, I mean, I even joked about it because somebody said in the chat during DC Fandom, they're like, "You got to give a tour." I'm like, "Oh, I've seen the tour. It's like going through like a
You
like
do a good job with the space that you have. I am impressed when I've seen what you've shown.
Yeah, I was very impressed too. I was like, I didn't realize. Oh wow, you do have a lot of space. But I'm like, but you filled it up. I was like, wow. Yeah.
I am really good at finding about placing furniture and then using the negative space that I have to go, I can put a figure here. I can put a statue here.
Well, what you kind of said about, Heather, Erin's kind of the same way at this point, but then she actually helped me out because I was like, I've got a couple of prints coming in from Kickstarters that are signed. And I was like, I've got to start replacing. And she's like, no, you could actually put it on the stairway down there and you can appreciate it like that. And I was like, oh, so you want me to get more things? All right. Yes. I just got indirect permission. Excellent.
Which, by the way, Dave, I'm not sure about you, but my issue 2 of Area 51 Studios came in.
Oh, I got them. Yes, I did.
Yeah, they came in. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't read it yet because
I got my digital copy. So
my digital copy, I got the message yesterday because I don't want to open the books. I want to read my digital copy, but I got all the variant covers. So I got to find my cameo because I paid to show up again as the same character in the second book.
I know we got to get Ernie back on to talk about this. Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, because I mean, obviously when it comes to these crowdfunded books, it takes a little bit. They're not going to come out as easily as the other ones. So I was even thinking like I think a couple weeks ago, I'm like, when is issue 2? Like, I mean, we're supposed to get that, and then finally, like, I opened up my mailbox and I was like, bam, there they are. And again, good book. I'm really looking forward to cracking these open this weekend for sure. But yeah, we'll get Ernie back on here. And we haven't talked to him in a bit. We love that guy. If you're watching, Ernie, we'll get you back. But thank you, Chris, for doing that. I know when you sent me that you were gonna like open that, I was like, yes.
But what was
he was like, I'm gonna pull a Scott. He asked, he was like, hey, if I can I pull a Scott tonight? And I'm like, absolutely, dude. And he showed me the outside.
But that was like when it had this the book in this, it's like, oh, they really did this for the fans. Like I remember when I got to. I met Dan the second time I met Dan Jurgens this past summer. He was talking about it. And he just said, "You have no idea how much stuff they're putting in here. Like they are doing this book right." And I was like, "Well, they should. I mean, it's a seminal moment in comic book history."
It's William's favorite book, right?
Hey, Chris, when you come to Vegas, now that I know that you love that story, I got a gift for you. In fact, I got several gifts for you.
No.
Bring a suitcase. For the gift I have for you.
No.
I'm not going to tell you
I'll say it's a seminal moment. I'm not saying it's the best story ever created. Now, don't put me on that pedestal. I said it is a seminal moment.
All I'm going to say this is that I respect William enough that he let Chris have his moment, and there was no.
You're right. I do. Yes.
Theater 3000 commentary. He let the rest of us enjoy that, and I appreciate that.
Father's Day, I got you. Your birthday,
I got you.
The rest of your life, I have you. I have a gift for every important day.
How many a week do you necessarily have people coming in saying, "Hey, I got a book for you that you're never going to believe"?
Once every other week, and the only reason I get them is because they bring in a box. and just like throw it in, dude. Because there's other stuff in there that's like, yeah, okay, I need that.
Yeah.
And as I'm flipping through, I'm like, there it fucking is. It's like, and it's not usually one or two. It's like 3 or 4 because that person was like, thought they were gonna put their kids through Harvard with it. And
those were the years, right?
Yeah.
The Image Comics. I remember seeing a documentary. It's a great documentary about Image Comics. People on the streets waiting for was it Wild Store #1? Be like, I hope one day this could go into my college tuition. I was like, oh no.
Yeah. But once again, that was entirely. But once again, the completely wrong reason to buy a book. You know, it's when I've bought books on the wall, kind of things. It's because the book. Like I want the book for the book. I never, the only thing that's ever going to happen to my books eventually is that I have it in my will that it's like the books get divided up by value 3 ways. The boys can decide what they want to do with. I'm never getting rid of them because they're my collection. What my children decide to do with them, that's
beyond their control.
Their business.
Yeah. Once X-Men #1 sold that many copies, it actually made the news. And they saw that they could get that speculator buyer in there, but the problem is it was just too much in the circulation.
Right. Well, it's economics. Higher the supply, the lower the value. Like it's an XY graph. I mean, it's how supply and demand works.
Yeah. I'm kind of with you, Scott, because like I know the 2 books. I remember being like, I'm gonna buy, like, if I like the first issue a lot, and I have a feeling that this one they might get picked up for like an option one or whatever, just on a lark. I remember picking up Oblivion Song #1 by Robert Kirkman, and then I picked up Something Is Killing the Children #1, and I remember that the day of, I bought each of those. I got a copy. I read it. I was like, I really like this, and I went back. I'm like, do you still have any copies? I'm like, let me get that. I'll get that variant, and then they started making, they bought the rights for it. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep it there just in case. And I'm like, unless it's an emergency that we need money, then I'll move my collectibles. I have some X-Men books that I adore, but I'm like, no, unless we really need the money, those aren't going away.
See, I've got, and I also love the fact that I've gotten collectible books because I bought a whole run. And I knew that the collectible was in the run on eBay. So like that's how I have, Batman Adventures #12. That's how I've got my first print of Mad Love.
That's how I got Sandman #8.
Yeah, so but I remember the one big on the wall purchase I bought was My Ward is a Junkie. From Green Lantern. I got that one because I was just like, no, I couldn't afford the first issue of Hard Traveling Heroes because that was way out of my
that's the one I want. Yeah, when he blasts the lantern. Yeah,
when he blasts the lantern, right. But I can get Ward as my junkie, and I have Days of Future Past, and I have all 4 first print issues of The Dark Knight Returns because once again, that's
I got those signed by Miller and Jansen.
That's sweet, man.
Yep.
William, and they could attach to this Golden Apple, big name store in LA.
What's the name?
I went in one day and I saw the first appearance of Dazzler and the first appearance of Deb. I remember going, "Fuck, I want both of them so badly," and I'm like, "But I think I can only walk away with one." And the guy was like, which one do you want? I was like,
it should have been Sandman #8. I hope it was Sandman #8, dude. Please tell me.
Listen, I love Death, but in that day, I was in an X-Men mood. And I was like, all right, give me Dazzler. And even then, they were like, I was like, I know. That, and this is when the show was coming out.
You gotta follow your heart.
This is when the show was coming out. And I was like, that just feels more transactional than like I'm getting it just because right now there's a show coming out. Granted, they got only 2 seasons.
And there's a misprint of that Sandman #8 too. If you get it, it's super expensive. You can get.
I've got the misprint. I have 2 misprints actually. I have a misprint of an autograph misprint of X-Men when Scott proposes to Jean and her answer bubble is blank.
Oh,
and it's signed by Fabian.
Fabian's good.
And then I've got I have the All-Star Batman and Robin one that was the recalled because the the redaction of the curse words isn't dark enough. You can read through the redactions and read all the bad words.
Batman Damn. Remember his Batman's,
Oh yeah.
You look at it now, like, really? That's what we redacted. Damn.
Yeah,
Like,
look at the stuff that they did in that series. I'm like, you got nervous over that. That series is all that Black People stuff is kind of really up there. So I thought that was hilarious. But yeah, once you get the speculator in there, you got to be really careful. And in the 90s, we just didn't know how. They just wanted the quick buck, but so did the person buying that. They thought that they could come in next week and turn it over and be like, I'm rich now. And it's like, dude, there's 800,000 copies of it.
And the difference is that when I buy a book like that, it's because I want the book. I
was buying Superman 74, 73, 70. I was already buying Superman, but
for sure. But before we continue talking, Ben, you have to go.
Yeah.
he's feeling that tug.
He's gonna go take it. He's gonna go sleepy. Bye.
No, I'm already getting there. Like, get the fuck out of the
yeah.
You're not letting me sleep.
Like, hey.
Yeah.
But, thanks for joining, Ben. Always great.
This was fun. This was always fun. All right. Thank you for having me.
Dude.
See you, man.
Follow Real Anarchy, guys. Follow Real Anarchy, subscribe.
All the other stuff. Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Thank
Take
you.
it easy, man. See you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right.
Chris, by the way, I never got to tell you this because it came in about a month or so ago. Did you ever see the Transformers Kickstarter?
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at it right now.
Daniel Warren Johnson one?
No, it was the original Marvel comic book series. But what they did was, there was two different editions.
Yes.
There was get the collections that has, here's the Marvel US series and here's the Marvel UK series. But if you went higher up the tiers, there was the Till All or One edition that in 4 volumes chronologically weaves the US and the UK issues so you can read it as one continuing story between the 2 series.
And everyone was wondering how they were going to do this. And you know what happened? Some people were happy. The rest of them were like, I wouldn't have mapped it like this. Now, you do the books. You make your own.
So I got the Decepticon box set for.
I've got Grimlock.
Nice. I think I got the Starscream tier was mine.
Nice.
So.
Yeah, it's a beautiful collection. I didn't get G.I. Joe. I was waiting for Transformers because I love G.I. Joe, but the Transformers had that unique idea of, merging the UK and the US versions, which again, Till All Are One.
Yes, and then also it's significant for me because my very first comic book I ever bought, Food Fair, was an issue of the Marvel Transformers series. So for me. Cool. There's a specialness of I always forget the number, but I always can find the cover because it's the cover that I remember. I don't remember the story at all, but the cover always stands out to me, and I always remember it was the first comic book I ever bought as a kid.
Wow, what was my first one? Damn, I can't even remember. I know it was out of 7-Eleven. That's all I can remember.
Yeah.
Well, there weren't really, when I started collecting, comic book stores weren't prevalent.
No,
they were around.
Fairs, Big B, like drugstores and grocery stores and Walmart. I could buy comic books.
Oh yeah.
This is my very first. I still own it.
That's your very first?
Very first. And that was when I first met Dan Jurgens a couple of years ago. I said, I had to tell him the story. I said, this is the very first comic I bought with my own chore money when returned. And let's just say that you're the first inspiration for me to buy comics. And so it was a dream to get him to sign this issue.
I remember X-Men 201 was the first one I bought with the Trial of Magneto, or 200-201. That was the first one I bought with my own money. I got other ones with other people's money.
I remember my first Batman comic was an issue of Detective, and it's the one where Batman is standing in a graveyard, and you see the tombstone for the Penguin in the background.
That was a 3-part story. I have that. I remember that. Wow.
That was my once again, that same food fair, but that was my very first Batman comic. And the cover is beautiful. It's got that cape porn going on the cover. It's just
that's a Brayfold cover, if I can remember.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Wow. He did that. He did those shoulders and the stuff we did with the cape was why when I see them do CGI cape, I'm like that. There's no way they could do a Brayfold cover and just real cloth. You had to do it that way. In McFarlane's.
Oh yeah, exactly.
What was that character that showed up in the Penguin? She was the female character.
Magpie.
Magpie, yes.
Yeah, Magpie, yeah.
That one. That was my first Batman comic book. Was literally, it was like, well, there was that other one too, where like there was it was like a couple of comics, but I remember Magpie was on the cover of one of them, and then there was one where there was like there was some dude that like broke into the Batcave and then ended up being Batman. He had blonde hair too. It was not, obviously it wasn't, where eventually where somebody mimicked Batman, but it was like in the 80s, and it was like that one, and then there was another one too. I can't remember, but yeah, I remember Magpie on the cover with her fucking crazy glasses and crazy hair and stuff like that.
I remember you talking about that on one of your shorts when the Penguin was coming out.
I was like, Magpie. I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, I specifically remember that cover because that was one of the first books one of the first comic books I got for Batman and there was like 3 of them, and I can't remember.
McFarlane.
First one I bought with my own cash, like I said, with my own job. But I had other stuff. I had the Dark Knight Returns, everything else. But I have the one with the knife. This Jim Starlin run of this comic is sorely underrated. But this is the very first one I bought. This is an 88. I bought this, and this is not the copy I have. Or this is one I just recently picked up. But I remember this one because I was buying Spider-Man at the same time, and in anything that Todd McFarlane was doing.
Look at that cape. Look at that cape. Look at that cape. Yeah, McFarlane and that cape, man. He
doesn't do the book. He only does the cover. But this is but anything with that signature of Todd McFarlane on it, this is I wanted it because I was buying Spider-Man, and that run from 298 to 328 was probably some of the best stuff that they ever put out.
That McFarlane toy that they did with it, that special edition one where it just has that cover as the toy, that was impressive.
They had it at Comic-Con. He was signing them at Comic-Con.
I have it right over there.
Of course you do.
It was a pain in the bitch to put together, by the way.
Someone recently brought him like the original page of that cover to get him to sign it. I got a signing not too long ago, and I was like, how are you moving that in public? That thing must be worth thousands of dollars at this point, because everybody, especially in that era, everybody goes for those covers. I mean, what was the other one? It's the Spider-Man one with him holding the Hulk on top of his shoulder.
That was 328. That was 328.
That one goes for a lot.
Last issue. Yeah. And then I got this one. This was 5 issues after this one. This one is actually signed. This one I actually bought. I bought this one in 1988, 1989. I got it signed at the very first Comic-Con that they hold it in right now. The very first one. You just walk up to Todd McFarlane and get it. And my sister, 4 years later, she was watching the store.
Show it again.
Yeah. My sister was watching the store for me, and she sold it. And I didn't mind. Because I'm like, I'm going to go back to Comic-Con. I'm going to meet Todd McFarlane probably 20, 30 times in my lifetime. It took me 33 years later, Comic-Con 2023, to get in the same building, including the time where I was a volunteer at Amazing Comic-Con, and I have my picture of Stanley, the one I've showed you guys. I gave away my tickets to customers because they needed big volunteers, and I was of a decent size. So I actually escorted Stan Lee. I got his picture, but as soon as he was done with his pictures, he was on a stage with Todd McFarlane. I got pictures and everything, but I couldn't turn around and say, "Hey, Mr. McFarlane, could you sign?" Because they didn't have any barriers. You know, like when you go to things and there's a line and they got the ropes and the barriers, they didn't have any of that for some reason. So we were the barrier. We had our back to him the whole time. I'm like, damn, I want to get some shit signed. I couldn't. And by the time we got done, it was gone. But I got to meet Stan Lee, and for guarding him, and you had to because he was 94, 95, and if the wrong person hit him or if he fell, that could have been it. So it was me and another 250-pound dude, and we just had a circle around because everybody wanted it was Stan Lee. So we're like elbowing people and shoving people out the way, nicely, kindly, so we could get him from point A to B. Burt Ward was there. I got the picture with my back to him, but I took a selfie. Ray Park is to the left of that, and it was 3 weeks after Adam West passed away. Adam West had his table set up with his name and everything because it was 3 weeks before he passed away. So yeah, I was.
Ronan, did you laugh at Ray Park right now?
Well, I said that, and I saw you smile. I went, and I'm like, I know exactly where.
Oh, he's at it again.
Park. Yeah. Well, I mean,
but,
I thought it was a league.
Women were there. I think the two. They were alive at the time. They were both. There was two of them there. Yeah, it was a pretty good convention. But yeah, Todd McFarlane was there, and it would be another 7 years before I could get in his presence and get this sign. This is my favorite work that he did. This is the best when he did Captain America for the very first time.
I need the Wolverine.
I still remember what the big things for me was the one time I attended in 2016 when I attended the national. The national. Oh God, what's it? What's the? It's basically the NCTE, National Council of Teachers of English. Finally came to me, and Brad Meltzer was the. I
love you tell the story. This is great.
It was the keynote speaker, and he gives a great speech about the importance of teachers and reading, and then I'm in a line, and you gotta understand that I have the absolute edition of Identity Crisis because I really enjoyed that book, and I'm standing in line, and there's all these middle-aged female English teachers for the most part, and he gave away some of his children's books and they were signing this and that. So I walk up with my absolute edition of Identity Crisis, and I hand it to him like, sorry, this is like my favorite thing you've ever written. Would you please sign this? And he goes, do you want it on the book or on the slipcover? I'm just gonna do both. And he signs the slipcover, then pulls out the book, and then signs the inside of the book with two different messages. And then he takes and then we get to take pictures of me and Brad Meltzer. And I'm just like, I carded this thing. I wrapped it up and like I put it in my luggage, but like all the clothes I brought for that weekend, I like wrapped the book up and I carried that. And once I knew when the guest thing was, he was going to be on Sunday, I literally carried that thing with me all freaking day.
I did it.
Yeah.
So that I'm like the two. So there I am along with all these other English teachers, and they're getting like, his thriller novels or his kid books, and I'm just like, will you please sign my Justice League book?
Well,
and he was so nice.
I never knew when. I never knew when he was actually going to come in. And he actually came to Winston-Salem, which is about an hour and a half away from me. And I just told Aaron, I said, I'm getting tickets for this, and I'm gonna go on this Friday, and I need to do this because he don't do conventions. Like he'll do the book signings and things like that. And so his talk for his recent book, I can't remember which was a couple of years ago. We were in a church, which was interesting within itself. And what was great was it wasn't just people with the novels. You had the kids with the IM books, and you had us comic book fan. But like you, Scott, like for me, Identity Crisis, and I know a lot of people hate on it. I'm like you. The reason that book means a lot to me, that story, was that's what got me back into comics in college. Like that was when Identity Crisis, I just on a lark went in there, and getting the opportunity to tell him, your series is what got me back into it. And I had the absolute, I had the single issues, and I said, just getting you to sign, even if you're just going to sign one thing, I need you to sign this because and I want it personalized. I'm never selling that book because of what that series meant to me, despite everyone said, like, I will always be a defender of that book, acknowledging why people have issues with it, but getting that moment, to your point, Scott, meeting him and getting those are the moments that you just can't take away.
Well, and then for me, like it's almost the comedy of
walking around.
Well, no, just the comedy of I'm at an English teacher conference in Atlanta. I pretty much admitted, and I pretty much admitted to everyone, I went to this conference to meet Brad. Like
perfectly normal to me.
The school's paying for it because it's
Brad.
So cool.
Because it's professional development.
Yeah.
But all I care about is I need to meet Brad and I need him to sign this book. And I kind of
You had a mission.
I had a mission all freaking weekend. And then I even placed myself towards I didn't rush. I allowed myself to be at the end of the line-ish, just so that I could have, more of a moment, and it was because it was just hilarious. And I have those pictures, and when he was on Twitter, I would tag him on things. He'd always reply back. He was so sweet. It's like he's just a good guy. And it was one of those moments where I go, I met him,
Yeah. Scott Snyder's that way too. And this is my most valuable reprint, or I have. This is a third printing, and it was all I could get my hands on. But it's at Comic-Con, I got to meet and talk with him.
Nice.
Not just meet Scott Snyder, talk with Scott Snyder and Neil Dragotta. To the point now I can get my advances. You text him, hey, can I get an advance of something so 16? He sends you a PDF so you can read it in advance. He'll be out here in Vegas. Yeah, he'll be out here in Vegas.
That's cool.
In May, but I get to interview him next February. I think the first week of February, because he's dropping his kid off in college. So
very cool.
So I get to pick his brain because, like I said, and I told him outright, you paid a lot of bills, man. There's shit that's still on.
I always appreciated Tim Rooney got me a personalized autographed copy of the trade paperback of Court of Owls, and it's personalized to me and Simon Scott Snyder. And then Paul was at New York Comic-Con one year. I think it was like last year, and they had that Frank Miller variant of Absolute Batman, and it's autographed by Scott Snyder. So that was
about number 2, the Dark Knight Returns one, or the.
I just remember it's the shot of like Batman running like straight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was an exclusive. Yeah.
That was. I have the Dark Knight Returns. I do have the Dark Knight Returns variant that you're talking about, but it was that exclusive Frank, like not homage, but like actual Frank Miller art.
Yeah.
And I knew it was a convention exclusive. So I remember hitting up Paul, going, Could you hook me up with that?
Far beyond my means, because it's up there now. I couldn't responsibly grab that. That's what I was going to say.
He's a stand-up dude. That's Scott. He's a stand-up dude. Like, I remember when Metal was coming out, and there was that thing WonderCon, and DC booths they have their ticketed stuff. Like, all right, this limited amount of people line up. That's it. That's all you're getting signed. And I didn't just hang around there because I had nothing to do, and I had a couple Metal books, and he came out and looked at me, and I was like, oh shit, what should I do? I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna go for it. If he says no, then I just accept it. And I'm like, Snyder, sorry to bother you. I couldn't get into the ticket one night. Would you mind? If you don't mind, I completely get it. And I think he was looking at like his assistants or his handlers, and he was like, get the books out. And I was like, oh shit. And so he signed a couple of books on me, and I was like, I took a picture with him, and I was like, more than anything else, just a stand-up dude, because he didn't have to do that. He was probably had a busy schedule, but like he didn't have to do that.
Couldn't believe how accessible he was. I mean, during the time I went up to him, Absolute was already in like multiple printings. It was a top selling of everything, and he had a line, but he didn't rush nobody. I mean, he didn't say he didn't sign, get out of my face. He signed him. You could sit there and talk to him. And same thing with Neil Dragotta. He was right around the corner, and there was like people just sitting there talking.
Seems like a very approachable guy.
Mm-hmm.
He does seem.
Yeah, there are two stories I will always remember about going to the convention here in Charlotte, Heroes Con. It was my first time going, and Brian Michael Bendis was going to be in attendance, and I said, of all the people I want to meet Brian Michael Bendis. You know, at that time he was like the person of writing like everything at Marvel at that point. But his Daredevil run was top notch in my eyes. So I get there early. I knew when he was showing up, and I probably got in line like 45 minutes early at that point. But I knew that's my main person, and so I'm the only one in line at that point. One other person came later, and then probably still about 20 minutes before he's supposed to be there, he just shows up and he says, hey, you know I'm not going to be here for another 20 minutes. Says, yeah, more than waiting. And he just looks around And he says, you know what? Give me everything you got. I was like, what? Is it give me everything you got? You're waiting here, taking your time. The least I can do is sign whatever you've got. Just lie it all out there. I said, he says, I've got about like a number of collected issues. To just do it. Put it on there. And he signed everything. I probably had like 30, 40 books at that point that he signed. And I'm not one of these flippers that did. This is like personal to me. That was one. The other one where it was 2 years ago, I was, hey man, I'm not going to blast this creator online. I'll let you all know in the chat who this was. But I was really gung-ho about getting a remark in this particular omnibus from this creator of this particular character. And I said, all right, I'm getting there early, going to get my name on the list and things like that. Well, this creator said, hey, can you come back? Are you going to be here this weekend? He said, yeah, you come to me on Saturday, which was the next day, and I will make sure you do this. I said, great. I can totally do that. Thanks. Well, I come back the next day, get in line. And he's like, oh no, I can't do this. My line's already this, that, and the other. And I was like, but you said this and you said this. And he's like, no, I just can't do it. Look at this list. Well, you didn't even allow me to put my name on the list. You just said, come back and do this. So I was, ugh. It's just like don't meet your heroes at that point. It's just like it doesn't sully totally it, but I always have that memory. And I was just like distraught. Well, then later in the con, I got in line to meet Daniel Warren Johnson, and there he had a copy. It was the last copy of the deluxe edition of Murder Falcon. Highly recommend that book. That's a life-changing book there. And I got it, and without even, prompting, because I bought it there at that point, he did a full-on remark in the book of Murder Falcon, free of charge, nothing like that. I had already bought the book at that point and just went all out on it. That literally saved me, like that memory of that con. And I love Daniel Warren Johnson, but at that moment, I became a fan for life. And every time he's come to the con, we actually have good conversation. He actually remembers who I am every single con at that point, and we have great conversation. He's a stand-up dude. Everything about they say at Daniel Warren Johnson, but I am a defender. There's nothing to defend. The man is amazing, and the man is so down to earth. But those two things are always great stories to me.
Another creator who was just absolute pleasure. Back before my comic book store shut down, I had the opportunity on 2 different occasions to meet Mike Grell. And he was fabulous. But that first time he came to the comic book store, I ordered a pencil commission from him, it's like an 8.5 by 11. It's this gorgeous black canary commission that is on my wall. It's literally the center. Like I have these 2 bookcases that are really tall with a short one, so it creates this nice little wall space where I've put framed art, and that black canary has always been that. But I got him to sign I think all 3 issues of the Longbow Hunters. He autographed Green Arrow #1, and then he also autographed, there was the tie-in Arrow comic. He did some variant covers, and I had him sign the ones that he did the covers for. And just a good dude, just a good
nice
guy.
Good dude like that. Yeah, man. We got somebody else that's joining right now.
Phil? Hey, Phil?
There's Phil.
Good evening.
Hey, Phil.
Hey, guys.
What's happening, man? How you doing?
I woke up late again because my alarm didn't go off. So here I am, an hour late.
Don't worry. That happens. Yeah, we're just, reminiscing on, meeting creators. I haven't met too many, but yeah, hearing the stories, it's always great to hear.
I met Scott Snyder on the floor of Comic-Con. I remember that.
Yeah. I remember that too. You were telling me about that because we were in the Hall H line.
I think you told me that too. Yeah.
Yeah, you went back in and got that.
So this is Friday. It's Friday afternoon. William and Rhea are waiting in line at Hall H. and I was going to do something or other. I think I was on like because we were rotating people for lines in Hall H, and I was just walking out and about. I walk in from, I think it's entrance E or D to the show floor. And there he is. It's Scott Snyder, I think Joshua Williamson, and maybe Nick Girardi. I don't remember exactly who, but I remember just stopping dead in my tracks and being like, holy shit, you're Scott Snyder. And he was like, hey, how you doing? And we have a full-blown conversation right there on the floor. And I was like, dude, you have no idea how much I love Absolute Batman. This book is literally everything to me. I wish I had my backpack because I feel like shit because I brought all of my books that you have written for you to sign and I don't have them with me. And he was like, oh no, it's fine. Just come by tomorrow and I'll sign them for you for free. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, I was so excited at the fact that I was going to get them signed. I completely forgot to tell him that I'm not even going to be on the fucking floor tomorrow because I'm going to be in Hall H.
Oh.
So that Sunday, I scrambled and ran to his fucking 10:30 thing, and it was already over. And I was like, "Fuck!" So I now I have to get my shit signed this year if he goes, which he goes every year. Which
he's gonna be. He's gonna come to Vegas too, which is cool. He'll be in Vegas.
So I have
the last.
Not only do I have 2 copies of Absolute Batman #1. One of them is going to get signed, but now I've also got Death Metal #1 that's going to get signed. I've got probably the Arc M special that he wrote that is going to get signed. Like there's a couple Absolute Batman things that I'm for sure going to get signed by him.
See,
I also saw Tom King, but I was like, his line looks a little too long. But yeah.
See, the thing for me for Scott Snyder is I have because I love it when you discover the ones that become big later and you don't really. But not only do I have every issue, and I think every variant of his New 52 Batman run because that was just I love that run. I think there were like a lot of there were multiple variants for issue #1 of that Batman, including like a Warner Brothers variant that I remember. I forgot how I got it, but it was like a Warner Brothers tour variant. Something it's like Batman. You see the Warner Bros. Water Tower or something, but it's like so. I think if I go through my collection, like if there was a variant for Batman #1 in 2011, I think I have it. And it's just crazy to think that the name that Scott Snyder has made for himself now. I didn't read the Black Mirror. I hadn't read the Black Mirror before.
It's one of my favorite Batman stories of all time.
But
I have to read that one.
It's a Dick Grayson Batman story. It's like
I've heard of it, and I have not read it yet. I got to read that. Yeah.
It's so good.
But to think that the New 52 Batman run is just one of those that I go, yes, I have every single issue, every single variant, because I was just buying it month to month. And now it's just crazy how Scott Snyder has just become this name and all this other things and just going, yeah, I just bought it because it was a Batman book.
Yeah, I think one of the best things he could have done was taking that break in between his ending of his run on Batman, doing his independent, building his own label, and then I love the story. Like he was going to help DC, but he originally didn't want to write Batman. Like that was not his thing until he was talking with
Josh Williamson,
and saying like, "No, you should write it." And he's like, "Really? I just did Batman." I said, "No, I think you really need to do this." So, I mean, again,
the rest is history
that breaks for so many different creators. You could say like a break from, the big two or whatever it is clearing, and he's doing some great stuff again.
And his independent books were the stuff he did for Comixology.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed Clear, actually. That book he did with Francis Manipul did the art, and it was cool.
Manipul's a really underrated artist.
I mean, sometimes when you're like you're playing in a toy box, you're like doing this, yeah, you're gonna need a break. Or like, hey, let me try something else. you know, and it's gonna ignite some things in your brain, and then
well, you know why, right?
What?
You know why it's really good to take breaks from the characters, from the sandbox characters, from the toybox characters.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you come back with something like Absolute Batman, which is killer. I mean, come on. All of a sudden, like maybe you're doing something else over here, and all of a sudden when you're doing that, you're taking a break. I mean, I would actually like to pick Scott. I don't know if he's said it in an interview, but I'd actually like to pick his brain and be like, when did all of a sudden you went, oh, apps, you know, and all of a sudden
the hook.
Yeah. How did this all come about? Because I mean, again, this has taken the comic book world by storm, and it's like, when did you come up with that? Like what all of a sudden you just like, did you just have a dream? Would you wake up at night? Were you on a beach somewhere? I mean, I know he posts like, oh yeah, taking my kid to a Yankees game or a Mets game. I don't know. I know he's like he's a baseball fan. He's like, did something ignite? I'm like, when did this come about? You know?
Yeah.
I'm always very curious about that when it comes to like creation. And the fact that he took a break, maybe that was like something, I don't know. It's always like, I'm always very curious about that.
Before Absolute, he did Dark Spaces Wildfire, which is my favorite thing he's ever done. It's literally a story about women who are in prison, and now they get to work taking care of wildfire in California. And then there's a thing to it, a twist where like there's a heist in this place that they're trying to like avoid the fire. And it's only 5 issues, I think. It's a great book. I highly recommend it. But it was before Absolute, and I was like, that probably, I'm not saying it helped, but I'm like, you get to do that story that doesn't involve the eye candy, and then you get to come back and be like, well, I have another twist to throw into Batman and whatnot. And what's ironic is that, Phil, I have a similar story to the one you had about like you meet all those creators, but you don't have what you want. The ironic part is that it involves a creator that you don't like at all. I think a few years ago, I was on the floor meeting Ryan Otley, famed artist of Invincible, and at that time he was doing Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And I bought like a book of his of Spider-Man to sign it. I go to the corner, and usually you put your backpack and put stuff in, then you go on your way. I turn and I see Corey Walker and I see Robert Kirkman wearing masks, and they go to say hi to him. They all three of them hug each other, and I was like, "Those guys are Invincible. What the fuck?" And so I go back, and I didn't want to take a photo because it was a beautiful moment to see them all hug it out, because like it's Saturday or Friday of Comic-Con, and I go up to them like, "Excuse me, Mr. Kirkman, Mr. Walker, Mr. Otley. I am huge fans of Invincible. I'm freaking out right now. I'm so sorry to hug you right now." And Corey Walker, he's not on social, so I never see him before ever. I usually see Otley all the time, and I was like, I'm ashamed. I don't have my omnibus. I have it in the hotel. But I don't know. I always do this. Can you sign my badge? And they're like, yeah. And they signed my badge, and I took a photo with it, and I was like, holy shit. I don't know whenever I'm going to see these three guys together again. And when I was flipping the F out, because I was like, I brought my fucking books. And the moment I somehow miraculously see them in the crosshairs, I don't have those damn books with me. And I was like, God damn it.
Oh, Ryan Otley's cool.
But Invincible season 4, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
God, I gotta catch up on that fucking show. Damn it.
So good.
About out after the first season.
Yeah. But you know, keeping in of course the comic book talk, or all comic book movie talk, you know, Jason Momoa, Lobo.
My man.
Finally.
Jesus Christ. I mean, okay, so I talked about it on the beginning of the stream, and I'm like, there are going to be, promotion is going to be, you know, obviously because Amelia Alcock is not a name, which is, there's nothing wrong with that. I hope she becomes.
She's getting there. Yeah.
Yeah. And when it comes to Supergirl, I'm really hoping that this is going to be one of those movies where it's like, oh yeah, this is not your normal superhero movie, which it seems like that's going to be the case. And, you know, we had the stream where, you know, after the trailer came out, and, you know, obviously there's people that are like, oh, it feels Guardians of the Galaxy. And, you know, they do that whole thing. And, you know, we only saw like one, a second and a half shot
A frame.
of, yeah. But now we get this whole promo today of Jason Momoa, and I'm like, you know what? Good. You need to do that because Momoa is a name, and Momoa is
MILF magnet.
He's a vibe. He's an aura. I mean, the guy is literal aura. I mean, I don't know, like he just is. And so then it's like when you see him coming out of his trailer, and he's like, finally, he's wearing the teeth too, of Lobo, and then of course we see the shots, and then of course they release a full on Supergirl, and I'm like going, yeah, cool. The only gripe I have, I just, like I said at the beginning, I'm like, why are movies just not looking as vibrant and bright? Little brighter. Not, it doesn't have to be super bright. It just seems like everything's kind of dulled, where it's like, where I, in the thumbnail of this stream, I used David Perez's little brighten up, where like you actually see more of like, hey, this is what he looks like. I'm like, yeah, everything's so dark and it's so, and I'm like, the color palette, I'm like, hey, sometimes when it comes to, but overall, I'm just saying, Momoa, it's like ripped out of the comic books. I'm sure you guys probably feel similar. Who wants to go first?
I've been kind of thinking about this, and it's about as I expected it to look. It's Jason Momoa in a bunch of Lobo makeup, and he looks fine. I'm not super excited. I'm not like I hate it. I'm like, oh, okay, he looks like Lobo. It's about as much as I expected. Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll see it.
Yeah. I'm just kind of curious about that. The Harley he's riding is it's gonna fly off to space.
I hope so, man.
It's supposed to. I mean,
yeah.
Like
I mean, I like the fact that like when he's coming in, it's like got flames all over it. I'm like, all right. Yeah. He's definitely creating the vibe. Like Scott, I mean, we've talked about Lobo.
Oh, the animated series.
Yeah.
Because it's
the main man.
Brad Garrett was the voice.
Brad Garrett, thank you.
Brad Garrett was the voice in the animated series.
Oh, it was perfect for it too.
Yeah,
it was so perfect for it.
Yeah,
I like
at least for that universe, it works for that universe.
Oh,
yeah,
100%.
yeah, exactly. And I think like that is one of, if not the best version of Lobo. I think Brad Garrett just has like that perfect voice for that tone of that character, because he's just, hey, how you doing? He's just so,
because his voice is already down here,
so boisterous and just so like, just perfect.
Everybody loves Raymond. Yeah.
It's like the opposite effect of Seth Rogen, almost.
Yeah. But how were you feeling about it, Scott? You saw when you saw it?
Well, you know what? Honestly, because once again, I've had a week, so
you haven't really seen much.
I haven't seen much. So I was, when you mentioned it, I just thought, I just opened up X on a tab, and it's right there. That's the beauty, is like when something's happening, I'll go, okay, it was 9 hours ago. All right, no wonder I was at work. It's just kind of, shocker this week. I was at work. And so I saw it, and I was like, okay. Like, I think for me, it's like, because it's just like a clip here, clip there. I'm just an old fart at this point. I'm like, everyone's losing their damn minds over 2 seconds. Okay, like it looks fine. I think it was just the expectation of with the hoo-ha people were making. I thought there was more to it, than what got posted. So he looks like Lobo. So it's I would say take Phil, turn the dial slightly more in the positive direction, but not too much. And I'm probably in that kind of like, okay. I'm slightly right of Phil of the okay, cool. It's I did finally finish the book, by the way. I'm not sure if I ever
Woman of Tomorrow.
I finally read it. I think I don't. Once again, I think I feel the same way about the book. If you take that midpoint and you kind of click it, turn the dial a couple of notches to the enjoyed it section, that's where I land.
have you read anything else from Tom King that you could say that about, or just in terms of this story specifically? That one's great. Where you standing?
Because I think I did say this, or like I made a comment how I feel like it takes the exact same structure of Up in the Sky, but does a much better job with it.
Okay,
in my opinion. But remember, I'm a defender of Tom King's Batman run.
I am too.
Okay.
So I enjoy that. I think Mr. Miracle is
so good.
Oh yeah.
I love Mr. Miracle.
Yeah.
I still the one I haven't read yet, but I want to read is Human Target. And
it's so good. The deluxe edition, so worth
it.
Oh
yeah. You talked about that when we talked about that on DC, right?
I remember getting that. But I bowed out after a few issues because I don't know what it was, but something for me.
Wild.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing that I've personally observed. Tom King seems to be one of those writers that works really well collected or in a binge read, because problems that people have when they're reading it serialized,
single issue.
I don't experience that because I either read the collected edition, or back in the day when I was buying books, I could go 2 years of buying books and not read anything, and then I would just, blaze through it and then I don't have to wait because I just move. I literally have the pile sitting on the floor and I just grab the next issue.
Yeah,
so
that makes more sense because I was not too huge on his Batman book, because I remember getting the first issue of his Batman book, him and Janine, when they did that Rebirth, I think.
Yeah, it was Rebirth.
And I was like, this isn't for me. A couple years go by, he does Batman Catwoman after his Batman run gets cut short.
Yep.
I remember reading that in its entirety and thinking, I like this a lot more than his Batman book. So you're probably onto something. I can agree with that, because I remember reading Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow individually, and I can kind of get that same feeling where this feels like a much better read as a binge, as opposed to waiting a month to month just to seeing what happens to Supergirl and all that. So I can agree with that.
This was what they did for Mr. Miracle's Absolute.
Oh, that's so fucking.
Oh
wow!
Wow!
Ooh!
I don't have the Absolute, but
I don't have the Absolute
I've got
either.
that book.
Ooh!
I mean,
That's
like
awesome.
Chris is just being the Scott of tonight.
It's fine.
Oh,
I love it. Scott's like, yeah, good. I love
They're
it.
starting to do these little extras, but it came with also
their poster.
Oh, that's sweet.
Oh, Mitch. Oh wait, that's Mitch Gerard's. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Mitch Gerard's. Yeah.
Garrett's, my bad. Yeah.
Arizona
fellow Arizonian. Yeah.
He did he just wrote a story for Wonder Woman Black and Gold.
That he did.
Tom King just had an idea, and he said Mitch ran with it, and is a better writer than him for that story. So it was good.
Dude, nobody likes Tom King right now writing Wonder Woman. Everyone hates it. Like, from what I understand, a lot of people are not fans of what Tom King is doing with Wonder Woman.
I like the beginning part of it. I'm not necessarily keen on the whole mouse thing that's going on.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of stuff. Like
Trinity
someone I know isn't too hot on the fact that like everything being told in the Wonder Woman book isn't even necessarily being told from her perspective. It's all ancillary, second person, supporting character perspective, as almost nothing to do from Diana's perspective. It's all entirely third person. I was like, well, that's kind of a shame. But, I don't really read current DC comics because, frankly, the continuity, it's not that it's hard to follow. It's just like there's just too much shit going on. That's why I stick to Absolute Batman. It's straight through. It's cyclical. You don't even necessarily have to know what's going on with your other Absolute shit to know what's going on with Absolute Batman to even know that they're all in the same universe. And I think that's awesome. And matter of fact, I can't even wait till Wednesday, because Wednesday is issue 16 and it's Batman going to Absolute Wonder Woman for help to try and reverse what happened to Waylon Jones.
I'm going to review that tomorrow.
Nice.
Scott, have you read Rorschach?
I have not. I have it. But
that's
I
the Tom King Rorschach, right?
That's the Tom King one. Yeah. So I want to, because once again, it's Watchmen related. So it's in my
vicinity. Yeah.
Vicinity.
Better than Doomsday Clock. Oh.
It's not hard to be better than Doomsday Clock.
I've heard of this much.
I knew there was that was gonna listen. That's what I said.
It's not hard to be better than that garbage. Anyway.
But no, I haven't read it. Okay, once again, these are things I continue to say, anyone who's there's just like anything that fell within a certain 3 to 4 year period of my life. It's like this black hole opened up, and there are things that I go like I hadn't even thought about that Rorschach book to the point that I haven't even read it yet, but I know I have it.
Yeah.
But once again, that 3 to 4 year, period where, I've just, after this week, I just feel like when I got that news on Monday, it just felt like I finally, it's like that scene in the movie where you're falling off the cliff, but then suddenly your hand, like you see the hand just kind of go, you see the fingers grasp the side and you're like, oh, he's pulling himself back up. It felt like that. So there will be things I get to. Plus, right now my man cave looks like an absolute
disaster.
Disaster.
Like a bomb went off.
Oh, a bomb went off. Once again, it was so nice and organized after I redid it and took out the bar that was over here. But now that my boys come down to play their video games on the TV, and I lost that room to Liam, so all that stuff that was in that room had to get condensed into this room. I do ever want to show you this. This is what my wife got me for Christmas.
Ooh,
and I've never seen this before, but she got me these canvas short boxes.
Oh yeah,
that the lid is attached.
Oh, that's cool.
Got a handle. And her whole idea was, well, this way you can still sit it on the floor because it's decorative and it matches the decor of
kind of
it's got all the onomatopoeia and stuff.
Yeah.
And then it even comes with a little, you pull the label out and you can label the box of what's in it.
Nice.
That's pretty sweet.
Nice.
So she got me 5 of these. So
from where? I must know.
I think like Amazon or something. Like,
of course, Amazon.
I have a book arriving tomorrow because my birthday was on Monday, and of course it's a bad.
Happy birthday to you!
Thank you.
I wish you a happy birthday on from.
You did, and I really appreciate that because right now I'm putting my current new comics in these tool cases, but they're like the perfect size for single issue comic books. They're like plastic bin cases, but they're small enough where you can put comic books in them. Like if my camera wasn't attached to my tripod, I would pull it and show you. But wait, I can just hold on. Hold on.
Oh. Man, we're doing a lot of show and tell today. I love it.
I'm a craftsman.
All right, here we go.
Go in this thing right here. So this is the Absolute Batman bin, where I have literally every Absolute Batman book.
Nice.
Yep.
There's
the Arkham special right there. There's the annual where Batman mutilates a bunch of white supremacists. It's amazing.
Second printing sold out. Yeah.
Yep. And this is the issue 15, the origin of the Joker. And then this is the infamous final fight between Batman and Bane, issue 14.
I want to get that.
Yeah. Issue 13, the introduction of Catwoman.
I have that sitting right in front of me. Ironically, that's hilarious.
This is issue 12, where he confronts Waylon Jones. And this is issue 11. Bane on the front, of course. Get that one. This is when Batman and Bane. Yep.
The alt covers for the Bane ones are the best ones, where he's just got single coverage on there.
And then there's his introduction here in issue number 9.
Number 9. Yep.
Yeah, man. This book rules. I love it.
I got I set up a section. I set up an entire wall, a 10-foot by 10-foot wall of all my Absolute stuff now. So that I
remember the day Phil messaged me like, "Yo, Absolute Batman #1's coming out," and I remember that was the first time I heard about it because again I had been away from comics. He's like, "Yo, this book is fucking wild." And then not too long ago, it was during the Bane fight that a relative of mine was like, "Yo, look what they're doing with this shit, man. What the fuck?" I was like, "Damn."
Yeah, man. Scott Snyder and your God are not fucking around. They're cooking.
But you're not alone, Scott. I'm behind on what is it? Strange Adventures, the Adam Strange book that Tom King did. I'm behind on that one, and then Human Target. Those are the two that I need to get because I was like, I heard Strange Adventures is really good, and Human Target. I have the first issue, and I'm like, that aesthetic is just not my vibe.
Yeah, my problem was that I was behind anyway. You know, I adult, and you know.
We all do.
Adults do adult
go,
things.
go back to the beginning of when the panel started. If you missed it,
you'll
that's how we
understand.
We had a whole like half hour of
we had therapy. We had adult therapy at that point.
We did, and it's just it's just a thing where I go. I gave up on monthly books, and then I just gave up on books in total, and so it just I did a good job of getting everything in a long box and stuffed into that closet. I mean, I have stacks of long boxes that come up to like crisscrossed for structural reasons, but literally come up to like my eye level. Like that's like, once again, Dave and Chris have seen, like, I've opened the closet door and said, here's my comic book collection.
Yeah.
And just getting it all like bagged and boarded and put in boxes and get the boxes shoved. Because the one part of Liam's room that he doesn't get to have, because he has another closet in the bathroom that's down here, is like that larger closet was like, no, you need to understand. This is still Dad's. This is, and I have all these McFarlane figures that I've shoved in there, and I've arranged them all neatly to where all you can do is just open the door and like, oh, look at it, and then shut the door again. And it's just, I'm waiting for the kids to move out so I can have all my stuff back.
You're gonna wait a little bit for that one.
I do have to wait.
You got a few years. You got.
I have a lot of years of that because they'll be 13. They'll be 13, 10, and 6 this year.
You got.
I'm not retiring anytime soon, so
No, of course not. Of course.
No, you've got at least another 15 years ahead of you.
Oh no, I have.
Damn. They're gonna be in there in the 30s and 40s.
I have a 20 years. I'm looking at no earlier than 65. You know? So I'm going to like actual like retirement age.
Yeah.
I don't even want to think about that kind of stuff right now. But I mean, you have to though.
Well, with Callum being he turned 6. Like, I'm just thinking in my head, man, I'm gonna be so old when he finally graduates high school, and then
that whole thing. Yeah.
And so you start thinking about these things going. Yeah, like Heather is like 6 years away from being eligible for full retirement.
Wow.
But it's not like she's going to retire.
No.
But
especially in this economic climate. I mean,
and we have kids, and it's like the only thing that works out best is that because she changed her position within teaching, it like gave her a new, like, it was a reset. And so now it's like, now we're going to power forward. And she's like, I'm not retiring anytime soon. We can't afford it. I know.
Gotta love it. But Chris, I know you're gonna retire right now to sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna retire to sleep at this point, and wish me luck, fellas, that the power continues to hold the next couple of days down here.
Your kids just had birthdays, did they not?
Yeah, they had it. Their birthday was the 10th, and we had a birthday party for them last weekend. So
because their birthdays are kind of close to mine. That's how I remember.
Yeah.
So happy birthday to them, by the way. Happy belated.
Thanks.
Yeah, happy birthday to you.
They're just so stupidly cute. I just have to say that.
They are adorable.
They are, and like I said, it's one of those things where, as I've said before, they're adopted, and my life would I can't imagine my life without them. So
that's awesome. And I commend you for that too, because some people like go adoption, but
nah,
it's great.
Yeah.
I love that. So, get some sleep, Chris. Hopefully you wake up with power, and
safe,
you don't wake up with crazy.
Oh, luckily we're gonna make it through most of the day tomorrow with nothing until the evening. So it's an all-day kind of Sunday kind of thing. So, but when you get to that, after a quarter of an inch, the power lines. Luckily, a lot of lines are buried, but still things are connected, and we're just keep our fingers crossed. So
all right, man. Well,
take care, brother.
appreciate you. Take it
Stay
easy.
safe, Chris.
Enjoy
Have
the
a good
weekend, guys.
man. All
Later.
right. Take it easy.
And I'm going to bow out too because
you're going to bow out too? Oh.
Well, Callum's sick, and I'm probably going to take him to the doctor tomorrow. I also, Heather just got back from Baltimore today.
Oh,
so,
yeah, because,
right, the funeral.
Yeah,
so,
oh, my condolences. I didn't know you had to deal with a funeral. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, her uncle.
Her uncle died unexpectedly on Monday.
Sorry, man. That
sucks.
Yeah.
That's really unfortunate.
Unfortunately, if you want the gory details, tune into Fanimated. We kind of
talked about it.
We talked about it because he died, and then that afternoon I got my promotion.
Yeah, it was like
the same day.
It was like a bad thing, and then all of a sudden it was like, yeah, but it was a good thing that he got promoted. I was like, oh man, talk about just. It's like, hey, thankfully you got promoted because obviously it's better for overall, but then it's like on a day that somebody just died unexpectedly.
I think Scott and I have had a week. I'm gonna put in the private. I'm gonna put in the private chat. Something happened to me because I'm not gonna talk about it publicly. But
No, it's fine. Everything I talked about is public and stuff. But and with the weather, work's been crazy. I've been working overtime. I want to go to sleep because I have it. I had to work I worked my day off.
Yeah, you're still in your work shirt.
I'm still in my work shirt. Like this was literally what I wore to work today. And I had still. Dave knows I've had a day when I show up for a stream.
Yes. Yeah, because even on DC Fanimated, he showed up in that shirt.
Wow.
Or not that shirt. I'm sure you got numerous shirts, but
I have numerous shirts. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah. So, but I will just say, of course, follow me on X, Scott DC27, on Vero, Scott McClellan, Letterbox. Like I said, check out my review of Mercy, and hopefully I'll be adding my review of The Testament of Ann Lee if I get to see it this weekend, like I want to. And then, of course, check us out on Fanimated as we continue through. We are in the home stretch of the last. I think it's the last 5 episodes of season 2 of Batman Beyond. So check us out. And that will be it for me. So great to see all you guys. Glad I could be here tonight.
Yeah, for sure, man. All right. We'll get that Rebecca Ferguson AI assistant one of these days.
Please.
You gonna have her talk like Rose the Hat from Dr. Sleep too?
Yes. Yes. Because I am both frightened and aroused.
There it is.
All right. See you, Scott. Thanks.
Scott.
Yeah. Oh man. But one of the things I wanted to tap into from this week and talk with you guys, we kind of already briefly talked about, but the whole thing about Christina Hodstead writing the DCU Batman movie. I mean, it was such a weird kind of thing because we had no idea who was actually writing. We knew Andy Muschietti was attached to it. We've been knowing this for a while. I personally do not think he's going to direct it. I think the success of Welcome to Derry, he needs to focus on that because this week we also got the fact that he even said that, oh yeah, we're finally going to get that supercut for It Chapter 1 and 2. And it's like, fucking finally, it's like, great, we're going to get that. And Welcome to Derry season 2 is ramping up because it was a success. I mean, let's face it. I mean, in the era of Stranger Things, where Stranger Things season 5 was very much a discourse, I think a lot of people, there was no discourse when it came to Welcome to Derry. Everybody was like, holy fuck, look what this is. Jesus Christ. It was just, and I'll admit that. I mean, I'm not saying that Stranger Things, the finale was total dog shit. I'm just saying there was issues. There's issues, but when it came to Welcome to Derry, you got this whole new thing, kind of new. We already know the story, but it just was like, oh shit, they're not holding back because Stranger Things is still very PG-13. Welcome to Derry. I mean, when you watch that first episode, I mean, my mouth was to the floor when I went, because you're watching the episode and, spoilers for anybody who's hasn't seen it, but I'm like, you're going, oh, okay, these are going to be the new kids that are going to be part of the story. And then they get fucking killed gruesomely. And I'm going, Jesus, you know, and everybody thought that, where it was just like, okay. And then of course you get, you know, one survives, and then you get the main core group, but then they don't even hold back when it comes to killing off, you know, nobody's safe. Stranger Things, you're like, I don't know. It's still very hard. PG. Yeah, they can push that boundary. But anyways, I'm just saying that Welcome to Derry was like kind of like a, hey, this was fresh. It was like, hey, we're welcome to Derry. Welcome back to Derry, essentially. So I'm like still going, I'm still kind of, I think a lot of people are going, is Andy Muschietti really going to direct this thing? I don't know. And then of course, Sam Raimi, then we got Sam Raimi. I was like, I know it's not going to happen, but Sam Raimi, of course, is promoting his new movie, which I'm very much looking forward to. And he's doing press, and he talked about like, oh, I always wanted to do a Batman movie. And I even tweeted out, I was like, hey, James Gunn, you want to sell this fucking Batman movie that you're struggling with?
That's a headline right there. The guy who brought us Spider-Man.
You get Sam Raimi,
Batman.
Yeah. But
is he struggling with it, or is he just not ready to do it?
What?
Is he struggling with it, or is he just not ready to do it?
Well, like when he was going on that little podcast run, he was just kind of like going. I mean, even like with interviews, when people asked him about Batman, he just kind of just said like, you know,
talk about it yet? Yeah.
There's like there was that certain side of, you know, YouTube that were like, James Gunn thinks Batman is boring. Because they took a quote out of context where he was just like, you know, at a certain point, he basically said that Batman's been done so much that he could be boring. That's what the whole context was. But of course, they rearranged it to me like, oh, you know, James Gunn said that.
Clickbait. Yeah.
Yeah. So which of course, that's what those kind of guys do, which is, you know, I get it. But so, so having a Sam Raimi attached to it, that would be kind of crazy. But at the same time, it's like you're still trying to fit it into a universe, which is always a struggle too. But I mean, I was like, well, it was funny when I posted that. Somebody was like, hey, you know, he should do the Batfleck movie. I'm like, are we still talking about the Batfleck movie? I'm like, come on. You know, as much as I wanted to see that, I'm like, the Batfleck movie, I mean, first off, when I've been seeing Ben Affleck talk about movies and all these interviews that he's done on the internet because of the Rip, on the press tour, it's like,
great movie.
Ben Affleck, I will never rule out him coming back as Batman in some form. But the people that are still rooting for the movie, get over it, because that is definitely not happening. That script was written a decade ago. For fuck's sake, first off, and no matter what, it's like that is not going to happen. Definitely not going to happen. And it was supposed to fit within the story of the Snyderverse. And then it was funny because I was like, Sam Raimi is a very fantastical director. And then this person was basically saying like, well, look at Zack Snyder's Justice League. He was fighting parademons and all. I'm like, yeah, but did you hear the details of the story that Joe Manganiello said and even Ben Affleck said? Like Deathstroke wasn't even going to be superhuman in this. They were grounding Deathstroke. They were trying to make it as grounded as possible. And I'm like, that's just not going to fly anymore. So I don't know. Again, it was just, you know, it was more of a diehard Zack Snyder fan. And I was just kind of like going, hey, just wake up to realities here. That's not going to happen.
Let him be.
But a Sam Raimi Batman would be fucking like, whoa.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I would be intrigued. It's not going to happen probably, but I wouldn't be surprised if Gunn was like,
So the book I'm getting tomorrow is called Batman the First Night, written by Dan Jurgens, and it's a period piece about Batman in the 40s.
Ooh.
Yeah. When
I really good first issue.
Yes. When I think of Sam Raimi doing Batman, that's the kind of Batman I could see him absolutely fucking nailing. Is like a period piece Batman noir set in the 40s. And that's not to say that I don't think Sam Raimi couldn't do a modern Batman today. I'd be very curious to see what that looks like, because look at Spider-Man and how pulpy that movie feels in terms of like, you know, it's like a Spider-Man movie and there are hints and shades of a real world, but Sam Raimi does a really good enough job of like distinguishing the fact that like, this is not a real world, but it very much feels like a heightened world. Unlike James Gunn and Superman, I'm not even going to go down that road.
I know,
I'm just being an asshole. but you get what I'm saying. Like Sam Raimi made Spider-Man feel tangible, and I feel like he can do that with Batman and Damian.
Yeah, Sam Raimi knows how he doesn't. I mean, even like what he said when it came to comic book movies, the way that he just like he knows like there has to be a core of the story of the character struggling through real world scenarios, but he's basically in this fantastical world too. And I think he's done a great job when he did the Spider-Man trilogy and even Multiverse of Madness. I'm a big fan of Multiverse of Madness, and I think he did a good job of like when it came to the core of what Doctor Strange, what Steven was going through. And I think he did a good job of handling all of that. And I think he did a great job while also having the fantastical elements of that story, in my opinion. And that's why, is it better than the first one? Maybe not. But at the same time, when people were like going, oh, fucking Multiverse Man, what is this? And I'm going, are you kidding me? When he's facing himself, the Supreme, and he pulls notes out of a harp and throws it at him, I'm like, that's fucking amazing.
Or when he has Strange dead walk his soul into another fucking body.
So cool. And there's so many Raimi-isms in there. And I'm just like, if he were to bring that to Batman, I'm like, that's why when I was pushing back against this individual, because I'm like, because he was like, oh, he should make the Batman. And I'm like, no, the Batfleck movie. I'm like, no, the Batfleck movie was supposed to be more of a grounded approach, but not like Christopher Nolan grounded, but grounded in the sense of Zack Snyder grounded. Because Zack Snyder grounded Man of Steel,
game, right? Affleck compared his version of Batman to the game, if I'm not
mistaken. Yes. Like David Fincher, like a David Fincher grounded, but it was still, it wasn't going to be like, it wasn't going to be Nolan grounded. So that wouldn't fit. And I'm like going, he would do a more fantastical version. And I would be like, that'd be
think about it this
cool.
way, right? Like at one point, Ben Affleck was going to do a Batman movie centered around Batman, grounded detective story, to some varying degree, obviously, but Matt Reeves did mention that script was a little more action heavy, which totally understandable.
Yeah.
But then Matt Reeves gets brought in to do a Batman movie, his own spin, a detective story, right?
Yeah.
Both of them, both Ben Affleck and Matt Reeves, you can absolutely picture a version of Ben Affleck doing some form of what Matt Reeves did to some extent. If you look at Ben Affleck's filmography as a director, now you can apply that very same logic to Andy Muschietti and Sam Raimi, because it's not so much about like, I want this definitive director to make this movie definitive that way I know it's like their official stamp. It's about the concept, right? It's Batman and Damian. Who can execute that in terms of like right now, in terms of directing? In my opinion, I think Andy Muschietti probably is going to make the movie, but if you don't get him, I'm with you. I think Sam Raimi is right there and he's more than willing to do the job.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, after Multiverse of Madness, there was a point in time where I actually saw Sam Raimi being the one doing Secret Wars, but I'm still happy at the fact that it's the Russos. But at some point, like, I could have seen Sam Raimi doing a lot more other superhero movies. I'm surprised he isn't being asked more often.
It's true. I mean, but I wouldn't be surprised if like James Gunn was like, oh.
That's
I mean,
to at least consider at least have a talk. But
I mean, I wouldn't be. I mean, but I know some people are like, well, you're talking about two different creatives having two different visions, and I get that because Gunn probably has a certain vision of like of what it is, but at the same time, I'm really hoping that and I think that Gunn is trying to take the approach of like, well, whatever director their vision is going to be the main focus. It's like, he'll give notes naturally, but at the same time, but I just, if Raimi ended up, Raimi is just.
I also think if Raimi came on board, there's a high chance he would probably get a different writer too. Let's also not forget, the Hollywood Reporter may have confirmed Christina Hodson as the writer. James Gunn has not. He has not said a word about whether or not she's
Yeah,
actually
but
writing
him
this
not
movie.
saying a word almost sounds
I,
like...
I don't disagree, but more often than not, when it comes to something like this, he is very quick within at least a few days to confirm or deny it. And when this Lobo thing happened, I was like, oh, that's interesting timing.
Smoking the mirrors. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm intrigued by it. And like I think you were saying about Andy Muschietti is that like, again, I haven't even seen Welcome to Derry except the first episode, is that like he right now is in a place where like, okay, you're gonna have to accommodate for him because like you said, he's gonna deliver on two more seasons of that show.
Yes.
And like if something happens in terms of quality and the show drops and he's working Batman, people will be like, oh, it's because he had to go fucking play with that big, IP character that's always has a movie that he couldn't hone in on this show, and it'll be the reverse of what went on. So I'm hoping that if it is Andy still doing it, he can accommodate. Be like, all right.
He only directed a handful of the episodes, and him and Jason Fuchs, I think he handled a lot of the writing.
Right.
I don't understand this this logic of like you're only as good as your last project. To me, that's like old dinosaur Hollywood logic. I think that's bullshit, honestly. Yeah. And it's kind of outdated way of thinking. Because this whole "you're only as good as your last project" nonsense, that's bullshit. That's absolute fucking bullshit.
I believe he could do both. But I know immediately. I know if something happens of quality for both either Batman, Brave and the Bold, or Welcome to Derry, that's the first thing people are going to go to.
Well, it's they're either going to blame him, and if she is the writer, they're going to blame her too.
Yeah.
I mean, they make it seem like
she's done two of the same things I've seen of her. I've enjoyed. There's only one thing
I agree. I'm 50-50. I can't.
So am I.
I'm 50-50. I like Birds of Prey, and there are things in that movie that I appreciate and I do like.
Me too.
And I think are really
I like certain things of Birds of Prey, not everything.
But does that attribute to the writing, or does that attribute to the directing, the performances from Margot Robbie and Mary Elizabeth Winstead, things like that? And then I look at The Flash, right? And everyone's like, oh, all the Batman stuff in The Flash was great. I'm like, that's awesome. But how much of that pertains to Christina Hodson as a writer?
Exactly.
Because there's some goofy bullshit in that Flash movie that does not fly. And I'm like, whoever fucking wrote this needs a rewrite. Okay.
Yeah. See, I mean, when I did my video, I was like, all right. So, I mean, obviously Bumblebee was her big success.
Bumblebee. Yeah.
She wrote a couple other things that weren't like huge, but then Bumblebee was like that was like huge.
That was the thing.
And everybody praised it. It was huge that when it came out and everything. And then she got thrown into the DC world. And the first one was Birds of Prey. And when it came to that, I mean, let's face it, that thing got dicked with. I mean, we know that it got rearranged. Maybe some choices like Cassandra Cain, I didn't like what they did with that character. There's some choices that I didn't like, and maybe even Black Mask, the way that
wasted performance.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, it's like, do we blame fully her? I mean, because we know that script got rearranged and things changed because test audience or whatever the hell we heard about that drama. So it was like, okay, not necessarily her fault. And then she wrote Batgirl. Yeah. Batgirl, I totally defend her with Batgirl because Batgirl was supposed to fit, and I've said it many times, and I even got it confirmed when I was talking to somebody this week when it came to everything. Batgirl was supposed to fit right after The Flash, because in 2022, November was supposed to be The Flash, and then on HBO Max, Batgirl was supposed to show up in December, and it was supposed to feed, like, the ending of Flash was leading into Batgirl, and they were supposed to, like, because Walter Amada was trying to create this whole universe thing that was going to lead into this, like, Infinite Earths thing. We heard about that. So once Flash got delayed and got rearranged, Batgirl was screwed. And then I was talking to this person who is much more in the know than I am. He said, yeah, they didn't want to spend any money on. Why would you want to spend money on a movie that was supposed to set up more things in the future? Batgirl was supposed to set up so much. It was supposed to start off by the setup of the Flash of Michael Keaton being in this different world. Okay. And then it was supposed to set up more things. And it was supposed to almost even be like it was almost like where the whole thing about Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne being the Nick Fury. He was supposed to be like, it was supposed to be almost in like a Batman Beyond kind of thing. When we heard about that rumor, it was like those things were true apparently. So, and that's why it got screwed, because once Flash got moved, they got rearranged. There was no reason to make that movie.
But even then, I understand it, and I agree exactly where you're coming from.
Yeah.
In terms of defending her stance in that movie, but it's also very hard to judge that movie because we're not going to see it. You know?
That's true. It's true.
It's hard. It's really hard because
it
like
really
for you know, for you and me, it's a 50-50 shot. If I saw Batgirl, I would probably have a much
I just look
more
at the two directors and what they've put out there. I've enjoyed when it came to the two Bad Boys movies and Miss Marvel. They've done great work, and I'm like, that's why I've always been like, fuck, I think they probably would have had something good here. You know, that's why I just kind of go, I think there was something good here, but it was fitting into a certain box. And once that box just got crushed by, being postponed, and then of course them just going a different direction, because 2023, that's when they announced James Gunn was, hey, we're doing something different. Batgirl didn't stand a chance. So like when everybody's like going, oh, how dare David Zaslav? It almost was like, we can't even, this movie was supposed to be a bridge. It was supposed to be a bridge to what Walter Hamada was trying to do before. As much as I still would love to see, I'll gladly watch a rough cut just to see what was happening in this movie. I would love to.
To me, some of this kind of just feels like consolation prizes in a sense, because Andy Muschietti gets Batman Brave and the Bold after the Flash gets completely screwed by 3 different regimes.
Yeah.
That feels that feels like a, hey, sorry, we fucked your movie. You want this?
Yeah.
And same deal could apply to Christina Hodson. Hey, sorry, we fucked Batgirl. Do you want to write Batman?
Yeah, I know. It's like it's a weird thing, because I even brought that up too. It was like, I enjoy the Flash. Do I have issues with it? Absolutely. But there are things that when it comes to Ben Affleck's Bruce Wayne and Barry talking, great scene. Which
apparently he did improvise and did his own, like he added notes, which
of course he
did.
And there's nothing wrong with that. But I mean, but the fact is, if she wrote the fact that they were going to have this scene, cool.
Yes. Yeah.
She established like, we're going to have this scene where Bruce is, basically talking to Barry
a little vulnerable
in the sense of it's like, so it's like, so you have that. And then of course the whole Barry and mom stuff, that's the stuff that worked. Other things got
now wrong. Here's an example of thing that didn't work. Fight during the day, Batman and Flash are holding onto the fucking lasso.
Yes, I brought that up in my video too. I was like, hey, that shit.
There's Barry trying to run after losing his power. There's a bunch of dumb, goofy shit in this movie, and even in Birds of Prey to a lesser extent, that just reeks of like, I don't know. I think I said it a long time ago when we talked about Christina Hodson last. She has like some of Chris Terrio's best tendencies when it comes to being a writer, but then it's almost like she takes some of Joss Whedon's worst cues too.
Yeah.
And there's just something kind of off-putting about some of the things that she writes. Like there are moments in Birds of Prey and the Flash where I'm like invested, and then there are moments where I'm just kind of leaning back and just shaking my head like this is fucking ridiculous. So I'm like 50-50. Personally, I don't really want her writing Batman. I would much rather it be someone else from the Brain Trust. I'd much rather it be somebody else.
But you got to realize that there's people in that Brain Trust that are going, and that's what I brought.
That are probably backing her to write the movie. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but I'm just saying, like, there's, before she didn't have a Brain Trust, there was not that writer's room. There was that.
Yeah, I get you.
So when like she had the script and they made the movie, and then they fucking started going, oh, this is not working. They start cutting things, reshooting things. Now,
it's different because it's more organized.
Yes, it's more organized, and Gunn is not going to be like, we're not going to shoot a movie and we're not going to fucking start That's what's good about Gunn, regardless how anybody feels about, how him. The fact of the matter is he's making sure that, hey, the script that we finally go, this is it. We're shooting that and we're releasing that. We're not going to be like, maybe they'll cut things and whatever the hell, of course, but they're not going to go crazy like what's been happening, with Warner Brothers.
They're not reactionary.
They're not going to be reactionary. They're going to maybe go, all right, we'll cut this scene. We'll do this, but we're not going to sit there and go, oh, we got to do fucking, a month or so of reshoots to like change the story because.
Or we're on a project. If it wasn't for bad management, we're not even talking about a Batgirl movie. Proper management, we don't even have a Batgirl movie, period.
Yeah.
At least not the one that they were
not telling that story. Yeah.
They were basically reactionary and panicking because they didn't know they really were. All those people were the wrong. Each and every one of those people that were involved in Warner Brothers were the absolute wrong people for the positions that they occupied. And whereas now, love them or hate him, you actually have somebody who has a business dealing with these IPs. None of those people did, including Lamada. None of those people did. Everything they did was reactionary. I thought the Batgirl movie, just from when I was looking at from what you would come out picture-wise, I'm like, here we are. We've dirtied our hands with the A-listers. We don't want to touch them anymore. Let's continue to feed you Z-listers, and maybe you'll forget about the A-listers. That was their strategy. So I thought Batgirl. I'm like, what are you doing? And then the same thing with anything else they did. Everything that they did from 18 on was basically substitute heroes that weren't going to draw. And now you're talking about putting a Batgirl movie that you overspent on to begin with, and now you got to pay for the advertising because no theater is going to put it in there. So you start weighing your losses. As much as like David Zaslav got off, like I said, to a rough start, there were certain things he inherited a heaping pile neck high of bullshit that he had to basically turn around and get rid of. And some of these projects were one of them. So if I never see Batgirl, I'm okay with it. They got paid. Everybody, it's not like they didn't get paid what they're doing, but only did it not fit going forward, it didn't fit then. So,
well, I think if like we see Batgirl, let's see her in obviously I think the DCU Batman, we could see her in a Batman movie, and that's fine. Have her as a side character. Have her as a side character. But I think they were trying to do something, and they were. There was that whole thing where it was like, oh yeah, Supergirl, Sasha Kaye, Supergirl is gonna take center stage as opposed to Superman, and then Batgirl, and then everybody's like, really, we're gonna really just like do this? And again, they were trying to do this whole thing, and then we can go back to the whole thing of like what we were talking about, where how everybody was like, oh yeah, we're being slammed in the head with like woke stuff where they want to like do all this, and then now when we have something like He-Man where they have an obvious joke. And then the anti-wokesters are now getting offended by jokes. And I'm like, wait, now you're the woke ones. What are we doing here? It's like, it's so funny because that's kind of where we're at, because the pendulum just, swings as it does. But, when it came to like, I think like, it was kind of like okay, she's writing it. Fine. But what I hated about it, and I expressed this in my video, was the fact that when people were talking about it, they were like, oh yeah, there's a thing that happens with especially movie journalism online, is the fact that like when something is now being reported, they make it sound like, oh, now it's happening now, like, oh, Christina Hassan is now writing the Batman script, and I'm like, no, she's not. She's been writing it. It's been happening. Because I talked to somebody who was more in the know, and they're like, oh, this is the October. I heard this in October, and then it was Boris Kitt who was like, oh yeah, Boris.
There you go.
Yeah, but what is his name? Whatever
Kitt.
the hell.
Yeah.
He said, oh no, this is like back and fall. I'm like, thank you for clarifying that. I always hate it. Like this even happened with Supergirl because there was like a new actor that is part of the villain. He's like a villain in Supergirl who like wasn't reported as being cast, but then they reported like so and so has been cast. I'm like, he has not been cast. He was already cast. It just wasn't reported. You didn't know about it, so stop making it, because then people get confused and go, wait a minute, I thought the principal of photography was already done. It's like, yeah, it has. It's just bad wording by who was ever reporting this. He has not just been cast. It was already cast. It's just now been reported. And that's what I get annoyed with, because I'm like, all right, when I heard the Christina Hotstead thing, I immediately went, she's been on this. And then I went to a source And they were like, yeah, October. So it's been 3 months. And I'm like, okay, thank you. I'm like,
so then who's been writing the movie prior to her then?
That's what I wonder. I don't know that.
Well, so who's this writer he's been working with this entire fucking time? That's my problem with this. He hasn't come out and said who the fuck is writing this movie.
That's true. And I think the problem with it is just because it's Batman, it's so difficult.
Well, could she have been that all the time? I mean, he hasn't announced anything. I mean, we're getting.
I remember. I heard October. I heard she jumped on it in October, and that's the thing. It's like
she was writing Fast 11 prior to this,
and she was working on a Ron Howard Fireman movie as well. So that might have been the case. And again, I think like you were hinting at that, like now, like there is a playbook that these studios are going to run. We may not like how they go, you know, the playbook itself, but they're trying not to be reactionary. And like a lot of the stuff, they're, unless, like Phil says, unless he responds immediately and debunks it on threads, they're holding it close to the chest by doing denials. Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm curious of like, okay, how much are they still keeping close to the chest? Because even though the whole thing of the Batman Part 2 castings, none of that stuff has been, you know, like
Matt Reeves has not talked about it. I mean, we got things that are just going like, hey, the Batman Part 2, guess what? It's about to ramp up, and we got Scarlett Johansson, we got Sebastian Stan, and
we got Two-Face.
I'm like, where's Matt Reeves? Where's Matt Reeves? Like going, hey, this is true. Welcome to the movie, Sebastian Stan or Scarlett. We haven't got that yet, and I'm like, I think it's just because, you know, we didn't see the shit with Marvel, and we still don't see the shit with Marvel. We're like, the DCU is just, you know, the DC Studios is just under a microscope
because there's a new kid on the block.
It's new too.
Yeah,
it's
new.
Like,
and James Gunn is trying to do his best to regulate and debunk. Sometimes he responds to people, and I think it's just, you know, it's just a difficult. It's in this space now in 2026 when you're trying to establish a new universe that is DC. When you have Superman, you have I mean, it's not easy. I mean, the dude is trying to, you know, be like, this is not true. He's trying to do this stuff while prepping a Superman sequel.
Yes.
You know, and the fact that this Superman sequel, he's trying to make it better than the first one. And it's already, you know, there's a step up with the fact that he got McCurdy as the cinematographer. He's got a new cinematographer who did Peacemaker stuff, and he did Game of Thrones and Shogun. I mean, that's the biggest selling point. When like I'm going like, if you want to like say like how good this cinematographer is, watch the first season of Shogun and see how good that fucking camera work is. It's excellent. So it's already showing that Gunn is going, okay, people didn't. I think, you know, because he does. I think Gunn every day is looking online, you know, whether he's interacting or not, but he's gauging and he's going, okay, yeah, people didn't like certain things when it came to the cinematography and blah, blah, blah. I got to step it up. I got to do something different. And this is what I'm hoping, you know, that he's looking at Man of Tomorrow going, all right, I'm doing something different. I gotta make my quote unquote Dark Knight, I guess you could say, because, you know, look at Batman Begins to Dark Knight. The same director, you can almost be like, wow, this is like two different movies almost, because of the way, like, you know, things are shot and things play out. I mean, same thing when it came to Man of Steel to Batman vs Superman. I mean, it's like, what? This is the same director? Yeah, same director, but it just looks different, you know. And there's nothing wrong with doing. And I hope, and that's what I'm hoping. Like Gunn is really going like, yeah, I want to make Man of Tomorrow be distinct from Superman. I want it to look different and feel different for people. And I think he's trying to do that. And I really hope that it works out. But when it comes to Batman, it's like, yeah, it's a whole thing. I don't know if Andy Muschietti is going to end up directing it. Hey, if Sam Raimi ends up coming in, that'd be pretty sweet, but I don't know if that's going to work. But Christina Hodstead, I defended her, and I also went, well, I can see why people are not liking it, you know?
Pessimistic about it, yeah. And I think the whole notion of like what's going to happen, who's writing Brave and the Bold, I think right now the reason why he's not responding to it immediately, and again, a lot could change within a few hours, he'll probably like debunk it or confirm it, is that like there's projects either in development or that they're working on right now, and which I was shocked. He said, "Oh yeah, there's a project that we approved that we're doing that nobody knows about," and that like I remember he saying like we didn't want to initially announce it because it's too similar to another studio what they're doing. I'm like, okay, so they're probably like deliberately being like, no,
let them. Opposite. They didn't announce it because they don't want another studio jumping on and doing it, and like
because
it hasn't been done before.
They're probably deliberately like letting people be like, you know what, let them talk, let them do these streams, let them argue on social media, just worrying about Batman, while we get to like craft fully this stuff that people aren't used to seeing, and probably either a character, a title that people be like, yo, that's either a deep cut or like, really, we're gonna go with this, okay, and let people be like, all right, they just want to talk about Batman because that's the main thing that's been the poster boy of DC for years. 30, 20, 40 years now. Let them go, and then we're gonna start teaching them that's more than just Batman and DC. I think.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
When it comes to issues like, say, if the person has done a certain set of projects, the only thing that a lot of people, especially online, judges by that, which is okay in a certain way, but if you'd have told me the same guy who did Married to the Mob would do Silence of the Lambs, I would have laughed at you and thrown you out of my room. These people who are writing these things or hiring the people to do these things are going to have conversations that us fanboys are just not going to have, and are going to see things from a perspective and angle that we are just not qualified for. And there's been plenty of people who have done really great shit, but then gone on to do other things. But it's not what they've necessarily done that we see. It's the potential that the person hiring them, they're sitting down, they're reading the script, they're reading a sample script. So I gotta trust James Gunn on whoever he picks on this one for me.
Yeah,
I think you bring up an interesting point, because it's one thing I think we've all seen is that common phrase of, I want a comic book writer to start helping out writing these movies, and I'm like, I roll my eyes at that, because when it comes to adapting these characters from one medium to another, things are going to be inherently different no matter what. You can have a comic book writer jump on this shit. It's not going to make that much of a difference. Like, yeah, they can be familiar with the source material. Like, case in point, David Goyer wrote Batman Begins and helped out with The Dark Knight, as well as helped craft Dark Knight Rises.
Man of Steel too.
Man of Steel as well.
Yeah.
He wrote JSA a long time ago. He's written comic books before. Like, this is not new. Like comic book writers are doing stuff like, case in point right now, Tom King. He is on 3 different projects in the DCU. He is an executive producer on Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. He is executive producing, showrunning, writing, and probably directing Mr. Miracle. And he is also showrunning and shepherding Lanterns. So yes, it's absolutely plausible. But again, when it comes to adapting these characters from page to screen, there is a level of tangibility that has to come with it. And I think that goes over a lot of comic book fans' heads, because they just want to see the goddamn panel be brought to life. And that's totally fine. But the thing they need to understand is not everything is going to translate well from page to screen. Because if you're going to sit here and tell me that you want a perfect page to screen adaptation of, for example, Batman Death in the Family, I'm going to look at you with a raised eyebrow and go, you really want to try and put and film Joker being the ambassador to Iran and Superman coming in and inhaling all this Joker toxin? You really think something like that is going to be tangibly possible? Do you have any idea how much something like that would cost? When fans like that say shit like that, I'm like, you don't really know what you're talking about, because you're not really thinking.
It's not going to translate. It's just
I would love if Paul Dini and Bruce Timm would work with DC Studios, but I know that if that ever was to happen, I know the internet would put them immediately under microscope. Be like, all right, you guys, you got to do this.
No, but I think you're onto something in terms of just character specific. I think that's actually a really good idea, because look at what Paul Dini did when he jumped from Batman the Animated Series to Batman Arkham Asylum and Batman Arkham City. It is possible.
Yeah,
it is absolutely possible. But again, it's a very
and that's a whole
writer basis.
And that's a whole different thing too. Is like, because like I said, it's like when you have comic book writers, that's something on a page, on a panel, easy to be like, oh yeah, we could have this in there because it's comic book. when you do something like a TV show, when you're trying to, oh yeah, let's bring Batman to a show where we have to have kids and even maybe adults like be involved with it. We have to create like a certain tone. We have to create certain things, and they did it. They achieved it. And then it's so funny too, because, you know, we've talked about this on DC Fanimated. Scott's talked about this where basically Fox wanted a more kid-friendly Batman. And then they were like, well, we have this Batman Beyond idea. But then it ended up being more, some of the episodes ended up being more dark than fucking Batman, the animated series. Yeah. It's just so funny how that kind of worked, where that went 3 seasons as well, where they're like, oh yeah, we want like a something else that's, so they're like, oh, we have this idea of like an older Bruce and then a younger, because obviously they wanted a younger Batman.
They wanted, if I remember correctly, someone at Fox was like, we want a teenage Batman.
Yes, they
like
wanted
Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I think it was around this
And Bruce Timm was just like,
fuck.
All right, okay, I guess we'll try.
Yeah, and then but there's some episodes of Batman Beyond that are fucking darker than.
Okay, do you remember the episode Joyride?
Yes.
In the opening of that episode, you actually see the corpse of the Joker.
Yes.
It's so that show is fucking dark, dude.
It is dark. It like I said, like when Scott and I talk about it, there's sometimes we're like, Jesus Christ, they fucking went pretty dark. And then it's funny.
The movie.
Christ, don't even talk Joker. Yes. I mean, that's what's so funny, but it worked. It worked where it's like, where people were, you know, teenagers.
Could you imagine, like, I've always wanted to see a Batman Beyond movie.
Oh, yeah.
And to me, like, I've talked with my buddy Tom about this, because Tom is a huge Batman Beyond fan. We always talk about fucking making that kind of movie, because that would be like the prime movie that I would love to make. But I think that the beauty of Batman Beyond is, like, it has 3 seasons. It's an extension of Batman the Animated Series. But look at how much of a fan base that show has garnered in the 30 years it's been around, dude.
It's so funny because the last DC Fanimated that we were talking in, like, you know, I brought up the joke because it was, what was the episode? I totally forgot what it was. But there was like a scene in there where we have False Face. Do you guys know the character False Face? He was like working with the Cobra.
Yes.
Yeah, and they were gonna. Oh, it was the episode called. God damn it, Plague. It was called Plague.
Yeah.
And the Stalker comes back, and because the NSA, Bennett, the NSA dude, they decided to hire the Stalker to try to find the virus and blah blah blah. And of course, Stalker was trying to kill Batman in the previous episode called Bloodsport, which was kind of like, whoa, what does that mean? Is Bloodsport? Oh, it's just called Bloodsport for no reason.
Stalker's the one who had his spine removed, right?
Yes,
like
yeah. So, like, basically, like when it came to this episode, it was like, where was I going with this? Essentially, they had to team up, and then there was like some like dark things that kind of happened within it, and fuck, I was going somewhere with this and I totally blanked. I forgot where I was going. What were we talking about? We were talking about like how
Batman Beyond has grown a fan base, how dark it can get more than Batman the Animated Series.
It's got some real dark shit that happened. Like you could make like a body horror anthology. Well, not an anthology, but like you could make body horror movies out of some of these Batman Beyond villains with Batman obviously present, but like, you know, Blight, like Derek Powers, he's easily like, you know, your prime suspect number 1. Let's also not forget, like, Batman Beyond shined a light on some like underrated villains in the DC universe that probably didn't get a whole lot of talk at all. Like, case in point, you mentioned fucking the Cobra organization, the Royal Flush Gang. I guarantee DC fans do not know who the fuck the Royal Flush Gang is.
Personally,
so you've seen Batman Beyond.
No, the point I was trying to make was we started talking about, like, because there's a scene, you know, towards the end where things were blowing up and like, you know, and Terry, and we've kind of made this joke because even with Superman the Animated Series, when the Steel episode, it's like, okay, so his face is completely covered, but his mouth can move. Same thing with Batman Beyond. It's like, oh yeah, he's like completely covered, but he talks like he's normal. And I kind of, we were kind of like, if they were to make a movie, you just can't have that for Batman Beyond. He would have his face completely covered. It wouldn't be like, a mouth moving. It would just be, and even like when it comes to people like trying to do live action versions or whatever, the mouth is just going to be completely covered.
It'd be like Deadpool, I think.
Huh?
It would work like Deadpool, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
That's the way
you would have to have expression in the eyes, and a lot of like moving of the head when he's talking, but you can't just have like the mouth move like a normal thing. And I even said, I was like, it's an animation thing. Like it doesn't like, even when they try to do a live action Steel movie with Shaq, guess what? He was just basically he wasn't wearing a full on, his mouth was fully, open. So it's like you can't do something like, if you're going to do a Batman Beyond movie, it's going to be something like Iron Man, or like you said, they maybe do a combination of Iron Man and like a Deadpool or Spider-Man, where it's like, now
it is kind of like that. Yeah,
you have to have expression in the eyes. You can maybe do something like that with CGI, or like, have expression in the eyes, but there's no way you can have his actual mouth moving.
You know what I would do? I would probably do like kind of like Iron Man, but I would have the HUD resemble the opening where you see his view from like the it would be like that, right? Because
they would totally do the whole thing where it's like zero.
I would do that
and do that. Yeah, 100%. You'd have to. I mean, and then of course people are like, oh, you're ripping off Iron Man. It's like there's no other way to do it besides that. I mean, they did that with Blue Beetle.
Off? No, inspired by? Yeah.
Yes. They did that with Blue Beetle. They had a little bit of that with Blue Beetle. I mean, you have to have that, because if you can't have the actor expressing, I mean, that's what was so brilliant about Iron Man.
They did an Ironheart too.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is like, and essentially it's like, we know it's just, the actor sitting down in a chair with like this camera rig and he's just doing the thing, but it's fine. It's like, that's what you have to do if you want the actor to be involved. Yeah, they would totally do that. Same thing.
You know what Batman, I would love to do though? If it were me, I would. This actually just came to me. So imagine like Terry McGinnis is in a fight, right? But then like before the fight happens, it's him having a conversation with Bruce, right? But treat it like the Matrix. Like how Morpheus was talking to Neo, right? Like what if that conversation, prospectively, the way I think too much like a fucking filmmaker these days. It's just crazy to me that like, I would have like that pep talk conversation that Bruce always has with Terry. Like the point of view I would have would be like inspired by the Matrix. That's kind of what I'm going with. But then, you obviously have it like be Bruce in the cave and Terry in the action. That's anyway. Batman Beyond is easily you could do a movie out of it, and I guess Christina Hassan wrote a script for it, but they were like, yeah, this is great. We're going to put this on the shelf.
Well, what I heard was the fact that the Batgirl, remember that whole rumor? It was like kind of like something with that. Either Batgirl was leading to that, or it was so yeah.
Well, that's interesting, because I remember when Michael Uslan was asked, or like Kevin Smith made a claim of like a Batman Beyond movie could have possibly happened after The Flash, and Michael Uslan came out and was like, that was never a thing. But it's interesting now that like it's been being reported that she allegedly was working on a script for something like that, and it's like
there was that image, right, of like very like Spider-Verse-esque.
Yeah, they were trying. There's been some animated stuff that they were pitching to like back in like a while ago, which would be totally cool. It's like, okay, if you don't want to do obviously live action, that's probably not that's not in the cards right now. Do an animated feature. Do a Spideyverse type of animation. Batman Beyond. I don't see anything.
You're gonna need about 5 to 8 years of those.
I
don't think. Be honest with you, I think you can do a Batman Beyond. I don't think you can just do one now. I think you have to build.
But animation though.
I think an animation.
No. That's what I'm saying. Because here's the thing: I don't think the general public, not us nerds, the general public, believe it or not, like it or not, Batman is Bruce Wayne, and I think you have to build
Bruce
up.
Wayne's part of it.
No, Batman is Bruce Wayne. Not Batman is there with Bruce Wayne.
I understand
Batman,
what William's getting at.
Yeah. Now, this is not an argument I'm making with us.
I know.
But the Joe average is not going to buy that without you building up to that. Now you look at what Miles Morales. We've been dealing with Miles Morales since he first appeared in 2011, and they've done all manner of things, video games, cartoons, everything else, and he's still probably years away from live action. But at the time that they do it, though, they have sold the general public on someone else as Spider-Man that is not Peter Parker. It can be done, but people want to. I don't think you can do it unless James Gunn just outright pulls some weird shit out of his ass and says, I want to do it. Aside from him having the power to just go ahead and greenlight it, I don't. If I'm backing him, investing in money, I'm not giving him a dime unless you've made a case that the general public is going to take a Batman that is not Bruce Wayne.
I think in some respect that you don't get a Miles Morales without a Terry McGinnis to some varying degree, because they were created for completely different reasons. Because Brian Michael Bendis saw an interview or a post or something from Donald Glover about how Spider-Man has always been white, and Donald Glover always loved the idea that anyone could be Spider-Man under the mask. That's the most beautiful thing about
Stan Lee, director.
And right. And so Brian Michael Bendis was like, that's a really great idea. I'm going to do that. I'm going to create a new Spider-Man. And that's how Miles Morales was born in the Ultimate Universe. Peter Parker was given a very sound death in that universe, and it literally sets up Miles. Miles is brought in Ultimate Fallout number 4, and then Peter Parker is killed fighting the Sinister Six, more specifically the Green Goblin.
Yeah.
And Peter dies, and then Miles is then thrust into this world. He's not necessarily thrust in, but he sees Peter's sacrifice. He goes and buys a Spider-Man costume at a fucking Halloween store, puts the costume on, and then fights Electro in New York City. That catches the attention of Nick Fury, and Nick Fury is like it or not, kid, you're the new Spider-Man. Gives him his iconic black and red suit.
Yeah. And see what they've done. And then you've had the 2 movies. You had one of them won an Academy Award. So you've built the credibility to where you have the general public that identifies with a Spider-Man. That's time. Same thing, problem which you had with now Captain America, Brave New World wasn't a very good movie, but that's not why it failed. Captain America, Brave New World failed because that's not Steve Rogers.
I get that, but what you said right there, and this is why I think that they should do a Batman Beyond animated feature, is like the fact that people were sold on, when they saw Spideyverse is like, oh well, shit, yeah, we can accept that, at least in that kind of medium. It's like, okay, and then eventually, I know Kevin Feige said that that they want to bring Miles Morales live action and stuff like that. But I'm just saying, like, when it comes to Batman Beyond, I'm like, start with animation first. That's where it started. Do a more sophisticated animation, and
get some games out there. Get some games out there. Get some games.
Honestly, I thought that was like the next progression after Arkham City would be Arkham Beyond, right? Like, why not have? That to me felt like.
I mean, they had the skin for it, right? They had the skin for it when it came to that game.
More specifically, like, yes, there was the skin in Arkham City, but like, Kevin Conroy was right there. Will Friedle was right there. I very much thought you could have carried like an Arkham future story, but they went Arkham Knight with it. I was like, all right, fine.
And people still like cyberpunk, neo noir stuff. So I'm like, you could still do that even in gaming. Like, look at Cyberpunk, how much that franchise has been building
I think
up.
you can. But if you're going to do Bruce Wayne, you got to cast somebody else because unfortunately Kevin Conroy not going to be here. And I feel like if you're going to do Terry too, I don't know. You can get Will Friedle.
I don't think you do him.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think if you make Terry an adult, then you can get Will Friedle.
Yeah, I guess so.
But you're probably not gonna, the people who watch that show are probably going to be uncomfortable with whoever you get. But remember, if you're doing this, you're not doing this for them anymore. We're beyond them. We're doing this for Joe Average, who's never heard.
We're beyond that. Will we're beyond?
No. Get it. And I get what William is saying, but like I feel like especially that first pilot of Beyond. A lot of it to me like sold it for me as a kid. I'm like, oh, you see that Batman is a new suit.
The two-parter, the opening.
Yes.
So
you would need.
I actually rewatched that for its anniversary.
Oh, it's so good, man.
2 weeks ago.
you would need that opening for the general audience to be
Yes,
like, oh,
yeah,
that's an older
yeah,
guy.
you could
and
get
all
other
this stuff
people, I
and
guess,
Ace.
because
Yeah.
let's be honest. All due respect, rest in peace to Kevin Conroy. The vast majority of the backbone that you're going to need to make this financially viable probably has never heard of his voice and that does not associate him with that.
Well, that's the thing. It's like one of the things that that was talked about too. I think, you know, when it came to Batman Beyond live action talk, was Michael Keaton was like, hey, if we were to do that, Tim Burton should do it. And it was like one of those things where it could have been like a cool idea at one point where Tim Burton directs a Batman Beyond movie with Michael Keaton as the older Batman and in his way, and then it would just like complete the trilogy of, you know, Michael Keaton and Batman. That could have probably worked at one point. I think that time is now past, obviously. So now it's like, but I mean, at one point, I remember it was like in 2000, like, you know, 18, 19, we were hearing about Batman Beyond talk. I'm like, well, what if they, and then there was like that whole thing, and I'm like going, maybe in an Elseworld scenario, there could have been something where Michael Keaton was that. And then, of course, when it came to when they brought him back for the Flash, they're like, well, maybe it could do that. But then they killed him in the Flash. It was like,
I don't know how.
I don't know.
I don't know how I don't think Tim Burton is too keen on getting back into bed with Warner Brothers or
no. I think that's why it never happened.
Yeah,
it was something that I think Michael Keaton said in an interview, like, when they asked him about it, he said, like, he said, I would probably do it if it was Tim Burton that directed. And maybe he was just doing that for like, hey, you know, hey, because we had that relationship with me and him and Batman and stuff like that. And I think a lot of us went, well, that would have been kind of cool if like a Tim Burton futuristic, you know, Gotham, like in that world, in his world, you know?
Yeah. For us, yeah. For us, yeah.
Would have sold, maybe.
Nope. Okay. I love Michael Keaton. Should have won for Birdman. I love Michael. I think he's a top tier Hall of Fame actor. But here's the thing. My sales pitch is to a median audience that wasn't even a fucking zygote when he was Batman last. the vast majority of my money is coming from a generation that wasn't even in the pre-fuck phase of being born by this time. Now my median audience, that makes up a huge percentage of my audience, has now had like 3 or 4 Batman since him. Most of if you were born, literally born on the day that Batman Returns was out of the theaters, your Batman is you're closer to a Christian Bale and Ben Affleck than you are, or maybe, you know, reruns of the cartoon than you are to that Batman. And that's why when we were promoting Flash, we were instructed, to base it on the actual Flash character. That's what we promoted, even though we had pictures with him on it, because you're talking about a Batman that hadn't relevantly been on the screen in 33 years at the time that movie was made. Yeah. I was there. June 13th.
Oh, I know. I misjudged it. Well, I still remember that I went to a Super Bowl party in 2023, and they showed the trailer, and people were like, "What? Michael Keaton's back as Batman? Holy shit!" And I was like, oh, this movie might do gangbusters, I think. But then those people were like, they were impressed. They were like, oh, he's back, but then they didn't go see it. I was like, oh.
No. Listen, if everybody that connected with him back in 1989, 92 came and see him, that's still not your median audience. That's not enough.
Yeah. No. You bring up a good point.
That's not your repeat audience. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not the audience you need. It's not what I call the spine of an operation. Like I always say, nostalgia is like a bomb. If you pull the right wire, everybody lives. Pull the wrong one, everybody dies. And it has to be a perfect balance. And the whole Michael Keaton thing, I'm like, that's my Batman.
The Michael Keaton thing didn't work. The Michael Keaton, like something like Force Awakens worked when it balanced nostalgia with new shit. And then, obviously
stuck with old shit.
I can't tell you how many times I've like walked into a comic book store or walked into a setting, and like as a Batman fan, when people ask me, oh, who would you want to do Batman Beyond? Like Michael Keaton, I'm like, no, never. And they're like, why? And I'm like, because then you're automatically just placing it within the Tim Burton timeline, and that's not fair to anyone. Like, yeah, I get the idea. Like, yeah, he's old enough to be the old man Bruce Wayne that we all know and love, and we kind of see like hints and shades of that in the Flash, barely. But no, I think if you're going to do like a live action Batman Beyond, you either do an older actor
who has almost no ties to Batman, or you go the other route with it and get an older actor who has voiced Batman that is not Kevin Conroy, like say a Bruce Greenwood, who actually can physically kind of fit that older moniker of Bruce.
He's the next guy for me. Yeah.
I just
like
go
that's what I would do, but that's just me. And people are like, but why wouldn't you get Michael Keaton? And I'm like, did you just not listen to anything I just said?
And then people even say like, well, Ben Affleck, what about Ben Affleck? I'm like, but then you're sticking him in the Snyderverse now.
You're putting him in a cage.
You know?
You're putting him in a cage, and who wants to write from inside of a cage? You know.
Yeah,
that's
the thing. It's like you know, once you start, if you bring in Bale, you're sticking them in that universe. You bring in Keaton, you're sticking them. They all have their own universes where they're stuck.
And their own times.
Now, I do have an idea on how you could make a movie where you have Pattinson, Bale, Clooney, and Affleck in it. But that's just me.
Like a multiverse,
kind of, but I'm holding that one real close to the chest. That stays right here.
I'll put it out there because I'm not
cool. Write it down. But
it's been in the works. It's pen has been put to paper. Let's put it that way. Okay.
It's all been pretty crazy, but we'll see what happens. Like I said, I mean, like when it comes to the Hodson stuff, I just go, let's just wait. I mean, this DCU Batman's not going to be coming. We're not going to see it till 2028, if anything.
Yeah, it's going to come out later.
He made it apparent like I'm not going to try to. He said cloud the Batverse, which I love that. I was like, that's a good title for a book. Cloud the Batverse.
Yeah. You don't want to muddy the waters.
You don't want to muddy the waters because I think like the struggle with the DCU Batman, and the only thing that they have a benefit when it comes to the DCU Batman is the fact that there's already a universe that's established. So you could just kind of, and I still think, and I've said that I've heard they've already done tests for actors, and I would not be surprised if we see like a Bruce Wayne or something in Clayface or a Man of Tomorrow. It's like you have the benefit of like, well, we can have a Bruce Wayne that's going to be part of this universe, but Gunn knows the value of Matt Reeves' Batman after the success of the Batman and the success of the Penguin. So he's not going to be like, oh no, I'm not. Hey guys, we have this. We're still trying to figure out ours, but you have another Batman that you can do. And I'm not going to try to compete with that Batman. This is
or destroy it like the previous one did. They've abandoned best thing across DC papers and staples and films. If we've abandoned this fucking bullshit of one universe at a time garbage.
Yes.
I'm so happy to see that diaper thrown out because it has fucked up DC since 1986 up until the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. And that's a good thing. The fact that he's like going, I'm Elseworlds, and then we got that dynamic duo thing. That's its own thing. We're trying to be like, hey, and he's like totally going, yes, that we're still trying to figure this out. But hey, I mean, like, we still got the Matt Reeves Batman, and that's still coming along, and it's still happening. So you'll get your Batman fix. It's just not going to be the DCU Batman. Well,
Okay, so I've got a fun idea. What do you think is going to come after Batman Part 2? Because that, as of right now, is the last thing on their release schedule. Because I think I know what they might do.
What?
Wonder Woman.
Oh yeah, they got to do Wonder Woman.
Paradise Lost or the actual Wonder Woman?
No, Wonder Woman. Because Anna Nogueira.
I think they would be smart to do both.
I'm leaning towards the movie. The movie.
I know. I think they'll do a movie, but I think the show of Paradise Lost will finally I think it would be smart for them to just, the movie will come along and they'll have like, hey, let's establish the DCU Wonder Woman. And I think it would be smart to do the limited series of Paradise Lost.
Somewhere around the time.
Around the same time to keep people engaged in the Wonder Woman lore. That's my...
it's going to be absolute Wonder Woman, damn it. That's the key.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think Wonder Woman is absolutely probably going to happen in 2028, I think.
Yeah.
Matter of fact,
I think both Batman and Wonder Woman are going to come out around within a year of each other at least.
That's plausible.
Yeah. I think they should, because I mean, even Gunn has said like, oh yeah, we got to start focusing on some of the main, players.
Well, the fact that the writer for Supergirl, Anna Nogueira, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but
Nogueira,
the fact that her script for Supergirl got greenlit like that, they made the movie. very quick. James Gunn was very quick to say yes. She's writing this Wonder Woman movie.
Yeah, she was writing Teen Titans, but then they kind of went like,
and he didn't. You know, he even like when him and Safran were asked about that publicly, he was like, "We never confirmed that."
Yeah, we didn't confirm that. We're like, hey, and then if anything, yeah, she's writing Wonder Woman right now.
Yeah.
So,
which I'm curious to see.
But I'm just like, I'm kind of wondering if like there's like a whole her and like, you know, a couple other little writers where they kind of just like go, oh yeah, we're writing that as well as the series Paradise Lost.
You know what else is probably coming out next year? Mr. Miracle.
Oh yeah, the animated, and they're already casting for
If they're casting for it now,
Scott,
and chances are, I'm guessing it's probably going to release sometime next year.
I'm bummed for that show.
That's going to be interesting. Yeah, it's going to be.
I got to read the book.
Yeah, so do I. I got to read.
Well, it's apparently going to be in the DCU. So whoever they cast for this, that like these are your new gods.
Those characters. Yeah.
And you know the fact that Maxima is supposed to be in Man of Tomorrow. I mean, it seems like Gunn is gun ho on going into the new god. Hey, we got to get some new gods going in here. So Maxima, I mean, he has not denied. I haven't seen him deny that Maxima is in it. I mean, it was kind of like a weird thing because the Wonder Woman thing got debunked.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, within the day, it was like, oh yeah, Maxima's in it. That's the female that they're.
He's made it clear that a female hero is in this movie.
Yes. And again, when I was talking to people behind the scenes, like when it came to the Christina Haas, it was like, oh yeah, well, it was like people have been sitting on that news too. And since he debunked that, they just released it. I was like, oh, that's interesting. So there was already and it's kind of, so I don't know. It's all weird. Hey, Maxima, fine. I think that would be actually cool because, her whole thing is, she is part of that,
She was in the animated series in an episode.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And she is very much, she has an episode in Superman the Animated Series. She's very much looking for a mate, and Superman fits that parameter.
Right.
So it creates the tension, obviously. That's why when I
yeah.
Yeah.
And looking at who's writing and directing this, yeah, that makes so much sense. Oh God. Okay.
But then of course people are like, talking about the book called what was it called? Something in the Sky.
Something in the Sky. Yeah, I've seen it on Threads too.
Fright in the Sky or something in the sky.
Scare in the Sky or some shit like that.
Something like that. And she's in that book with Brainiac.
Is it Terror in the Sky?
No. What the fuck was it called? Let me look.
Spirit in the Sky.
Is it Spirit in the Sky? Okay.
That's the song.
No, that's the song. Let me see here. Let me scroll down.
A comic story or a book?
Yeah, it's a Superman story. Something in the Sky.
Story. Something in the Sky with Brainiac and Maxima, and Supergirl is also in it too.
Oh, then there you go.
Yeah. Panic in the Sky.
Panic in the Sky.
Panic in the Sky. Yeah. So it seems like if Maxima is, and he has not debunked it, if she's part of that, and Supergirl is actually,
I remember this.
So yeah, it seems like he's going to probably be influenced by that story. I have not read that book or that story.
It's been a while.
Okay. So yeah, that should be interesting. So
wow, this is almost around the time of the death of Superman. This was 93.
Was it in the 90s?
Oh, that's when it came out. Oh yeah, wow,
I remember that as a young owner.
What did Brainiac look like in that book?
He had a mustache.
He had a mustache.
There's a picture of him right on the.
Here. I'll show you the cover.
Curious. What does Brainiac look like?
Yeah, he had that little thing on his head. He has a small little mustache. Yeah. The best number Action Comics is the best one with his face.
Oh, fuck me. I could see James Gunn making Brainiac look like that too.
Please don't do that. Please don't
God,
do that.
Damn it, no.
No, but there's different look at the Action Comics
I know. There's plenty of different versions of Brainiac. I'm just saying, like, I could see James Gunn doing something like that for shits and giggles.
That looks like the Hulk villain.
Bro, that looks like the Mask.
No, look up. Actually, Google the actual storyline. The trade paperback. That's the one he looks like. That's what he looks like in the story. He looks like me. He looks.
I don't think Gunn's gonna make him look like that.
I hope not.
I could see him making him look like that. What the actual one in the story looks like. The whole Ming the Merciless look that he has on there. Yeah, that's what I could see. Or going absolute and having his brain hang out. That's kind of cool.
I think we're getting like full on. What's Brainiac's race? The Crawl Cruck. Damn it. I don't remember what his race is, but I think we're getting like green skin, some robotic stuff. I think we're getting something like that. Something a little more traditional.
I think I don't.
Just a straight up green ball guy. I mean, just keep it simple when it comes to.
Well, look at in Guardians 3, that one dude. What was his name?
High Evolutionary.
I mean, I was actually surprised. I mean, again, when when people were like,
you guys like that design? You like that design?
I was more surprised on how graphic it got when he got his face torn off. I was actually very surprised they showed it. I was like, when Rocket was it Rocket that fucked up his face?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really where you really earn your PG-13 rating is with that.
I was like, dude, I was actually very surprised they showed that in an MCU movie. I was like, they showed his fucked up face. I was like, damn, look at you guys. So I mean, so I'm like, I'm thinking like, all right, if Gunn wants to push that PG-13 when it comes a Man in Tomorrow, please do. But anyways, all right. This is a good spot to end the stream right here.
But Dave, we didn't talk about Masters of the Universe.
No, you were late.
I was late. That's right.
Okay, but give us your overall. Okay, so before we leave, we'll end with this. Phil, give us your overall review of that trailer.
I think. Well, I'm not a kid. I'm not a kid of the '80s, so I saw the '80s show in
we talked about that. Yeah.
But I'm more familiar with the 2000 show.
Yeah.
Even still, I've seen He-Man toys. A friend of mine's a huge He-Man fan. I saw the new show that Kevin Smith did, Revelations. That was great.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I didn't see the second season. But
this movie, to me, I wasn't highly anticipating this or anything. But I gotta say, like after watching this trailer, I was really surprised. I was like, holy shit, this looks really good. I know you're kind of hesitant about the Earth stuff, but I was just like, oh, okay, that's like the reason they yanked him out of Eternia. Whatever. I don't.
Yeah. As long as it's done well. If it's done well, fine.
Yeah. And I think the thing that the thing that I love that they address very quickly, that they make it. Adam says it in the trailer. A sword that can turn a man mightier than a god, spaceships, all this shit that when you explain what Masters of the Universe is, people look at you like you're fucking insane. They tell you what it is outright from the go, and I'm like, you just embrace the lunacy. Travis Knight, you're a fucking genius, and I love it. And yeah, man, it looks good. I'm excited. I'm more excited than I thought I was going to be for it. I'm very excited. Because
it looks as ridiculous as it should be for something.
Yes,
and I think, and that's a character you don't even really like.
Also, I also think it looks different enough from your standard blockbuster fare. It doesn't really remind me of anything else I've seen on the big screen. I've honestly on Threads I've seen nothing but people from the 80s and shit being like, this looks like fucking this looks amazing even though Jared Leto's in it, and I'm like, the joke I made was the smartest thing they did marketing this trailer was not having Jared Leto say a fucking word and not letting anyone know that he's playing Skeletor.
No, I like He-Man, Dave. It's Lobo. I don't like it.
I thought it was He-Man.
I loved He-Man growing up. I loved He-Man.
Okay.
We knew as kids.
Okay.
Yeah, we knew as kids what we were watching was ridiculous. So
okay. Because I remember
Lobo. I'm happy. Yeah, I never got to chime in on the Lobo thing.
You didn't like a Lobo. Okay.
I'm happy for Jason Momoa. I think for what it is, it's amazing. I from single digit age, I've had no fucking use for Lobo ever.
Okay. That's what it was.
I thought it was a joke. It was a joke. He was a joke. He was created as a joke parody.
Totally.
Yeah. But hey, Jason Momoa.
So because at the beginning when you showed up, when we were talking about things,
I thought you said He-Man, like you were.
Nah, I loved He-Man.
Lobo. It was Lobo. Okay.
Keith Giffen, that was Keith Giffen's passion character. He created that character. He forced it back into comics and Legion because for the first 8 or 9 years of Lobo's existence, you didn't even really see him anywhere. It wasn't until the late 80s and early 90s, Legion 88, Legion 89, and then he used him again. He was the only person using that character. He even used him in the futuristic version of Legion of Superheroes. So yeah, that was his thing, and then it caught on, and then it just just all of a sudden in the early 90s he caught on, got his own book. But I people make fun of me and get mad at me when I call him Timu Wolverine because, like I explained before, that's what he was. He was a cheap Wolverine knockoff, right down to the cheap cigar. Because when Wolverine stopped after Frank Miller did the Wolverine series, and then later Chris Claremont issues, he stopped wearing the cowl constantly, and you saw what Wolverine looked like under the mask, page after page. He would go whole storylines without the mask. Ty Burns, cigar, wild hair, and then all of a sudden, here comes space biker. Yeah, I'm like, come on. So yeah, I never had any use.
Well, hopefully he fits in this story. But yeah, when it comes to He-Man, yeah, we'll see. I mean, like I said, I was mixed on it, but my brother was the He-Man fan in the family. I was Ghostbusters when we grew up. He had all the toys. He still has them somewhere in a crate.
Did you show him?
Dude, like when the teaser came out, I was like, before he went to work which was on Wednesday, I was like, dude. And I showed him, and he was like, "Oh my god!" And then I didn't see him on Thursday because I was like doing my reaction stuff like that. And then when we went to the movies, I was like, "Did you watch it?" And he was like, "Yes." And he said, "Gave me goosebumps." I was like, "Good, that's good." I was like, I was mixed on some things because I was like, I wasn't sure what they were trying to go for when it comes to the Earth stuff. But the trailer gets better. Like when you see him, I have the power, and he does that, fucking awesome. And then all of a sudden he's wielding a sword and fucking dudes up, and I'm like, awesome. And then when Skeletor shows up, whoa. And then when they start fighting, whoa again. Yeah. I'm like, okay, the trailer just got better. Yeah.
Hey, does your brother have the slime pit? He does.
Does he have the what?
The slime pit, the Hordak slime pit. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I think he probably did. He had all the shit, so he probably did. I'll ask him.
Very valuable today, especially if it's in good condition. Oh man, great skull! Because we tore the shit out of those toys when we had them. So I got a lot of them around that are like in good condition. So
someone brought up like I can't wait to watch Cringer put on the Battle Cat armor, and I'm like, dude, there's so much shit they're holding back.
Because you don't see them with the Battle Cat armor. You don't see
Orca. You don't see Orca. You don't see the sorceress.
You don't see Orco either. Yeah.
Is Fisto in the trailer? I got to slow it down.
Fisto is in the trailer, I believe so. Yes, I think Fisto is in it.
You see a couple of characters like they do.
I also made the joke that like this is the franchise that Amazon so desperately needs on the big screen.
Oh, they totally do.
Yeah,
totally do.
I also think if anyone is a huge Masters of the Universe fan and they painstakingly love that movie with Dolph Lundgren, they're probably looking at this movie going, "Thank you."
Yeah, that movie tried to be an actual movie. I think the only way you can do certain these franchises is if you take them as they did back in the 80s. We didn't take ourselves, dude. There was so much shit in the 80s to watch on TV that was just another thing. And we knew as 10-year-olds that this was cheesy. This wasn't aging well as we were watching it, but that was part of the fun.
Well, the beautiful thing that a good friend of mine, my buddy Mike Snyder, brought up to me a long time ago, that like the beautiful thing about Masters of the Universe was like, unlike a Batman or a Superman or a Spider-Man, it's just based off a toy line. Like the TV shows were based from the toy line. All of that was just thought up by people. Same with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like all of that lore from the TV show, that's all just willy-nilly bullshit. Everything that we know about. Do you guys remember the Toonami? Yes.
Was that the Jay Leva show?
I believe so. Yes, the 2000s one. That's the one I watched.
Yeah, 2002 or whatever the hell.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Because Jay Leva posted about it on Twitter. He was like, "Hey, I don't know if you guys, he was like, I'm looking forward to the movie, but I did the, he helped do the 2000, early 2000 show." Okay. I didn't want
that show.
I didn't want to. It was funny too because my brother, who is the He-Man, like when he was like, we were talking about it, he goes, "Yeah, it was like only the 80s, and then there was like nothing." I'm like, "No, there was other cartoons, dude." He's like, "You gotta I think he didn't. Obviously, you grow up, you don't, So 4 non-blondes need to that song. And I said, hey. Is that the one? Is that the song?
It's the only one that they're really known for.
Yeah, they are.
Trying to make He-Man outside of the 80s is like for me trying to do Miami Vice outside of the 80s.
Yeah.
You can do it. You can do it, but you're not being able to transfer that energy and essence that made it what it was. Now, when you're making a movie like this is all 80s cheese. That entire trailer is, I felt like I was sitting back in front of,
It does feel 80s.
Oh, even when they were teasing it Tuesday.
Yeah, at the beginning. It's
totally nostalgia. Like showing the videotape, showing the fucking all the stuff. And this was a healthy breakfast, and So,
well, because all of those were to sell toys. Everything you saw on TV in that era was to sell toys.
Sell toys.
Yeah. G.I. Joe, Transformers was to sell toys.
God damn.
Who made these cartoons? Hasbro, Mattel. Yeah, Sunbow, and Marvel. They all got together.
So Hasbro would have licensing deals with these television networks, and then they were tasked with creating, their lore, if you will, the first version, the first wave of that lore. That's why Transformers and G.I. Joe and He-Man all had 80s cartoons.
Yeah. And they had comic books, and that's how Marvel got involved and justified their existence. They sold the G.I. Joe cartoon. Our comic was kind of brutal, by the way.
Yeah.
They weren't shooting lasers at planes and people were jumping out with no parachutes. Those people were getting killed. They actually killed. Remember the pit? They actually killed you got to figure out they didn't fuck. They killed him. Quick kick, dead. But which was a ridiculous character anyway. But that was what they were. That's what they were doing. And then Transformers almost ended the franchise. Transformers the movie, 1986. I remember being there, August 1986. It almost ruined, and it almost took G.I. Joe with it, because what they did in Transformers was kill characters off.
That's right.
And the reason they did that because they wanted you to buy new Transformers. They introduced a whole line, Generation 2 in Transformers 1986. The problem is the same people who were writing like Robotech, Macross, things like that. They were the ones writing Transformers movies. There's a brutal way that you tell a story to kids over in Japan in the 80s. That is not what it was in America. When they were traumatized, I remember there were people in my theater crying, and you had parents pissed off. And now G.I. Joe the movie came out the very next year.
Yep.
Very next year with Don Johnson playing, Falcon, all that. They're going to kill Duke. Duke was going to die. Serpentor throws his straightened cobra, and he kills Duke. But what had happened is while they were making that, they were getting the backlash, and it was the same company, and they were like, oh, we can't do this. And then Prime was supposed to die and stay dead. They brought back Optimus Prime literally that next season.
Yep.
After they killed Prime and all these other characters in there, because that movie was done to sell toys, but it almost tanked the 2 franchises. But yeah, that was
that's crazy. It's crazy how that kind of stuff happens. But
yep.
I don't know. We'll see what happens when it comes to that. I mean, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, when we get a full trailer, when we get the full voice of Skeletor, but like I said, they did a good job of being like, hey, we're not mentioning that's Jared Leto. But of course, people know
Academy Award level actor. What is? Come on now, he's weird.
He's considered a franchise killer. Look what happened to Tron.
That's not him.
I know.
Tron. You know what killed the franchise with Tron? Making Tron.
The funny thing is like people try and pin franchise killer on him. I'm like, listen, if you thought Morbius was going to be $1 billion hit, you're out to lunch. House of Gucci. Right. None of the movies that have he's been in that have failed are inherently his fault.
Sure, it's not. But I mean, I think, and then of course the controversies when it comes to the headlines and stuff.
And I don't think anyone here is going out of the way to defend the guy.
No, we're not sitting here going
because Blade Runner 2049. I wanted more of Jared Leto in that, not less. I loved him as Wallace, Neander Wallace.
Yeah, he had a good run there but we'll see what happens. But
he's still having it. He's not dead.
I will see what happens. I'm just curious about that Skeletor voice. But all right, let's go around the horn and promote whatever you got to promote. Ronan, you go first.
You can follow me at Ronan and Jane on YouTube, all the socials. I just dropped reactions for the Mall Shadowlord trailer. It looks fucking awesome. Invincible trailer, and then I did a review for the Night of the Seven Kingdoms novel, at least 1/3 of it, for this season. Covering that show right now. I put out a social reaction for Wonder Man to be on the lookout for that when that drops
Oh
on
yeah, that's
Tuesday.
good reviews, which is kind of cool.
And working on anime stuff, and then planning something cool to continue going forward for lead up to the Mandalorian and Grogu. So keep on the lookout for that stuff.
Sweet. William, what do you got?
Just sci-fi-center.com or just Google Sci-Fi Center. I will be reviewing hopefully tomorrow Absolute Batman number 16. A couple other things that came out this week. I'm going to do our own show. Our show will be doing way late, but I'm going to be covering some of the stuff that happened this week. Night of the Seven Kingdoms. So far, so good. There's some scenes I could do without, some people in the show I could do without, but they're going to die anyway. So, hey. But other than that, that's all I got for right now.
All right, cool. Phil, what do you got?
I have my YouTube channel, just unfiltered down there. You also can catch me on Vero Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky,
Twitter,
and TikTok, not Twitter. I did a reaction to Masters of the Universe, and it's honestly my best reaction that I've done to date. And I'm actually really surprised because I didn't expect it to do that well. So there's that. I also reacted to the Mall trailer. Looking forward to that. Yeah, Mall Shadow Lord looks really cool. Do I have anything in the pipeline? No, I am done with Pokemon Legends ZA for the foreseeable future. So I'm going to be spending time doing skateboarding and other things on TikTok. Maybe I don't know, man. I have no idea what I'm going to be doing next. I'll be talking to you guys for sure. Dave and I have something planned for the Eternal Night somewhere down the line when a certain movie gets a fucking release date. Other than that, yeah, you guys can catch me here on Friday nights. You can catch me on the Council Creator stream every Tuesday and the Party Nation stream Council Creators every Wednesday, Party Nation every Tuesday. So, yeah, that's about it, guys. Thank you.
Yeah. And of course, thank you to Ben, thank you to Scott, thank you to Chris, and doing his little unboxing of course, Talati, yes. Talati as well. And then, good times. And of course, thank you to Ronan. Thank you to William. Thank you to Phil. And thank you to everybody who stuck around. And we will talk to you guys later.